surgery and trying to come back as quickly as he could. It never worked for him. He just tried to do it too quick, thinking he could be productive, didn't have the speed, and he could not have the legs. And having this conversation with him today, he feels that he's back at 100% with a full off season. We're going to need his speed.
Yeah, he stole 47 bases in 21. 47 bases. He managed 24 last year before those injuries caught up with him. A little check swing foul ball. You know, one of the things that players deal with, and you can talk about, when you come into spring training and you're already dealing with injuries, it's so hard to catch up during the season.
Yeah, we saw that a lot last year, too, on both sides. Both the Mets and Yankees suffered that. Carlos Rodon,
Bader was talking about that earlier.
was a big part of it. You see there, wow, just staying alive.
He's got to be careful now with that pitch up and in after he chase. Just go back up, elevate the eyes, and then try to go back to the changeup, but he doesn't chase.
Tanner Tully, the lefty. Former 26th round pick. Throws here, and he bounces one with dirt.
A bit of a take. Those are growing pains for young pitchers and catchers also to be able to, with the setup. Love the lefty-righty version. It's what I look for. The righty-righty one, yeah, I had no clue.
Running the bat back against lefties.
Good pitch there. In under the fists of Marte. A little 82-mile strike. And they're 2 down.
Tommy, those are the tough ones right there because you've never seen Tully before and you're thinking, okay, sooner or later he has to throw the fastball. Didn't. Pitch out of the zone and he chases.
That brings up Francisco Lindor. Swings at the first one and sends it on a play.
A lot of times when you feature the stuff that Tully does, right? He's right around 90 miles an hour on average with his fastball, not overpowering. You think you have to pitch perfectly, but in actuality, you have to be more aggressive. Attack the strike zone even more and change speed.
Lindor off a 254 season as he looks at one away. He ended up last year with 31 homers, 98 RBIs. Good conversation pregame about what it is as he gets older that he does to make sure his body's in the best shape possible. And this one back and out of play. And then we learned from Carlos Mendoza that when Mendoza asked Lindor about playing time, he said, well, it's really about minutes on my feet, as opposed to how many innings, it's minutes. Oh, strike 3. Tanner Tully gets Lindor and Marte back-to-back. Lindor looking.
Sliders. You can throw them the chase pitches and also landing in more strike. That's not fair. It's spring training.
We will hear and talk with Alonso and Bader after this.
Tax season is hunting season for identity thieves, which is why tax fraud was up 30% last year. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration agent. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here. You want to stick to your record? Comfortable.
Tell your driver or you return the car and we'll fill it up for you.
They sound a little status. Not you. It's T-Mobile with just a status. Drive, driver.
You don't need to be fast to get premium benefits from brands you love. That's your status.
You were meant to dream about it for years. We were made to help you succeed.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some Rinvoq patients felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days. Some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. And many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections and blood clots are fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Help heal your painful skin. Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Back live here, David Cohen, Eduardo Perez, the teammates at Florida, Pete Alonso and Harrison Bader, 14 and 15, and reunited again here with the New York Mets. Both of them currently wearing earpieces and microphones. So the line, Pete, of course, is reunited, and it feels so good. How's this feel?
Oh, it's excellent. I love strapping it up in orange and blue, especially having my boy Harrison with me again. This is it's going to be a fun year, and it's been an incredible offseason and an incredible camp.
Bader, how you doing out there? And what's it like to have Alonso back?
I've heard that a lot.
I love it. Well, no, listen, it's great. You know, like I said, he's the type of dude in the clubhouse that makes everyone around him better. So I'm going to lean on him, and I'm going to get better because of his presence. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm right here.
I'm back. You want to take us on a little trip down memory lane to when you guys first met at Florida?
First time I met Pete was Tony pulled me aside and told me we got some big donkey first baseman coming in with absolute nukes. So I got to show him a good time at UF. So I was like, all right, yes, sir. Now, whoa, look out.
Oswald Peraza got hit by an off-speed McGill pitch. It was a changeup at 82. Clear hurt. I can see a point to his helmet as Aaron Boone and the trainer go out.
Fortunately, he turned away right at the right moment. Put him on the bill.
Right? Okay, good. Hey, I'm hot that way.
So Bader, when you say, now that we know that Oswald is okay, what is a good time at UF? What is that?
We went to a game. Had a really fun time at I think it was at Missouri. Yeah, Missouri came to play. That was such a fun tailgate and Saturday football experience. And then the night before, we played checkers. We had a really fun time.
Okay, checkers.
Go fish. Pete would say go fish.
Yeah, checkers is a really good card play.
Really good time.
Right.
They're really good. Harrison's a really good war player.
Yeah.
A lot goes into a lot of strategy in the game of war.
Yes.
Start game. Just get those aces.
While you guys were at Florida, who do you think had more hit by pitches?
I think I did because we were taught by our coach Brad to never jackknife and get out of the way because the baseball's 5 ounces. So you got to layer it.
Yes.
And then it goes on base percentage, points, and
Runs, OPS.
exactly. I know Brad's watching right now. Brad, you taught us well, baby.
Gotta be lower. Bottom of the ocean. Feeling the problem.
Oh boy. What other?
I'm your way.
You do other impressions, Pete?
So that was Brad, our assistant. I know AJ Krasinski knows Brad Weitzel very, very well.
Yep.
But yeah, you got to get me in the right setting to do impressions. But we've spent many hours in practice learning the Brad impression. I know Harrison's got a really good one.
I got good one.
Harrison, what's your favorite Brad saying?
My favorite Brad saying is, my favorite Brad saying is, hey, Bader, you got to go to the plate looking for what you're going to get, not what you want to see.
That's a good one.
That opened up my entire game.
By the way, both of you 23 hit by pitches in your career for Florida.
Same number?
Same number.
Same number.
What was that?
23 times you each were hit.
Jesus. Oh, wow. I believe it. Jesus.
Pete, you got a new teammate there, Bader. You also got a new manager. So what's it been like with Carlos here? Runner goes, and the throw down is not going to be in time.
I probably burst in someone's ear yelling, Jesus. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. What's it like with Mendoza as a manager?
Oh, Mendy's been great so far. Brings a lot of energy every day, a lot of intensity, and
Hey, watch that flare.
a lot of purpose every day. It's been awesome so far.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. I mean, Bader's had him over on the other side, but I'm really excited to keep going with him, keep playing under him this spring.
What's up, boy?
This spot.
I keep hearing Harrison. He's a great communicator. For people that aren't in clubhouse, what does that mean?
You know, being a good communicator can mean a lot of things. I think, first and foremost, it's just managing your players' expectations, managing, the day-to-day with them, managing their personalities, because every player is different. Boy! Every player has a different way they come to the stadium, so whether it's being told the night before, you're off tomorrow, get your work in, or, this is what to be expected. Just small things. He's just really good at just keeping it real, being honest, because the big picture is winning a baseball game night in, night out, so he's done a really good job of that.
So full disclosure before the college
Hey, I'm over.
Last year, I had a chance to talk with Pete, and he said, keep your eye on Langford. Wyatt Langford for Florida is the next great thing. You are all over that, and he's knocking on the door of the Texas Rangers, right? So you were ahead of the curve, at least telling me the scouting report.
Yep. And then same with Jack Caglione, who's the future 1-1 pick in the draft. But, I mean, that guy is something special. He can do it all.
We haven't seen Jack Caglione. He's a left-handed pitcher who throws 99 to 100 and absolutely mashes the ball. And when people talk about Ben Rothberg's body or Tyler O'Neill, Caglione is that guy.
He's enormous.
He's enormous.
Is it size 19 shoe, if I'm not mistaken?
You're kidding.
No, he's got flippers. Flippers for me.
You're kidding. Size 19. What are we doing?
That's another Brad. It's big enough to eat hay.
Yeah.
Been a lot of folks in New York, and you obviously know you got a one-year deal, $20+ million. You made it clear. We had a soundbite. You want to be a Met for life. How do you approach the season with regards to that hanging over you? What do you do about it?
Just be the best player and best teammate I can be every day.
Oh, boy.
I mean, honestly, just focusing on being, having the best day I possibly can at the plate, run the bases well, catch the ball, throw the ball cleanly, be a good teammate. That's really it. Nothing really changes.
Disappointed nothing got done? Part of the game, the business?
Oh no, I'm not disappointed at all. I'm happy to be here. I'm stoked to be with this group. I mean, we got a bunch of great guys, a bunch of great diverse guys. I mean, we definitely have talent, and we're excited to see what we can do during the regular season.
This is Ben Wartburg. as McGill got around a runner at third in the first. He's trying to get around a runner at second base here for Raza. And he has since punched out 2.
Good mix of speed from McGill out there. Change-ups down in the upper to mid-70s and fastball to mid-90s.
I'm blind.
Harrison, how was when you were negotiating with the Mets and they first were interested, was your first call to Pete, and what was the question, if it was?
You know, it was kind of that sweet spot between opportunity, and like the dollar amount. But listen, when I got everything works out in this game for reasons. When I got a chance to come back and play with Pete, I was ecstatic, and I definitely pushed the envelope once I knew they were interested. So I'm just ecstatic it all worked out.
All right, guys. Peace and blessings. I gotta go get.
Thanks, Pete. Thank you very much. We appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. Terrific stuff.
This is your invitation to experience the versatility of the Lexus line of SUVs and some of the best offers of the year on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
That typical insurance, you're just another seagull.
That was the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market. Well, don't get me wrong, I love a fresh airline, but it's like those companies think we're all the same. That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. So I don't feel in control. What are you doing? Taking control.
For me, I'm not keeping you in healthcare.
There's some things that work better together. Life you work by family and retirement savings. Boy, helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing. Across all your benefits and savings options, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
They really know how to put CNC together. Boy, well planned, well invested, well protected.
All new Coca-Cola Spice. With an unexpected burst of raspberry and spice flavors, our baseball goes beyond the field. Together.
Here he comes, Pete Alonso, the cleanup hitter. 40 home run guy virtually every season. And as prolific a home run hitter since 19 as there is in the major leagues. And he swings at this, rifles it to right. Gonzalez going over. He's not able to make the catch. And Pete Alonso, first pitch swing at double to right. A polar bear sighting in South Florida.
And you know what's cool about it is today during batting practice, his focus was everything to right. And this is what I love about spring training. You commit to one thing. You're not afraid of being beat on anything. It doesn't matter the velo. It's about approach. And he was thinking the other way, and he is able to hit the ball the other way and get a double out of it.
Exactly what he and Eric Chavez were working on, going the other way. He does with a double to lead off, and here's Alvarez. He looks at a slider, misses down and in. We mentioned some of those numbers for Pete. The big number is going to be what he ends up earning and how long that. Buster, what kind of market is Pete looking at?
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, Carl. If you guys can hear me, well, let's face it, first base is a position that, generally speaking, has been viewed by front offices as one where you can find replacements, which is why some of those salary numbers have gone down. Think about Freddie Freeman. He's one of the best players in baseball. When you consider deferral that he got from the Dodgers contract was worth about $135 million. That's for Freddie Freeman. So this is going to be a big test of this in the offseason. Once Pete becomes a free agent, he's represented by Scott Boras, who has a long history of getting big numbers for his clients. The Mets, on the other hand, might look at the first base market and what that position's paying in recent years and feel like, look, we need to be closer to that number. We know this. But Pete Alonso is someone who is really valued by the Mets. He's a homegrown player. He's incredibly popular. And for an organization playing in the National League East against the powerful Braves, the powerful Phillies, Pete's incredibly important to the organization.
You mentioned those two teams with first baseman notable. Of course, Olsen there. Harper is now the first baseman in Philadelphia. He played for both the Mets and Yankees. The ability to succeed in New York, how much of a factor is that for the team?
Well, I think that that's going to be something that they're going to have to apply, number once he gets to free agency. And you know this. Pete switched representation last year. He switched to Boras, and Boras almost always takes his player into free agency because he believes that in a bidding situation, that's when you're going to find out the best indication of what a player's value is.
Well, there's no doubt that Pete Alonso was incredibly popular within the fan base in the New York area. He's on pace and will be the all-time franchise home run leader if he stays a Met. And Darryl Strawberry currently in the 250s. Pete Alonso, in a short period of time, is approaching 200 career home runs already. He will be not only very popular, but the most prolific home run hitter in Mets franchise history if they keep him.
Through in the bottom of the second. They get Alonso at second after leading off double. There was a walk to Beatty. And here is ball one.
I think sometimes there's a misconception when it comes to Scott Boras of wanting to take players out of their comfort zone. He'll listen to his players. If his players want to stay in a certain spot, he'll fight for that player to stay in that certain spot.
Mayer, sky high, shallow center. Grisham under it. 2 down. Go ahead, Buster.
Yeah, Carl, I think there's a factor worth watching, and that is as the Mets are having their discussion with Pete Alonso, I think they're going to be talking about another Boras plan, and that is Juan Soto. There is sentiment within the organization that they're going to make a big run at him next year. Are those related? Are those not related? I don't know. We'll have to wait until they hit the open market.
So the possibility exists that Soto plays 1 year with Judge, then the next year with Alonso.
If the Mets have their way, I think that absolutely would be the case.
Mark Vientos, the designated hitter today. Eduardo posed a question to Bodie about Judge and Soto. Greatest right-handed hitter in the game, best left-handed hitter in the game. Are they both currently on the same team? The Freeman and Betts were another one of that group, and Acuna and Olsen, another pair of righty-lefties.
And I think it's an interesting debate, and I think it depends on the fan bases and guys looking at it. But if there's one guy from the right side that you do not want to face in today's game, it's Aaron Judge. I mean, nothing to take away from Mookie Betts or to take away from even Mike Trout from the right-hand side or Ronald Acuna Jr., but Aaron Judge is an imposing figure.
You've got a guy that walks more than anybody in the history of the world. And the guy who hits 62 home runs when he's fully healthy. I mean, that's a deadly combination.
Everybody talks about those two, but I think it's going to be important to see what Anthony Rizzo is going to do this year behind him, what Giancarlo Stanton is going to do, how he's going to be able to bounce from last year.
Shot. Volpe, pretty play in the hole. Anthony Volpe as he flicks to Peraza, covering to end the inning. And a rocket off the bat of Vientos doesn't get through the infield.
That's a gold glover right there, Carl. Going to his right, so consistent. One of the big reasons why he has that gold glove on his mantle.
And we'll talk with Lindor when we come back.
But which one should I cut? The red or the blue or the... But there's also the green one. The other one. Of course.
No Red Bull, no wings.
Excuse me. Can I take a picture of it?
Oh, no problem.
Ooh, that's probably. You need glasses.
Trading Isle is going to get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics.
So many selfies.
Preposterous amount of payload!
And there are many portraits of me as their heart desire.
How about none?
None feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition. You get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Hey, it's me. Your future you. You make some bad money moves.
Now with all those
You fund your IRA like a peach or a better place. You still work at 100 degrees. Classic puberty.
Get ready for the performance review.
Don't make your future you. Hey,
Start making smarter financial decisions today. NerdWallet. Finance smarter.
Tyler McGill back on the mound. Francisco Lindor back at shortstop. Jeter Downs. That's a called strike one. Francisco, thanks again so much for doing this. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Always fun.
So you got to your right there, Brett Beatty at third base. You had some really important words when you came back out on the field, encouraging words and coaching words. What has your role become on this time team beyond just the shortstop?
I'm just trying to be consistent, bro. You know, they come up and ask me questions, and I try to help them out. And there's a lot of young guys here that really want to get better and really want to continue to elevate themselves. So, they just want to. They're hungry. They're hungry to be better, to establish themselves in the big league. But yeah, I don't try to be somebody different. I just try to be me, and whatever goal they always want to give me, will give it.
It was really, really cool to hear it. By the way, McGill now has struck out the last 4 he has faced. He's got 6, and he lost that change up a little bit, a curveball that got away. New manager, you were close with Buck Showalter. How's the Carlos Mendoza era been going? What's the differences? What does he bring to the table?
I don't want to say differences. You know, I just want to make it where Mendoza is prepared. You know, he's doing his coaching staff is prepared, and he's doing a really good job of controlling camp. You know, I love Buck. I miss him. He's a friend and a mentor, but focus on what we have right now here, and like Mendy has been extremely good. He's holding us accountable. He's prepared. He's helping us get better day in and day out. So I'm excited for what we have right now.
You got Harrison Bader playing center field. You got Nimmo over your shoulder in left field. It's a little bit different. How do you feel about this team coming into spring?
I feel good. I feel like Stearns and his team did a great job doing the offseason, filling up the spots that needed to be filled up. The team looks good. We're in the same position as everybody else, and they want to. Everybody has a chance of build a great chemistry, a a good year. You know, you start in spring training, you want to win championships. Yeah, you don't win in spring training, but you can definitely can start building the brick house.
Yes.
Francisco, I think this is really interesting right here because they're about to communicate with their infielders.
Yeah. I got everybody. Yep.
What does that mean? You have everybody.
I got everybody. The ball's been to any part of the field except the outfield. I'm covering second base. I have the bag, so I'll be turning no play. Which I love, by the way. What are the chances these steals right here? You already got one steal. You think you'll get a second one? I'm training.
I don't know. Last time he was jumping back and forth with Miguel on the mound and was able to steal. So far, he's been flat-footed the first two pitches.
Three things all on second boxes, and I checked that one already, so I don't know if he's going to go again. There it is. Transfer, yeah. How about beat? Yeah, man. What?
That's the best thing that happened to you because I don't think you had a chance to get him at first.
Two. You don't think so? You don't do even arm?
Well, taking a look at it again right here. Definitely transfer. I don't think you would have had.
It was a bit of a three-point shot on the throw over there, too. Hey, Francisco, you mentioned checking the boxes. What boxes does a veteran like you have to check?
Every one of them. You start with your legs. Start playing a couple innings first day. And then back to back. You know, this is little by little. And you try to check every box. Can you pull the ball? Can you go the other way? Can you go first to third? Can you steal bases? You know.
Is that a sheet that you have, or is that just in your head?
In my head. There it is.
It works every time.
It does. It really does. But I still think I could have turned over play. You got to start trusting my arm a little bit. Tongue 71 to first, but no, tell me, brother. What's up?
You're the best. Thank you again. Appreciate you.
Are you all using iOS devices or Android devices?
Only Daisy cottage cheese will do.
I'm using iOS as well. Can anyone who's only using an Android device see the video?
With Flonase, allergies don't have to be scary.
Some people are saying
Daily gives you long-lasting, non-drowsy relief. Flonase, all good.
Okay, that could be. And then some people are saying on Android it might not. So it might just be a new iOS functionality that who knows? I don't know. I know it's working now. Thank God. I'm still thrilled about it. I am doing my best to spam the chat and get some people in here. So Cat jumped in here for a second. GB, how excited are you for
toes?
Oh, yes. It's the hockey Stanley Cup is in June, right?
You know, come to my home for summer.
Yeah, so we're not even close. Do you have a team this year?
His parents argued with me. They want him to become a doctor. I said,
Okay.
no,
Who is
he
it
wants
normally?
to do
The Canucks?
insurance, and he's good at it.
I'm sure he's the guy for the get-go, but he's my best friend. So he was back in grade school. While others played house, he protected it.
I got the Montreal Canadiens, who are like the greatest, arguably the greatest sports dynasty in North America.
Welcome back. Buster Olney's down the field at Warner Perez, David Cohen,
Yeah.
Paul Ravitch.
But I
Sunday
mean,
night
like any
baseball
sport,
crew here. Gonna see the Yankees a whole bunch on Sunday
they're
night.
better than
Aaron
the
Boone knows
Yankees
that. He
and
joins us now. How
Patriots
optimistic, Boone,
and
are you about
everybody.
this upcoming season?
Very.
The
This
Celtics?
is truly Hope Springs eternal time.
Do you
of
like
year,
Montreal?
And I feel like it's for good reason for
Do you
us.
like Quebec or Montreal more?
Excited where our group's at so far here. Very early in the long season, but really excited about the winners that guys had. They've really laid a nice foundation, especially a lot of the guys that I feel like, whether it was down performance, whether it was injury, whatever, guys that needed to.
What one's more
have
trash?
a really good winner, I feel like really have and put themselves in position
And it's an
to
island,
go out
right?
and have a successful season. I feel like the hunger's there.
Oh, Montreal's
The
That's
energy
baller.
and focus is where it needs to be right now. And,
That's right.
excited
Look
to
who
go
we
out.
got here. We got Mark.
Hopefully do something special
Mark,
this year.
come on
I
up.
won't get into all the guys that you
We're
have
inviting
doing
Mark.
Juan Soto, but a lot of
All right.
people are tuning in and they're
Mark,
watching spring
can you
training
see the
games
video?
that are rifling into right field off the bat of
We're
Saturday
currently
short.
watching spring
You
training
guys had a
This is the
two-game
New
road
York
trip, so some of
fucking
the stars, most of them didn't
versus
travel, and yet
the
there are
New York
guys here who
fucking
could
Mets.
impact this team.
Mark,
Tell
Mark,
us who they are. Who should the Yankees fan kind of keep an eye on right now?
Well, first, the guy
So the
out
video
right
doesn't
now,
work anymore?
De Los Santos, certainly is vying for one of the bullpen spots, and we've been very
I
excited
understand.
about what he's shown so far in camp.
Because it does the same to me, Vamp. So Vamp, here's what I want you to do.
Who we got? You'll see Clay Holmes.
I want you to drop down,
who's
leave,
obviously
come
on the
back,
team.
I'll invite you back as a
But a
co-host,
number of guys compete for
and
spots.
see if it refreshes. Let's see if it's on your end or my
Peraza
end.
and Cabrera, guys that have been up with us at different times over the last couple of years. Oscar Gonzalez, who's in right field today, who I think a lot of people are familiar with from the Guardians.
And the corner it goes off the bat of Nimmo, holding in third is short. That's a double for Brandon Nimmo.
You got Ben Rortvedt behind the plate, and Austin Wells DH in today. Austin caught over in Jupiter last night. So, they're, I feel like by and large, a lot of our roster is set, of course, but, always guys vying for those, last few spots, or if an injury emerges, those things kind of open up. And obviously, we brought Grish over. He DH'd last night, and I got him in center today. So excited to have him. He's kind of, everyone, of course, talks about Soto coming over in that trade. And
Weird.
a big piece for us in that was
Man, I see that you've
Grish
requested,
he brings to the table in center.
but it still shows you as a co-host on my end.
Experience for you.
It's
So-
been great. It really has. One of the big
Let's
things
see.
I always want when young guys or we're bringing in a big free
Remove
agent
from
or
co-host,
trade,
I guess.
is trying to get them, assimilated in
Remove
our room,
from
in our
co-host.
clubhouse, and our leaders. I
Will
feel
remain
like
in space. Good.
Judgy and
Okay,
Garrett
let's
and
do
Anthony
that.
Rizzo and these guys do a great job.
And then
in
let's
making
reinvite
guys feel
you.
comfortable in short order. That's been my
Co-host.
sense with Juan. I feel like he's comfortable in the room.
Let's see if that
comfortable
works.
with the guys, and he is some kind of a lot of fun to watch him.
Hold on, Vamp. I just let you back. Did you say the
You've been
stream is
spoiled.
wrong?
You've had Aaron Judge for years. What is the Soto visual experience like? What do you anticipate? What are you excited about when he goes into the batter's box?
I feel like at our best, we've had the best offenses at different.
So I've let you back in.
for
Can you
us
speak?
offensively, but when we've been at our best offensively, it's been that control the strike zone, grind you down. When you think of great Yankee teams, whether past and going back to
Yes, I
some of the
can.
great teams that Tony was a part of, they wore you down more so than.
So I can
any
hear
other
you.
team.
Can you hear
We
me?
want to be a team that embodies that. So whether we lose a game or whether a pitcher pitches well against us, we want it to feel like, man, that was rugged going through that. And Juan Soto,
Vamp, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
The way he attacks at bats,
Oh, okay, cool.
embodies that.
But you're saying the video is frozen, right?
Battle every time he goes up there. And I feel like that can be contagious, and that can be something that galvanizes
Oh,
the group.
Okay.
And I do
I'm
feel
gonna
like
try to
we're able
log out with this,
stay
or
largely
like
healthy.
log out of the
We can,
space with this
we
account,
can
and
have
I'll be
that
right
type
back.
of lineup, and I'm excited about that.
Round out there from Marte to Volpe, and that played short, and the Mets get the first run of the game.
Yeah, Aaron, do you feel like Soto's your right fielder, or you keeping options open to move guys around, Judge in center, left field, different ballparks, maybe in Houston early in the season?
Yeah.
How do you see that playing out?
I'm leaving that open a bit, but I could very easily see
just staying.
Same here. So it must be after some amount of time they can like. I mean, it's the first day of it, so we'll see. Hold on.
And Yari De Los Santos is giving up some hard hit balls. Double RBI for Lindor. 2-zip.
Where were we? Sorry.
Just on your outfield configuration.
Yeah. Right now, I'm leaning towards being consistent with Judge in center, Verdugo in left, and Soto in right. And we'll
That's
see
okay.
as it
Okay,
goes if I do
just think of
switch
the
guys.
How you doing, baby?
Then I don't necessarily have that planned right now. The one thing with playing Judge in center is it does make me want to use the DH with him a little bit more often. So whether that's once a week, whether that's twice a week, just to get him off his feet a little bit, I can do that. And obviously we got Grisham. That's a great center fielder. I feel like I can move Verdugo around wherever, especially if he's, his legs are good. And so we'll see. Early in camp, though, right now I'm focused on getting.
There's another feature that I see. It says share clip. So you can actually like take a clip from within a stream and share it.
Out in left field, just to give him.
Pretty nasty right there.
Yeah, just to give him some looks out there in case something comes up to where now all of a sudden Rich is pressed into everyday action, and I want our best defense out in the field. I could do things like that. I think G's going to be an option for us, periodically to go. I'd play him in the short, in the short right field in Yankee Stadium or some of the smaller left fields around the league. So he's in a good place physically. Do I feel like be able to do that too? So got some options, and we'll just continue to kind of work through it.
Sounds like you're pretty committed to the top of your batting order too. I know you've said how LeMahieu looks, that it would be LeMahieu, Soto, Judge.
Yeah, that's the way I'm leaning right now. Again, that can all still play out some more, but I'm excited where DJ's at physically. He looks as good as I've seen in a few years. He's just explosive. His lower half is just so much more explosive. He's moving well. He's running well. Really looks more dynamic to me in the box. I thought made a good adjustment in the second half. Put a pretty good second half together last year. But to me, he's taken an even bigger step physically with the work he's done this winter. I think he's in a good spot. And when DJ's right, I mean, he embodies that kind of grind you down. He's willing to see pitches, especially when he's hitting in front of Judge or Soto. Like, he's not afraid to go to two strikes and make you work with the idea of obviously getting on base at a really high clip.
Yari De Los Santos deals Alvarez. So where are we? The Yankees and their rules. We got Beards, Verdugo, Beard, and Bling. He had a lot of necklace. Where are we on all that with Alex Verdugo?
So no issues with the, he shaved right away. I think he's embraced that, and we're letting a little blame, but backing it down a little bit too. So we've had some good talks about this to make sure we're in a place of compliance.
Because at its best, it's what, 3 necklaces? Is that what I mean?
No, it will not be 3.
No, at his best.
Yeah, he's got some good ones, man. He was walking me through some of his, and that's like, pick one good one a day. How about that?
Right.
So. But he's been a lot of fun to be around, and obviously another we talk about Soto, right? Soto's the guy, understandably, but we're really excited about when Alex Verdugo can be into our lineup. Yeah. I feel like he could hit anywhere from leadoff to the middle of the order to down closer to the bottom, and I just feel like he's gonna, if we can do our thing, and stay healthy, I feel like he's gonna drive that boat over runs.
We had a talk with you before the game, and we learned that you are were a huge Carl Weathers fan, Apollo Creed.
We gotta hold that thought. I gotta go make a change.
Go ahead. All right, so he's running out to take Yari De Los Santos out. So bullpen change coming up for Booney. But Booney, we've known him, having done work with him at ESPN. He can sometimes go down different roads. He took us down an Apollo Creed rocky road that we had not anticipated. It's a fantastic story about his childhood. I mean, what he was doing when he was 10 years old and how it relates to Rocky. Pitching change here. Mets got a couple. We'll be right back.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some Rinvoq patients felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days. Some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. And many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Help heal your painful skin. Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem. Yes, problem.
You need Verizon. Trade them out and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That needs panoramic. And as many portraits of me as
We're gonna restart the stream. I'll be right back.
None.
None yet. None feels right. Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Our ESPN spring training schedule wraps Thursday at 1 Eastern. Grapefruit League game. The Braves and Red Sox. We've got some really bad news. It appears, according to Jeff Passan and Lucas Giolito, they have a partially torn UCL. We'll find out much more and have it for you on ESPN.com as well as during our game on Thursday. And then we're off to Korea. Dodgers Padres back-to-back series in Seoul. These are regular season games, March 20 and 21, available on the ESPN app, and you can watch it where or anywhere else. I'm going to, so you get into the Apollo Creed thing with us early. Can you just go over that and how it impacted your childhood?
So I've such a huge fan of the Rockies my whole life. Like literally, I had them on VHS. I've watched them all.
Not the Colorado Rockies.
No. All the Rockies hundreds of times. I've watched the Creeds hundreds of times. Like I've wept in these movies, right? And Apollo Creed is my guy. So when Carl Weathers passed, recently, it was one of those sad days. I'm actually trying to get I want a Apollo Creed memorabilia that I'm in the market for. That I want something really cool for my house because he was one of those guys like you have your sports heroes. As Carl, Mo Cheeks is my guy, right? And then Apollo Creed I wanted to be a top Apollo Creed when I was a kid, man.
Beatty delivers a hit, throw to third, it is not in time, and that will send Beatty to second. So you were a filmmaker. I mean, when you were 10, what you were making movies?
Yeah, so I made Rocky 3. My mom helped me, that home VHS, whatever, those giant cameras, and I had my friends and family members playing different parts, and Clubber Lang and Nick. I mean, all the different. And of course, I was Apollo.
Of course, you were.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that Brett was Drago.
I don't think Brett had anything to do with this. He stayed out of this one. We used to box there when we were kids. They used to let me wear the headgear, and we'd box up and down the stairs, man. We'd be boxing all the time. He used to not beat the brakes off me and get himself in trouble with my mom.
So, I was shocked. We worked together. You've been doing this for 7 years. Does it feel like 7? Does it feel like 77? Does it feel like 3?
Sometimes it feels really fast when, I feel like people have asked me, you're starting your 7th year, and that does sound like a lot to me, but in a lot of ways, I feel like it's gone fast.
Hey, here he comes. Can't find the baseball and scoring from third. It's Alvarez. We're doing it again. Beatty. Wow, he's in. Ben Warford could not pick up the baseball, and it didn't look like, other than Booney, that he was getting a lot of help finding it.
not ideal.
You talk about a helpless feeling.
Yeah.
Looking around, you can't know where the ball is. Here comes one runner. I haven't seen a play like this since I argued with the first base umpire in 2 runs.
I remember that. Well, this is not about Ben Warford per se, but one of the things you did tell us, you have a whole ton of depth at that catching position, don't you?
Yeah, catching is, as you guys know, hard to find in Major League Baseball, and I feel like the catchers we have in camp, honestly, down to 5, to the 5th and 6th guys, like I would feel catching duo or whatever. So, and Ben's very much a part of that. He is the elite defensive catcher, great receiver, great blocker, big time arm, has some experience now. He was the guy catching Gary Cole after Trevino went down last year. Formed a great battery with him, so he's a guy we have a ton of confidence in. Obviously, we're really excited about Austin Wells, but we have Carlos Narvaez is a tremendous young catcher in our system that's outstanding. Luis Torrens has come over, especially having a great winter and swung the bat really well and feel like moving the needle as a defensive catcher as well.
Into center field. Mooney, you got a lot to look forward to this season. We certainly look forward to continuing to have these great conversations. Your former bench coach is now the manager of the bench. Carlos Mendoza is going to join us on the other side. Thanks, Mooney.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Where'd you want to serve? Oh, I didn't serve. But if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served in the military, you can join USAA.
Yeah, my grandpa did. So I'm already in, but I was talking about your serve.
Oh.
USAA for the military community.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now, there's Skyrizi. Things are looking up. I got some relief. Control of my Crohn's means everything to me. Control is everything to me. Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. And the majority of people experience long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Now's the time to ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
It is.
All new Coca-Cola Spice. With an unexpected burst of raspberry and spice flavors.
We're back. A whole bunch of new skippers in the majors this year, including one right here. But Ron Washington leaves Atlanta. He's now in Anaheim. Espana, Pat Murphy, of course, Craig Counsell, Bob Melvin, back to the west coast of the Bay Area. Stephen Vogt, of course, Carlos Mendoza, who's kind enough to join us now. And before we start, Carlos, there's a viewer at home who wants to ask you the first question.
Now, Carlos, are you going to keep that thing that's growing on your face for the regular season?
No, that's not.
I like it, buddy. Don't knock me right away, huh? Yeah, I'm planning on keeping it for now. We'll see how it goes.
All right, I got to go. That didn't go well. I need to take these off. See ya.
See ya. Not ideal, is what he said. Put the fastball. All right, so Carlos, do you think if everybody that leaves?
So, I guess so. is a first for me. After spending so many years over there, being able to do this now, it's a first. But I'm liking it. So.
Well, we appreciate it. Drew Smith is now on the mound for the Mets. They got a 5 spot in that third inning. That was a wild play in which Orford couldn't find the ball, and your third base coach kept spinning the wheels.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, but it was good to see the boys running the bases, and even the play before that, seeing Alvarez run first and third, it was good.
So, for those of us who are in baseball, we know you have gone through the interview process before, so not a shock, but I think a lot of people look at Carlos Mendoza, and I think we discussed this before the game. How did he end up with this job? Can you tell us about the process and how it unfolded and how you ended up being the manager across town for the Mets?
Yeah, he was busy off season. I interviewed for a few of these positions, and when the Mets reached out, I didn't know David Stearns much. I knew who he was, but I didn't know him personally. And as I was going through this interview process, and when the Mets called, like I said, felt like we connected right away. And, blessed that I finally got that opportunity, and here I am with the Mets. Blessed and excited.
Yes. And how different is it, bench coach to manager? You obviously were next to Aaron for a handful of years. Like, what do you find to be the biggest changes?
Well, the communication with the players and with the staff, coaches, everything runs through your office, through your desk. But I think, being the bench coach and, right next to Booney helped me a lot because I was pretty involved, when the game started. There was a lot of communication. He was asking me questions all the time. But I think the biggest difference now is, the relationships, the communication with the players, because they got to get, as much as I get to know them, they got to get to know me.
Yeah.
So we're talking about relationships and that trust, and that's the goal here. That these guys start trusting me. The sooner, the better.
Then you have that relationship now that you're trying to get to know a little bit more of your bench coach with Gibbons, who already had managed at the major league level. How has that gone about?
Great. Gibby, like you say, he's done it for a long time. He's been in this chair, and he's got a great personality. This is a guy that can relate with so many different people from, different backgrounds, and he knows the game. He's a guy that, like I say, he's been in this position before, and to be able to have somebody like that, like him. Right.
Level of concern you have with Kodai Senga?
Cobra.
Cobra,
can you hear me?
We first got the news early in camp, when you're talking about shoulder, it's so
Cobra.
scary. But after going through and doing all the imaging and all that, we feel a lot better. Kodai is feeling a lot better. We don't think that this is going to be a long-term injury. We are expecting Kodai to, pitch a lot of games for us, and he's going to be a huge part of what we're trying to do here. He's, one of the biggest pieces on our rotation, and I'm looking forward to getting back healthy and back in the field pitching.
On the ground,
I got two here.
Yes, short, Lindor. There's the arm. Just what you wanted, right? Just give me a quick update on Edwin Diaz, how he looked today. What you heard?
Really good. He went on the backfield and pitched on a minor league game, 96 to 98, 14 pitches, 1 inning, and he came out good. So good. All positive there.
All the best, Carlos. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Hasn't every opponent just tried to do that for the last 8 years? One advisor said that
Hey, Mr. Poacher.
Yeah.
Tired already? Here, have a Red Bull.
And then?
Then run faster.
Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings. Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products. Cool.
You're all set.
I'm the system. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
This is your invitation to experience the exhilaration of the Lexus Performance line and some of the best offers of the year on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
Featured lineup on Saturday, Big City Greens back, NHL matchup, Penguins and Bruins. On ESPN Plus at Saturday, 3 Eastern Time, also on ABC. Number 9, Duke, and they host 7th ranked North Carolina. That is the primetime rivalry game, Saturday, 6:30 Eastern Time. Both those teams playing really well. Duke starting to put it together. The Suns, Celtics, ABC, and UFC 299 in Miami. That is all Saturday. Our lineup starting at 3 all the way to midnight. Clay Holmes now on the mound. Out for the New York Yankees, and his first pitch is called a strike. Zach Short, single to right his first time up. Anthony Volpe is wearing the microphone and the earpiece. We thank you for doing that. Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, guys. All right, so we had Lindor on. He talked about checking boxes in the spring. You haven't had a lot of springs. What are you trying to accomplish this spring?
I'll get you guys after this pitch.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is my second big league camp.
Yep.
And in a lot of ways, I think for me, the mentality is the same as last year, but I think just the fact that I know my teammates this year helps to prepare with the whole squad. So I think having that comfortability, like I think we're all preparing as a team now, whereas last year for me it was kind of just I was trying to make the team, and I wasn't necessarily training and working out with all the guys.
The Yankee closer delivers a 1-2. All right, so let's get into the Gold Glove. Where is it?
I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Where will it end up?
At my parents' house for now.
Knee buckler from Holmes, and Short strikes out. All right, so that's going to your folks' house. What's it been like to witness Juan Soto?
It's incredible. I think his first cage session, I think the whole lineup was there just watching him. And I think Riz only refers to him as the chosen one or the great one. But I think that's going to start spreading across the whole team.
Would that be your observation? You know, we can all watch it, but you play this sport. What makes him so different? Why is it so special?
He just makes it look so easy, and I think.
And hold that thought really quick, Anthony. You're wearing a glove that has the gold emblem on it, so that means you received that glove a little bit ago. How quickly were you able to break it in?
All right, coming up next, Tasty Tuesday, we will be talking about popular snacks. We'll be talking about people demanding free food at restaurants, In-N-Out, and its sway with celebrities.
I've been doing that In-N-Out thing lately, especially after award shows. It's
sort of the place to be caught under folks by paparazzi?
Well, it just makes it just so human up here to go to In-N-Out after you've got your 4 tins of caviar in your big gift bag.
Good. What a double.
We're just stars. We're just like you.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark live in the KFI Clay Properties Room.
More than 2,000 people have been identified through California's missing person DNA program since its start in 2001.
Attorney General Rob Bonta has recognized the milestone by calling for funding for the Department of Justice's forensic services efforts. That funding is important. It's providing great progress and benefits for many years, and we hope that it will continue to do so with this bill. A 2004 proposition approved by voters directed money from criminal funds to support the state's DNA bank program, but also included a sunset clause ending it after 20 years. State legislation supported by Bonta would get rid of the sunset and keep the money flowing. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Police in Orange County are looking for a man who broke into a barber shop and stole a bolted down ATM. The owner of the Golden Touch Barber Shop says he has a message for the thief.
How did he get a car? Like, we're all working on our own here. This is kind of less fun because all we do is cut there and people do there.
Security footage shows the guy using a pickup truck with a tow strap to yank the ATM out of the shop yesterday and drag it away. Cops say they ran the license plate and the truck is stolen. $5,000 in cash was inside the ATM, and the business suffered about another $5,000 in damage. People in Pasadena may finally be able to sleep through the night without their windows shattering.
That's because an alleged serial window breaker has been arrested. It's scary. You're sitting peacefully in your home house and through it. It's loud, it startles you, and absolutely scary. Pasadena Police Lieutenant Tim Bundy says the homeless guy tossed rocks at the windows of different homes 23 times since November. Bundy says while officers suspected the man was breaking windows in the past, they finally got enough evidence last week to charge him. The man has been hit with 19 felony charges. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
An effort to criminally charge women in Colorado if they get an abortion has been shot down and was voted against in the House committee yesterday, right after being introduced. The bill aimed to classify an embryo or fetus as a person. It's nearly identical to one that failed last year. Democratic Representative Jenny Wilford says abortion and IVF treatments are safe, legal, and protected in the state. And Cher will receive the annual Icon Award at the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards, honoring 70 years of contributions to music.
Subway Series continues. The Mets got 5 runs in the 3rd inning. 2 of them came in on a pass ball that the catcher couldn't find. So the runner from 2nd and 3rd came in to score. Trace Thompson has moved into center field. And he's going to get a ball. Oscar Gonzalez sounds like he may have broken that bat, but he's aboard with a single.
The Yankees take a flyer on Gonzalez.
What up, Bitcoin Kyle?
Back, kind of fell on hard times in Cleveland. But low risk opportunity here for the Yankees to go look at him.
Big part of their offense 2 years ago.
So Bickford is on the mound now for the New York Mets, and that one a little high to Warford. Interesting, we had this conversation with Buster. If you've seen Giancarlo Stanton, he has lost a lot of weight. And that one is sloped into right field. Gonzalez and Warford now with a couple of back-to-back hits.
Bitcoin Kyle.
Hitting.
Oh, we got Lizard in here too. Lizard, you know.
Is that a thing now? Because is it the shits out of the game? Like, what led to that?
I really feel like Giancarlo wanted to get his body in a better position to play more outfield and to stay on the field. And he's talked about it. Brian Cashman's talked about it. His injury history since he's come over as a member of the Yankees. And for the first time this offseason, he really took it to heart and said, you know what, I've got to make some definitive changes to my body just to allow me to stay on the field. And, years past, we saw his workout regimen. It was incredible. I mean, sledgehammers, hitting big tractor tires. I mean, he's as strong as anybody in the game. So certainly that's never going to be a problem with him. He's always going to have that bat speed. It's maybe the leanness of his body now will allow him to stay a little more injury-free.
I think it's interesting that when he first got to the Marlins on his way up, everybody's like, wow, this is a big kid. But it was all done with band weights. Then all of a sudden he decided to change it up and actually not use that resistance and actually use that heavy weights. And look, landed on the IL a lot when it came to his legs. And I think he wants to be able to stay healthy on the field. And after a season like last year, he knew something had to change.
Bickford to Downs with 2 on, rocketed into right center field. That's going to get down. Oscar Gonzalez comes in to second base, cut off, and safe. Jeter Downs double. Yankees are on the board. Jeter delivers. It's 2-1.
Good hustle right out of the box for Jeter Downs. He was thinking 2 right away. No hesitation. No need for any coaches to let him know to go 2. Just making sure that the runner ahead of him is going and he goes and follows. But right out of the box, he takes off, puts that bat down, and let's go. You're your own best coach when the ball's in front of you, when the play's in front of you. As soon as he saw Trace Thompson grab it, he was committed.
Anthony Volpe has walked twice. And it's 1-0. How about the travels of Jeter Downs back here with the New York Yankees now? Look out.
Buster, are you okay, Buster?
I'm okay, guys. I'm fine. I was scared. That thing totally helicoptered toward us. Oh, no, there's not video. Please, no.
Oh, yes.
That's a heck of a toss. That's over 100 feet. That got by third base.
Yeah. And there's not a lot you can do, Buster, because every time you think you want to move one direction, it feels like the bat's going the same way.
No, I went total coward and just put my hands on my head and just ducked, right? Just total fetal position.
Attaboy, Andre. Way to take one for the team.
Are you going to protect me?
No, Cody, the play of Volpe last year, Boone was really his biggest cheerleader when it came mid-season. Like, hey, guys, this is a Gold Glove kid here. Keep an eye on him. So he's at the plate. Jeter Downs is out there. The shadow of Derek Jeter is everywhere. Describe the transition that Volpe has made to be the everyday shortstop as he pops this one up sky high to shallow left. That's Nimmo now in left. He makes the play. And no advancement. How about the trip with the everyday shortstop?
Yeah, I think people in Yankees universe feels like Volpe's going to take a big step forward this year offensively. You know, he proved himself last year defensively. Got through his first year, his rookie year, and by his own standards, he was very disappointed by his offensive numbers overall, even though he was a 20-20 guy, 20 stolen bases, 20 home runs.
Yep.
But he clearly made some significant changes this offseason to allow him to make more contact, put the ball in play. I really feel like the Yankees think that he's going to take that step forward this year offensively.
Yeah, Carl, look, going into last year, I think the Yankees' feeling was they just wanted him to hold down the position defensively, and they wanted him to hold his confidence. I remember asking Aaron Boone in spring training, how do you think Volpe will do with his confidence through 2023? And he said, he'll do well. And he obviously had some ups and downs last year. I asked Boone the same question today, and he said, look, he's got an 80 makeup, referring to that 2080 scout scale, talking about how he handles things. They really believe that he's just going to grow from here.
And it was a quick 80 from Mooney on that question. Just right away, 80. But that's the end of that. Next question. Valuable asset, especially for a position like shortstop.
Well, and as someone who covered Derek Jeter, Cody knows this better than I did. He played with him. That was the thing that really stuck out when Derek started his career, how his confidence was just so resolute.
One run in, second and third, one down. We are in the top of the fifth, and Bickford delivers. Grisham pulls that. What do you make of the Grisham signing? The Grisham edition, I should say.
I love it. I love it because you need a true center fielder out there, and that's exactly what he is. And on days, as Aaron Boone told us, when Aaron Judge, you're going to take him off his feet, you're not going to lose. You're going to gain in the outfield on defense. Might lose a little bit on another designated hitter by having Judge there, another bat, but Grisham with that short porch, and you put him in the right matchups, I think he could have a really good year in this role.
Grisham line shot right back up the middle. Warford is in. Here's Jones, and he is going to score as the ball takes an awkward kick off the mound. 4 hits in the inning for the Yankees.
That's a good piece of hitting right there after having pulled the previous pitch that he made contact on. This one was out over the plate, stays up the middle, and is able to drive two. No batting gloves a la Jorge Posada back in the Yankee days. A lot of hard hit balls this inning.
It was interesting, guys. The other day when Kike Hernandez signed a contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers, he revealed that his choice came down between the Dodgers and the Yankees. So they're still open to adding a right-handed hitter of some kind. And by the way, with us having the Yankees on today, checked around a lot about Blake Snell. Is there any momentum there? I don't think they're going to sign him. I don't think there's a chance they're going to sign him because it's so expensive for them to take a run at him. They're basically paying an extra dollar for every dollar they invest in him because they're over the luxury tax threshold and they're getting taxed at a rate of 110%.
So where do Snell and Montgomery end up? How does that work? Where are they going, Tony?
Well, the obvious fits, and it's been reported widely out there, is that the San Francisco Giants are certainly in play. They need, after making pretty significant moves this offseason, they need a frontline starter.
Randy Rothschild came in as a pinch runner and almost encouraged Bickford to throw over, and he gets picked off.
Almost.
I'm here.
He did. And he took a big lead, and he just was not aware exactly where he was. A good job by Bickford to slow it down. Once he did, perfect throw to Pete.
The Grisham was out of the game. Brandon Lockridge was in, and he's now out. And Bickford, who worked on a changeup sort of towards the end of last year, was hoping to find a spot here in this Met bullpen. It's given up 4 hits. Yeah, so finish the thought on those guys. And how valuable are those guys to you? Are they ones? Are they twos?
San Francisco's a good pitcher's ballpark.
Yes.
I think Blake Snell would do very well in a Giants uniform. It just feels like the Giants are the fit.
Easy one for Lindor and Montgomery.
It feels like with Montgomery that a little bit north of the Bronx, Fenway Park would be a good spot for him.
Given the Giolito needs, yes, exactly. We'll continue to talk about that. We go bottom 5.
Today, we accomplished nothing. I mean it, not a thing. And it was kind of everything. Life's a trip. Make the most of it at Best Western.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some Rinvoq patients felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days. Some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. And many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Help heal your painful skin. Disrupt the
That's what I need. Sure. Max protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and a new fiber blend with a prebiotic.
The XFL and the USFL merged to create one powerful spring football league called the UFL. Spring football is here to stay. The UFL season kicks off March 30th on Fox, ESPN, and ABC.
One of the biggest stories last year, of course, the Baltimore Orioles. As you look at the American League East this 2024 season, the Yankees had Soto. The Red Sox haven't done a ton. The Orioles are considering Jackson Holiday. The Rays have changed a little bit, giving Glasnow going out to LA. And, of course, there are the Blue Jays with Vlad Guerrero. A nasty, nasty division again. As we welcome Jorge Castillo to our booth, he was going to cover both the Mets and Yankees. And Eduardo was spilled the bean. Birthday yesterday.
It was.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
How old? 21, 18?
25. Let's keep it at 25. Let's keep it at 25.
You too?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's go headlines. Start with the Yankees. You know, what you've learned so far in the spring.
I think the biggest news, the biggest theme right now for the Yankees in camp is there's not a lot of big news. You know, last year was a lot of bad news. Carlos Rodon being the big one there, getting hurt in spring training. Nestor Cortez came in hurt last year. Now these guys they're healthy. They're healthy right now, and I think that's huge for a team that dealt with a lot of injuries last year.
Less drama, better.
Yes, less drama, better.
Lindor rounds out to first. Rivera picks it up and steps on the bag. A little drama then on the other side because of the Senga injury. I don't know. The Alonso contract, is that a thing or is it not a thing?
I think it's not a thing now that he said he doesn't want it to be a thing, right? He's not going to talk about that anymore. He's going to just play this season out. He's a Scott Boras guy. That was mentioned earlier in the broadcast by Buster that, Scott Boras likes taking his clients to free agency. So that's the expectation, I think.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, beyond the birthday yesterday. Where you grew up, who you rooted for, what got you to here?
That's actually funny. So I grew up in Massachusetts. My parents are from Puerto Rico. They were big Yankee fans. They are big Yankee fans.
Right field and dropping quickly foul.
So I grew up a Yankee fan, funny enough, in Worcester, Massachusetts, which was, a little rough at times.
Say that again. Worcester, say that again?
Worcester.
But you had it Worcester, right?
Worcester, yeah. I mean, if you want me to go real with it, it's Worcester, yeah.
Worcester.
Yes, Worcester.
Yes. Needham, Worcester, Framingham, all those towns. Reading, Wakefield, Linfield. So you grew up a Yankee fan in Red Sox country. How did that sit with all the classmates?
I mean, it was great till 2004. Everyone, I was flying high going to Yankee Stadium every summer, and then 2004 happened, and it wasn't quite the same.
You grew up there, but you ended up in the other coast, in LA.
Yeah, eventually ended up there. Was there for the last 5.5 years at the LA Times. Covering the Dodgers.
Yep.
And being around the Dodgers quite a bit the last 5.5 years.
Off the end of the bat, Alonso. So that's a great opportunity for you with the Dodgers, clearly with the changes they made this year. But they're the favorite in the National League, and the Yankees are probably the favorite in the American League, right?
Yeah, you could argue 4 of the 5, 6, 7 best everyday players in baseball are on those two teams. Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Freddie Freeman, Mickey Betts. I mean, covering 5 now with Shohei.
Barehanded. And great play again by the Gold Glover, Anthony Volpe, to get Alonso.
And really quick, I want you guys at home to appreciate Anthony Volpe right here. He knows exactly who hit the ball So when he bare hands it, he then takes his time to make sure he gets the right grip. He actually even looks up to his hand. It goes off the right foot. Perfectly done. Speedster, he doesn't do what he just did right there to look down after catching the ball and make that throw.
We keep hearing from Aaron Boone and others the embracing of Verdugo and of Soto. You mentioned there's been very little drama, but how about the chemistry? What have you noticed?
I mean, I think this is a very confident, very veteran team. As I mentioned earlier, they were very injured last year. You guys have talked about Giancarlo Stanton. Another guy is Anthony Rizzo, who started off the year hot last year and obviously had that weird episode with concussion. And he's saying now in spring he feels like he has superpowers because he can see the ball again. So that's another guy, hitting in the cleanup hole, hit a grand slam the other night up in Tampa. If he gets going, that's another bat in the middle of the line. These guys, it's a confident group.
How would you describe the Betts-Freeman dynamic, and is there anybody on the Yankees who is like that?
Juan Soto, obviously the Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Betts-Freeman, they have Ohtani over there now. That's another factor, another guy over there who's one of the best in the world. I'm super interested in seeing Juan Soto hitting in front of Aaron Judge. Juan Soto is very, very patient hitter. I wonder now, is he going to get a lot more pitches over the plate? Are they going to be attacking him more with Judge behind him? And what does that mean if that's the case? I'm really interested in seeing that dynamic this season.
Okay, pitch there from Dennis Sanchez.
Sounds good.
All right. Not before we this field as we continue here. Over Park, Port St. Lucie, Florida.
We just shipped our millionth monthly coffee subscription box, so we're sending custom thank you gifts to our team. Our custom ink rep is just as excited as we are and knows what great quality products to get. Celebrate your milestones with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
Back for another flat fish sandwich?
And a ship tackle box. Let us do the fishing while y'all enjoy seafood that you love. Get them before they're gone. All new Coca-Cola Spice. With an unexpected burst of raspberry and spice flavors. This is your invitation to experience the elevation of electrification and some of the best offers of the year on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
Hey guys, ESPN Bet is here. Finally, a sports book from your favorite sports brand. Now you can take in all this ESPN content and with a couple of taps, add a market you see in the ESPN app to ESPN Bet. You'll get a best-in-class experience with everything you want out of a sports book, a slick and intuitive design, and tons of boosts and promotions from your favorite ESPN personalities, including me. So, what are you waiting for? Download today.
Obviously, disaster was an appropriate word, but there was push all the way to the end. So when you're looking at the positives of it, I think you got to note that. When you're looking at the things out of your control, I think you got to note that. But at the same time, there's a lot of room for us to get better. So that's our main focus.
What up, H? How you doing, baby?
That was Garrett Cole. Won a Cy Young, described the season as a disaster. What is, as we're continuing our conversation with Jorge, who covers both the Mets and Yankees, the biggest pitching story for the Yankees this season?
It's that depth behind Garrett Cole, and I think the biggest question is Carlos Rodon. Which are we going to see the Carlos Rodon we saw in San Francisco? The one who was, one of the best pitchers in baseball. Obviously, last year was hurt to start the season, came back, and it was a disaster for him. So if they can get that guy, the guy that they thought they were signing, then that 1-2 punch is going to be, really, really good.
Yes, sir. All right, Jorge, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's a play down the third baseline is not able to be made. Matt Blake joins us. He's the pitching coach for the New York Yankees. You just heard Jorge's opinion about the biggest pitching story for the Yankees. As the coach, Matt, what would you say are some of the biggest pitching stories for this season?
Yeah, I'd say that's in line with what we've been hearing around camp is just where Carlos and Nestor are going to be at this year. Obviously, two performers that we need to be at their best if we're going to go deep into October and get to October, really. But I think that's for us keeping those guys healthy.
And what do you need to see from a pitching coach perspective versus, a fan of the stands who sees a guy on the mound throwing 95, thinks everything is good? What do you need to see? What do you look for?
Yeah, I think along those lines, obviously the velocity is important to see, the pitch characteristics, the shapes that we know that get them success on a nightly basis. Those need to be in line. And then really how are they recovering in between outings so that their quality of work can happen and we can make sure that they're taking the right steps throughout spring training.
Matt, this is a unique opportunity for us to talk to a pitching coach. There's so many different ways to measure a pitch, spin rate, and cameras that show it. What are you looking at that the people at home don't ever get a chance to see? How do you do your job?
Yeah, I think obviously there's the public metrics that show what the pitches are doing. We have our own internal ones, most teams do, but along the lines of TrackMan and Hawkeye, using those tools to monitor where guys' pitch shapes are on a daily basis so that the practice looks right and then in the game it looks right. And then obviously using some of the high-speed cameras to actually evaluate what the ball is doing, and then some of the Hawkeye and some of those things to track the body and what that's doing. And that way you're just kind of holding guys accountable to what the best version of them looks like on a consistent basis.
Right. What are we maybe missing, or what are we focused on that perhaps is overstated? And I guess spin rate is the thing that everybody talks about.
Yeah.
Are we missing the boat on that? Are we overusing it?
Probably, but I think it's fair that you guys also just don't have access to as much information. What type of spin, how is the spin utilized? What's the efficiency of the spin? What's that doing to make the ball move? The nuances of what the spin is doing is probably more important than the raw spin rate itself.
Right. Two quick ones down, and here is Cabrera. What's the ability, and what's your goal when you have a guy like Cole or Cortez who's established to improve them? What are you doing to make them better?
Yeah, it's an ongoing process for these guys. And I think that's where maybe the tone's changed at the major league level the last few years is, Garrett Cole obviously is a really accomplished pitcher, but he's still trying to get better on a year-to-year basis, on a nightly basis. And, at the end of the year, we'll sit down and evaluate, what went well, what didn't go well, what do we want to put the offseason focus on, and that'll kind of drive a lot of our work into spring training and throughout the year of, what the best version of him looks like and then what some of the weaknesses are that we can kind of lean on to, maybe improve. And obviously last year was avoiding a home run, and he did a really good job of that.
Right. You had a unicorn in Michael King last year who gave you multiple innings. How do you guys make up for his absence?
Probably pieced together with multiple people, to be honest. Obviously, there's some guys that might step up in that role, whether it's Ian Hamilton or Jonathan Loisiga, but to expect those guys to pick up, 3 innings at a clip and, from 7, 8, 9, maybe finish the game, it may be a lot to ask of those guys, but each guy to do their role to the best of their ability and, combine a few of those guys to kind of pick up where Mike left us.
What would you have told Cody if you got a chance to be his pitching coach back in the day?
I probably would have listened to Coney more than told him what to do, to be honest. No, it's good. I love having Coney around. It's nice voice to have in our ear when we're watching the same game.
Well, this has been great, man. It's been tremendous. I think what you guys do is so valuable, and that's a great look behind the curtain for people at home. Thank you.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, Dad, I got an A in my book report.
That's cool.
I went for a walk in the woods, and I didn't get a single flea or tick on me. You are just the best. Right? I'm great.
You are great.
This flea and tick season, get 20% off your first pharmacy order at Chewy.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of this?
Oh, no problem.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade them out and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
I love your dress. Oh, thanks. I splurged a little because Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. That's great. I know, right? I've been telling everyone. Did you hear that? I just said her first word. Can you say mama? Can you say auntie? How many people did you tell? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Liberty.
ESPN spring training schedule. We will be JetBlue Park, Red Sox, Braves in Fort Myers on Thursday at 1. And then we're boarding planes and heading over to Korea. We will be there with the Dodgers and the Padres live from Seoul. Our coverage begins March 20th at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So, yes, folks on the West Coast, middle of the night. And we will be grateful for you getting up with us. It's like the KBO all over again. ESPN Fantasy Baseball also back, season around the corner. Sign up now at ESPN.com/fantasy-baseball or the ESPN Fantasy app to get started. One swing, and just like that, Brett Beatty is retired. Clayton Andrews now on for the Yankees. Cody, continuing the thought about Matt Blake, so often you see, doesn't matter what sport, football for sure, baseball, iPads. Generally hitters on iPads. What does a pitcher look at in between innings? Is there any tool that they have?
Well, I'm sure there is, because every pitch is measured. Whatever metric you're looking at, whether it's how the ball moves, horizontal movement, vertical movement, induced vertical movement, all this new terminology is all real-time information that can be passed on to a guy like Garrett Cole in between innings.
I mean, literally, as by the way, Spencer Jones, the prospect for the Yankees, has moved into center field. Trey Thompson gets his first swings today.
Also, the pitching coach and the manager can use that real-time information to make pitching changes. They can get that information instantaneously and say, this guy's losing a little bit.
Is the technology that great that you can literally see the ball spinning in slow motion to say, you got to tweak back because, look, it's lost a little bit.
Technology is there nowadays. There is technology that can really show you how the seams are oriented.
Really?
As they are released from the pitcher's hand.
So I have to ask you, if you're on the mound and you're in the heat of the battle, right, and it's fifth inning and all of a sudden they come with that data, and I know today's player might be a little different, but how would one be able to digest that and at the same time separate that information or put it to work out on the field?
One of the keys is identifying when you do throw that good sinker, when you do throw that darting slider. Okay, that's my A pitch, that's my A slider, or that's my A sinker. This is what it looks like. This is what my grip looks like. This is what it looks like coming out of my hand with the high-speed cameras. And your seam orientation can be a little bit off. How the ball spins.
Thompson on the infield. The play is made out there.
So they talk about spin efficiency. Sometimes for a guy, you see a guy that throws 100 miles an hour and he gets hit. And another guy throws the ball 97 miles an hour and he's blowing it by hitters. A lot of it is the efficiency of the spin and the induced vertical break on it. So yes, you can break that down and show pitchers with the high-speed, slow-motion cameras about exactly if your grip this way and the seams come out of your hand this way, you're going to get this type of movement, which is optimal where you want to be, and that's how your stuff is going to take off and have more life.
Mark Vientos with 2 down. Bottom of the 6th with the 5-3 Subway Series game. Mets and Yankees. Swing and a miss.
We used to just guess. I'd go to the catcher or the pitching coach, and I'd just guess, hey, how did that look? How was the break on that? Or you just try to read the batter and how the hitter reacted, which is all still valuable information, but now you can really sort of trust with your eyes, but verify with the number.
The 0-2 from Clayton Andrews is on the way. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. A quick 1-2-3, bottom of the sixth. And the ability to absorb that information in the moment as opposed to dismiss it. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Hill's Science Diet puppy food has the nutrients your pup needs. And now at PetSmart, get 4,000 treats points when you spend $50 or more on Hill's Science Diet. PetSmart, anything for pets.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
And done.
Can we just call my dad now?
Oh,
Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue is incredibly strong and versatile, even outdoors. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Are you wearing this just to get recognized? It's comfortable.
Tell your driver when you return the car and we'll fill it up for you.
Nice to have a little status. Thank you. It's T-Mobile's legit to status. Drive.
You don't need to be famous to get premium benefits from brands you love. That's who gets the status.
Where'd you go? I can't find you.
We're in home, surrounded by bases.
These prices, I'm going to get all of these, please. I like abstract art. I don't get it, but I like it.
Let's never leave.
Introducing a new home collection. Discover it all at Kohl's.
This is your invitation to experience the versatility of the Lexus line of SUVs and some of the best offers of the year on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
The MLB app is your place for live baseball, real-time highlights, pitch-by-pitch updates faster than ever. Get personalized highlight reels based on players you follow every day. Download the MLB app today. The greatest app out there, of course, the ESPN app. MLB Spring Breakout 2024. That'll be March 14th through the 17th. It's a new MLB initiative aimed at showcasing the game's young talent during the spring training period. Rosters constructed out of each team's top prospects. You can watch 9 of the 16 breakout games on ESPN+. Pretty cool idea. Feels like, Cody, that a lot of this technology has the ability to extend careers in a way, literally extend an outing. Like, if all of a sudden somebody looks lousy in the 4th and you make a little tweak, now we get into the 6th.
Absolutely. It's not only in real time, but then season to season, you see breakout relievers on every team come out of nowhere.
That's right.
Either through training, velocity training, throwing weighted balls. A lot of guys go up to drive line or similar facilities where they get evaluated biomechanically on how efficiently their body moves, how they can build arm strength.
And I think this is where, and that's one of the big reasons why Severino thinks that this year could be a really good year for him and the Mets as well. He went to drive line. He went and he learned the new approach and he saw a lot of data that he had not seen
What a
before.
big swole.
Why? Because the numbers weren't there.
Oh, good. We're watching baseball.
It's like the old game show where you phone a friend or a lifeline.
Big swollen here.
Players are getting lifelines.
You'd be surprised how many pitchers don't really know how to identify their best stuff. And then when they get with certain organizations, they're shown the data and they're shown the light, so to speak. And then if you get the buy-in from the player, all of a sudden you see enormous gains are made, seemingly overnight.
Talk about gains overnight. The Yankees certainly seem to have an offseason in which they made gains. 31 years, most consecutive winning seasons. And you see the other teams up there. Sports fans know those emblems. They know the NY and the man that has been the architect for so long.
I see a big swole.
Of course, Brian Cashman. Thanks for spending some time with us. We appreciate it.
It's great to be here.
We were just deep diving into all the advancements that these teams now have technologically, where you can identify something in the fourth inning from the pitcher, have to look at it, and maybe they make a small tweak and they're into the sixth inning, whereas years ago that didn't happen.
Yeah, there was, years ago, it's, based on a trained eye and intuition and, years of experience, which even you pour that into it, there's only a select few that were really consistently good at it, where now the measurables, at least in the pitching end, can really lead you to unlock, the maximum potential ceiling on individual players and or pitchers. Obviously, the undiscovered country still is on the hitting side.
Yes.
But the pitching side is, been really impactful.
But where are we on the hitting side?
Yeah, still, I think it's made a lot of advances, but it's nowhere refined. Where you can actually have bullpen sessions and you get certain pitch shapes that you can analyze and say that type of shape on that type of pitch has this type of consistent success in the major leagues, and that is likened to a similar pitcher that's of high stature and languages, which is outside of my realm. That's in the world of the pitching coaches.
Do you have the iOS or Android device?
It's pretty impactful stuff. And so there was that period of time out with a decade.
I think it only works on iOS right now.
Line, off property or outside
Do you have an iPhone?
Companies and college baseball were having, refining these tinkering and developing labs that
you can also see I'm streaming it right now. If you click on the account that says backup X video 000 or 001, 002, 003, 004, or 005.
Really impactful now. Obviously, most
click on the account that has the X on it, Big Swole.
It does improve players.
And you should see on live streaming.
Where you guys identified him so early in his baseball life, it feels like, to turn into what he turned into. What's the batting average?
Probably low. First of all, he was coming out of high school, so first I credit our scouts. No doubt.
Oh, I saw that. I think that's a really good idea. I even reacted to it like it was a fire idea.
Talking about this recently, not even on the platform of ESPN. They're they're kind of ranking the more difficult things to do in all sports, and I think hitting is the most difficult thing. And then try then to project that, and then try then projecting that out of a high school kid,
right?
Amongst high school, competition, in the summer leagues, and betting on it. But David Oppenheimer and his staff did an amazing job.
Yeah, the guy,
Corbin,
his name starts with
he was going to go to Vanderbilt. We had to pull him away with the draft pick, and I actually think that might have impacted
his is green.
Vanderbilt's upcoming season because they wound up losing in not even the finals, and maybe Volpe, if he was there the following year, could have been a difference in whether they were national champs or not. Because they do such a great job there at Vandy. So he saw the talent, we saw the talent, and then we got to. Again, the men get separated from the boys over the course of time when you plug them into the lower professional levels, and then it doesn't matter where your draft status is, you got to earn your way up the ladder. And
it's a great point, right? In a way, when you see a high-end college program after somebody, does it at least get on the radar? Like a Villarreal, they had such success. Like, we should probably take
That's a really cool idea.
No, I think our guys were already all on them. It just reinforces
I
certain
think
things.
you could sell that. Honestly, I don't know how you do it, but that's almost like another NFT, like a physical NFT project.
But our fallback is you just try to get as much information as you can. But going back to your immediate question mark, and then we have obviously another player, Spencer Jones.
Yes, coming up next.
But we have so many looks at these guys, and then it's, and who's available when you're making those picks, and then, Damon Oppenheimer, our amateur scouting director, who's fantastic, then he's got the tough job of which way do you go?
It's a really nice, just idea. Exactly. It's just like a 1 of 100 or whatever you're going to do. 1 of 10, whatever the run is. But I heard
was
So,
so easy. I just chose my product,
what you
added our
want to
logo,
do
and
is
placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom
you
gear.
want
Get
to
started today at custommate.com.
My favorite baby
make a prototype, just like that person said, and show it to the group, and you'll get a ton of orders.
From babysitters to nannies to daycare centers, find all the care you need at care.com.
And I know you're not doing it to make money. You're doing it because you like the community and you like the art and you want to help some of the people who are the early adopters, which is totally cool. But also, you would be able to make some
Get
money on
started
this
today and
project.
lose 15 pounds in 15 weeks.
All new Coca-Cola Spice. With an unexpected burst of red.
Yeah, no, it won't do that, but
Emergency crystals, pump and
it
fizz
will
when you throw
help.
them back. And who doesn't love a good throwback? Emergency crystals.
You love pizza just as much as we love pizza. So we're bringing you our favorite offer yet. For a limited time, get a large one-topping pizza for $8.99 only at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Back here with Brian Cashman and Eduardo Perez David Cohen. So you have this two-headed monster now in New York. You've had two-headed monsters in New York. Even before, you've had them with the Yankees, if you consider a Judge and Stanton monster. Now it's a little
Yeah, that's a really
different.
good
Now it's
idea.
Aaron Judge, and he's combined with, among others, this guy, Juan Soto, a hitting savant. Not only the way that he hits it over the wall and hits it hard, but the way he commands the strike zone. So how did you end up? Like, what was the process that you can share with us to get Juan Soto to be a New York Yankee?
Well, we tried to get him when he was available from the Washington Nationals, but we were unable to match up. The Padres obviously offered a pretty significant package, so it's understandable that Mike Rizzo went a different direction. So he wound up in San Diego, and we kind of followed that. And then we had a lot of conversations last year's trade deadline. The Padres and the Yankees both were in that bubble category of are we contending or are we pretending? And
On
so
two
we were
different
trying to
programs,
add
yeah.
and see if we can make a push into the
And we just
postseason.
joined.
They were wrestling. They
Thank you, Big Flo. What up,
go
baby?
for it. They doubled down and went for it.
We're
So we
everywhere.
got Soto, but our
I'm
conversation
omnipresent.
in July of last year, got a lot of good recon. My
Yeah, I
conversations
mean,
with David
not really.
about who they liked, and he rattled off a number of
I kind of love it.
players from the majors to the minors within our operation. And that's springboarded us into the November discussion starting with you.
Right. It's just exactly what I'd be doing. This is exactly what I'd be doing.
Well, we like all these guys. Some combination of this group can get that done.
Basically, AJ said that you guys got a great system. It's going to take a bulk package, and then we're just trying to find out what we knew
Like
it was going to hurt, and so trying to figure out the match. It took a while, and it hurt. We gave up.
I do, but I don't want to.
We're just going to miss Michael Taylor, we're going to miss Newport, we're going to miss Rita and Vasquez. They're going to benefit from it. Higashioka goes in that deal too.
God willing, the rest of my
They're
life.
still trying to contend, so they got some mouthpieces that's going to impact them, and the pitch and blow of losing it. We got a obviously important batting.
Really important. So Ben Gamble
It's wild.
is up and down now at second base. It's Iglesias who got a hit, and now is at second base on that ball that got away from the catcher. How impactful? How do you quantify what Juan Soto can do? Why make a deal for somebody we know is good? But what's the linchpin that puts you over the top?
The offense was really struggling last year, so clearly that's not something I'm used to dealing with. Usually, by ourselves having a really, one of the top, offenses in the game on a consistent basis. And last year, obviously, that didn't happen for a lot of reasons. And one
Could be money laundering.
is to bring in a backpack, a future.
Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. Can you hear me?
So,
If you can,
he's such
can you see me?
an amazing talent.
Do you have an iOS device? If you do,
So,
let me know if you can
some
see
of the
me.
best players, they all, like the guy on my right here, David Cohen, New York is made to kind of to show the best
You
talent
don't have
in
an
the world
iOS
in
device.
baseball, and so
Then I don't
proud
think
at
you
least Juan Soto's here for
Big Swole, you're in
We look at the highest
Switzerland?
career OPS plus
Luxembourg.
list. Trout is on there. Judge and Soto are both on there. The same way we had this conversation with Matt Blake. What do you look for? Like, what are some of the boxes that need to be checked with regards to his OPS plus, his WRC?
I don't know if we want that because it would manipulate the price too much.
You know, when I said we acquired him, I said, kind of termed the term of
like
crazy.
If they're just using it as a way to transfer funds, aka launder money, then they'll put $100 million into it. Everybody will jump into it. They'll take it out, and it'll go directly to zero.
And so ultimately, he's already at such a young age proven to be such a difference maker. So just combining that lefty-righty combination in the middle of our lineup it just puts other people in a less important position, which heightens those slots in the lineup and gives us so much more depth and hopefully translates into a lot of runs scored. But ultimately, it's what the scouting assessments are, and the numbers will back it up.
$1 trillion.
I bet there had to have been one player on that roster.
No, it's serious. I'm going to say it's serious. Yeah, eventually. Yeah, that's what we're talking. You'll be alive in 50 years, so yeah, that's what I'm talking.
But like again, when you make these type deals, you're losing people that you
next 10 years,
it's exciting to
$1
bring in
million.
but at the same time, I got to make phone calls and
Perhaps.
Somebody that like a Michael King or a Higgy that come up to our farm system.
Inflation is why, and when perhaps before 2033.
Thank you note, because I think he was an overslot pick, and so I get a thank you note like appreciate you drafting me to make you proud, whatever the heck it was.
So if we run into hyperinflation, it's very easy for our coin to become worth $1 trillion.
And he was that guy every step of the way. But hey, we gave
Squirrely.
Hold
on a second. Squirrely, how you doing, baby? Squirrely, do you have an iOS or Android device? Damn it. Okay, well, big news. At least on iOS, Twitter Spaces now allows for video. So cool. So I've got a 24/7 Twitter space going. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in the Telegram, and I want you to go to it, and I want you to love it. So go to the chat right now, and you should be able to see it.
Like last year,
Big Swole, how you doing, baby?
The elite players.
That's what I like to hear. So we're waiting on our friend. His name is Squirrely. And once Squirrely gets in here, we'll know that this should be working. And if Squirrely doesn't get in here, what'd you say?
Where are you on leaders? John Calipari, Bill Belichick.
I told him about the Twitter
What are
space.
some of the qualities you look for in great leaders?
Obviously, great leaders, and I think
Hold on a second.
they got to be
Big Squirrel, are you talking? Oh, wait, that's Squirrely over there. Oh, sorry, Squirrely, I didn't know you were talking to me. Squirrely, go to the Twitter space. Okay, excellent. That's hilarious. I heard Squirrely in the Telegram, and I thought he was talking to me in the Twitter, and I'm like, where is his account? I can't find it anywhere. How am I communicating with him? Not realizing I have 2 accounts in the Telegram that are currently connected. So he should be here in a moment. And once he arrives, I think we shall celebrate. Squirrely is setting up for a series of concert promotions, essentially something where he is living with a group of people for a temporary amount of time, setting up for these carnival season, and he's also going to hell yeah, there he is, Squirrely.
They're not afraid to be brutally honest with their people. They have
Welcome,
empathy,
my friend.
recognizing how difficult the sport happens to be. So those Kentucky players are no different than our New York players. Tony played with the Mets, played with the Yankees. They know that when you struggle, you're going to hear it, and that's a whole different thing to fight through versus just the competition on the field. You got to fight the competition of the noise off the field too. If it's not going the way you want, then you have to be wired a certain way to overcome that. And certain markets are more difficult than others.
And Kentucky, the expectations are the same every year.
Squirrely, can you see the video?
Take a look at this video, Brian. Explain what this video
No, on
represents, what it means
Twitter.
to you.
Yeah, this is my son Teddy. He's a freshman at Lafayette, but he's very first
Right.
college.
So I'm surprised they didn't do that update at the same time.
So,
Like, that's a total disadvantage of having an Android. You don't have video capability on Twitter? That's huge.
So it's a great
I would
school.
hope so.
AJ Miller's got a program he's building down there, so Teddy's proud to be part of that.
What a moment. You get it killed?
A video one,
Yeah, I
especially.
didn't have a chance. It wasn't live streamed, so I'm watching it off.
That's what it's about.
Off of the,
So whenever you know.
the pitch hit, and then the 8 inning, and all of a sudden it's the 1-2 count, and then I'm like, what happened? What's the And then I saw a run on the board, and like, is that a homer? And sure enough, I had to go to the box score and get a homer. Good for him.
Spencer Jones going to lead off the next inning. You mind hanging up
Coach Chandler.
about Spencer Jones? I figured you'd like that. Also, we'll get into whether there should be a signing deadline.
We need to have
window
Squirrely
for free
Fest.
agents in Major League Baseball.
It's just a festival for you. Squirtle Fest. Okay, cool. With the VIP area is known as Squirrelyville. That's where people get from. Dude, where'd you get from? Squirrelyville. Dude, Kim Math. Oh, Mason the Mochi. Guys, we have a Twitter space going right now. It's video. If you have an iOS device, you'll be able to see it. I'm going to put the invitation in the chat right now, and I expect to see you all there. If you're not there, I'll hunt you down, and I'll give you a big hug, maybe. All right, so Tempura, you're fine to be here. Kim Math, get in there. Kim and I were talking earlier, and Mason the Mochi. Mason the Mochi's heading in.
Some achieve dramatic skin
Oh, we should have
clear
Mason the
as
Mochi
early as
in
2
here
weeks.
momentarily.
And many take
I'm so
Rinvoq
excited.
for clear
Mason
or
Mochi
almost
is in
clear
here.
skin.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB.
Squirrely, you on your lunch break?
Some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attacks, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a
Was it NASCAR or was it F1?
risk of death. Serious alert.
Help.
So we're going to be on Twitter Spaces together a lot. That's great.
Together.
Right. So are you chilling in Nevada or in California? Right. What I'm saying though is you're going to stay there for a month or go to California?
His exit velocity on this home run back in the third week of February was almost 110 miles an hour. And the Yankees
Oh, wow.
to continue
You're
to
going to be
have
an
the
uncle.
biggest, strongest team in Major League Baseball. This guy
Have
is
you ever been an uncle?
monster, and Brian Cashman's the perfect guy to talk to us about it. That home run, StatCast powered by Google Cloud. He's not small, Brian.
No, again, David Oppenheimer makes the selection. Another player, he was at
How old is he?
Vanderbilt, and David has
Oh,
strong
okay.
belief in him.
So
He's having a heck of a
gets to be
spring.
fun until Squirrely.
He's swing and miss. He's been impactful. He's
Well,
very
that's
athletic for his size. He's a legit play center field. He can run. And of course, he's got power. Is he a finished product? No, but we're really excited to have him in our fold as he continues to climb the ladder. He's got a great eye.
Speaking of Kentucky, you've had a hell of a basketball team. Just give them some of the size. I mean, you had some power forward and center.
The game
Yes, it
has
sounds
changed
like it.
because I remember when I was a
Bitcoin Kyle Chandler, what kind of device do you have?
play, and I remember seeing a stat listed as
Bitcoin Kyle Chandler,
Michael Jordan.
what kind of device do you have?
And they had like a list of maybe 11 players on it.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear, baby. That's teamwork making the dream work. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Sexton was on it.
Teamwork
But
makes
failure
the
rate
dream work.
can't comply because of the
Teamwork.
size and their structure.
It makes the dream work. If you all learn to wear teamwork makes the dream work. You're
person in one relationship, and then find the person that brings out the best in you and be the best version.
We got Bitcoin Kyle. If you get 3, I'll be shocked.
6'7", 6'6", a 240-ish. Very athletic.
No way. Not in a million fucking years.
I can't again credit enough.
I could wait here a million years. And not in a million years could you get 12 people in
back
this
into beat
deal.
round, it seemed that much more important than we hit on our guys and David Oppenheimer's staff. Tip of the cap.
We got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler in
You're
here
not talking
now.
about
Bitcoin Kyle Chandler likes to paint his face.
the Phillies bring
He's
Zach
very
Miller
good at
back, and they sign Noah, and the Dodgers do
In
what they
any
do.
other world,
You're in the
Bitcoin
crosshairs.
Kyle Chandler would be known as our face painter. However, is that stiff competition in this world of scrolls, so that he is known as one of the preeminent face painters in the community. Really is.
Invested in your team and they don't really care about the others. They just care about
Excellent.
what
What
you
was
got
it?
going on.
Naked chick taking off her shirt live in Calgary?
Obviously, the Yankee universe is big and strong, and they're supportive, and we're trying to deliver them the next.
That would be tight.
Get there.
Oh my God! One person, Honey Badger.
Hopefully this year's
Honey Badger in this book.
they can be very proud of. We've got a long way to go, but we're happy where we're at right now as we build strong foundation. So hopefully springboard us into April through a deep October. But there's a lot of competition, great talented teams out there, so they're fighting for the same thing.
The Jones is off second.
No way! You got a ton of people in
This
here.
one's going to get in the right. Now it's going to bring in Spencer Jones. Kevin Smith delivers an RBI to right field. And the Yankees have pulled within one. So in other sports, there are windows in which you can sign free agents. Major League Baseball doesn't have that. Would you be a proponent of a concept like that or no?
It's above my pay grade. I leave that to important people like our commissioner and the union head Tony Clark to navigate. I'm still trying to get our team back into the World Series, so that's a good way of trying to duck tougher questions like that. I'll stay in my lane.
When you're done with baseball, it's
Old man is going. I've invited you to co-host. Really, I'll invite you. I don't know if I can
Yankees,
co-host.
because these bad answers, so we're always looking to improve, still in the market today to improve this team if some opportunity presents itself?
Yes, I've stayed in touch with a lot of different people along the way. We've made offers out to various trade partners. We've stayed in touch with agents and had conversations with them as well as offers. So we're always looking to have those conversations and see if there's ways to improve the squad. And between now and the trade deadline, that's going to be the drill.
Squirrely, did you get my co-host invitation?
Part of the new deals, especially with teams in the spring and early portion of the season, so we get past the amateur draft, but that doesn't mean they're not possible. Certainly, there are free agents still on the board. They're certainly doing it now.
No, I sent it to you on Twitter.
Trades aren't done in the hotel bars anymore on Top Down Athens?
It's better insult people.
Okay, so on Twitter, I'm sending you
in response to some bad offers I received.
invite to co-host. Send co-host.
So, but that has changed the way things used to be done.
You should have gotten it.
Do you go with the vomit or the poop emoji when you get a bad offer?
I've done both.
Did you get the co-host invite?
Whatever's going to work.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, Bitcoin. I'm sorry. Old Man with Coin got it. Well, somebody got it. Old Man with Coin. Invite people if you can. Just for a moment. I just got to deliver it and go over
out there and there's second squad with Mets out there. It's good fill it.
Do you look at your team objectively and say, boy, I wish we could improve this area? Like, is there an area you wish you could improve on? And don't say all of it.
No, but it's funny you say that because every time we were in the World Series, you pencils down, trade deadline's done, teams that Tony had played on, and everything's on the table. In my mind saying, should have done more. If I could turn the clock back, no, you're always trying to get there, but if there's no perfect team, it all gets found perfect if you're the last team standing. But every team, even if they're the last team standing, those have areas of weakness and vulnerabilities. So seeing those real moments in October, those things run through your mind as a part of the front office as get the team together. Is that you get parachute a new piece in at that time because obviously things happen or things go south or somebody gets hurt or whatever. You really wish you did this or that more, or maybe that deal you said no to, maybe it was better you should have said yes to. But look, we're right here, it's game 5. That stuff runs through your mind. I like our team. I think we got strong offense, strong defense. I think the rotations, is high end. I think the bullpen has capable pieces, but that doesn't mean it can't get improved upon. My job is to provide as much to Aaron Boone as he possibly can so he can navigate not only the American League, but the entire American League and the 62-game schedule. So it's on us to continue to explore any opportunities that make sense in our world.
2 outs, 3-2, top of the 8th. Brian Cassidy ended up to spend a whole bunch of time with us, and there's a foul ball. What have you seen Aaron Boone develop? How has he changed?
He hasn't changed at all. I think he's an impactful leader. When it comes to baseball royalty, this is a pressure cooker, and listen, I could not do the pre and post game.
Old man with coin, do you have iOS or Android?
Every day, I get a little bit more emotional. He is cool as a cucumber.
So you can't see the video?
He's open-minded.
Thank you.
Utilize all information to make ultimate final calls, whether it's on lineup or how deep to go with the starter, or when to pull him, or what relievers should be matched up. And then he's strong enough to live with the results, for better or for worse. I think he's one of the game's great managers. I think he's chance to be doing this as long as he wants and build a hell of a resume. He already has an amazing resume. So big fan.
It's a great point you kind of broke on there, and I know you touched on this before, because the notion that everything's scripted for Aaron Boone, the analytics department making decisions pre-game, and just kind of goes by a script, really is not true at all. I mean, he has a complete autonomy to make these decisions based on the information.
Yeah, it's a lot of noise. People get opinions out there, so you could, whether you got Joe Torre or Joe Girardi or now Aaron Boone, none of them could testify that would be the case. They are my job. My job on behalf of ownership, and so the job description I've got is to make sure it's like a buffet. My job is to make sure there's a buffet of choices down there, and so that's available to our manager, our individual specialty coaches, with pitching, hitting, infield, outfield, our players. So Garrett Cole's going to do a deep dive, and he wants as much information as he can get, both analytical and former players, or what does our pitching coach see from the dugout, our manager. Like DJ LeMay, he's not. He's wired a different way. But the choices are all there for both players. So there's all you can eat for Garrett Cole, and there's I only want these certain things for instance, DJ LeMay. They're all great players. So my job is to make sure we have every tool in the toolbox there for every one of them. I just want everybody caring about their business that it's a player's game. They were serviced properly. That they don't look at our organization and say they just came through and played another organization in a 3-game series, and why don't we provide that? Because they're doing it. And that's where the Steinbrenner's are amazing. They're impactful. They provide a lot of choices and give us the money to make sure our players are serviced to the highest level.
But your buffet has a carbon station, man. Put it in the buffet.
Well, again, we want to put them in a position to compete in the toughest market in the world, and that's to provide obviously everything there. So ultimately, I can sleep at night and live to fight another day. If I know in terms of process, that's all in place.
Yeah.
And it's like just let it go because it's still a sport. It's still human beings. It's our competitors against your competitors, and they're going at it fully informed, fully prepared, fully rested, and hey, may the best team win after that, right?
Hey, behind the scenes is our buddy Sarah Lang. I know on behalf of everybody, we thank what the Yankees have done in Major League Baseball. She's still kicking butt, and we know how grateful she is for you. So thank you for that.
Give her our best.
Bitcoin Kyle Chandler, what kind of device do you have?
All kind of impactful.
iOS or
What
Android?
you guys have done in Major League Baseball, thanks. That's Brian Cashman, kind enough to spend so much time with us. And
Thank
we'll
you.
continue
So you haven't
here
seen the video
from
yet, right?
Culver Park.
Thank you.
Why is everyone talking about Navon and nasal irrigation? I was dealing with some just bad nasal congestion, post-nasal drip. Navon is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navon is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 4 million Navon users so you can breathe better, smell less, and feel healthy. 2-3 minutes of my time, and I'm right back to normal. I can breathe. Navon, clean nose, healthy life.
Every day is a weekend at Treasure Island at the heart of the Las Vegas Strip. Stay Sunday through Thursday at a special rate of just $79 a night with free parking. It's your chance to escape to the most exciting city on the planet, plus willing for buy one, get one draft beers. If Las Vegas is your destination, then TI has your deal at the center of the world-famous Strip. Go to treasureisland.com for your special rate of just $79 a night.
So 2 on, 2 down. Brian Cashman spent some time with us to talk about the Yankees and his thoughts. He did dodge the question, but you guys would probably say, of course, maybe not. Would you like to see a signing period for free agents, like a window, like a month or 6 weeks, or I don't know, 10 days?
I would be in favor of a longer one, not a shorter one. Sometimes these things take a while to unfold. But there is some merit to at least considering, the excitement it could bring to the sport. Certainly on the coverage side, the marketing side. Maybe not the roster construction side.
No, I
limiting for that side.
totally understand the pushback on it. Wait, you're talking about a career decision. You want us to make it in a certain window? And I understand that. But it is an interesting conversation. We'll continue. David Cohen and Eduardo Perez up for only. 5 of the years coming up next. Coming up for the 1-1 lead.
There's a lot of
Daisy is creamy, pure natural cottage cheese. Only Daisy cottage cheese will do.
Where did you go, guys? Of course I did. Don't lie to me. It says right here. Those guys have ridiculously long-lasting sweat protection.
Okay, I lied.
Excuse me, do you mind taking out the churros? Oh, no problem. That's really yes problem. You need Verizon. Trade them out and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
All new Coca-Cola Spice. With an unexpected burst of raspberry and spice flavors. You're going to serve. Oh, I didn't serve. But if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served in the military, you can join USAA.
Yeah, my grandpa did. So I'm already in, but I was talking about your service.
Oh, USAA for the military community.
It's Saturday prime time. Celtics Suns on ABC.
This copyrighted telecast is real by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and description of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Shoot up this season at MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of official jerseys, caps, t-shirts, collectibles, and more. Gear up with your favorite team at MLBshop.com. Get your Pete Alonso shirt here. Get your Pete Alonso shirt here. And boys and girls, pitch hit and run free official MLB skills competition for baseball and softball players ages 7 to 14. You can host a local competition in 24. Give the kids a chance to make it to the national finals at the 2024 World Series. Visit pitchhitrun.com. Our first spring training game, David Cohen and Eduardo Perez, plus the only we just teased a quick hit and run competition at the World Series. Who's going to be in the World Series this year?
Wow. I mean, obviously the West Coast, the National League is Dodger Town right now, so you certainly can make arguments up and down in the National League, but the Dodgers are the team to beat. American League is up for grabs. If Corbin Burns, Corbin Burns for Baltimore, he could be a real game changer for their rotation as they continue to feed from their minor league system. The best prospects in the game.
The Astros are right there again in the middle of things. ESPN bets World Series odds. I agree with you about the Orioles. They're like a hired gun, and you've been in that position before with such a great young core of talent. And what they did last year. Texas Rangers back there as well. Will they get that boost from Scherzer and DeGrom at some point during the regular season? Seattle's like a sleeper. Seattle's pitching is, I think Seattle's a sleeper.
I think it's going to be Atlanta in Seattle.
Really?
I think the Braves, I get where the Dodgers are, but I just think the Braves, Chris Sale could be for real this year, and that could be the difference maker. That's freedom, free agent year. But they have a lot going for them with that lineup in Atlanta.
It feels like the Braves are a model organization all the way around. Great general manager, makes great decisions. New ballpark, a new city they built around that ballpark. It seems like every other sports franchise is trying to emulate what the Braves have built.
It's really interesting because their coaches were so important to the way they operated day to day. It's a foul ball. Speaking of Ron Washington, Eric Young Jr., they're not there. You just wonder like what impact that has. That was such a routine with the infielders and Wash going out there before. But to your point, they feel like the model franchise because it feels like they don't miss. Like Matt Olson replaced Freddie Freeman and put up Freddie Freeman numbers even better. Acuna, Riley, they don't miss enough for you to say, well, where's the hiccup?
And the guy that's not the highest paid guy, I think it's the leader, and that's Ozzie Albies. Yeah. I mean, they listen to Ozzie Albies. Not the highest paid guy, took a lot less than what a lot of people thought he should in an extension. And that's facilitated the signings of Riley, the signings of Olsen, and the pitching itself. This is a legit top-to-bottom team.
I think the Giants have had a really good offseason, kind of under the radar with some of the moves they've made, most recently Chapman. They're going to be better than they were. It's just such a brutal division. Like we don't hear a lot of people talking about the team that was in the World Series last year. Their pitching's really, really good. Arizona's got great young players. In the hole, that's going to get through. Dwayne Underwood is on the mound. Ryland Bannon delivers the hit for the Mets. I thought you were going to ask Brian, rather than talk about the carving station, like, if he has a buffet, what needs to be on it? I don't mean player-wise. Like, what's his food of choice? Like, if Eduardo walked up to a buffet, what has to be on it?
Everything. A lot of carbs. The carving station, for me, is one of my favorites.
I'll tell you what, the Tony's in playing shape. Like, as you said, they all fit again now. The hip is 100%.
Contrasting.
Lettuce.
I can see Aaron Boone today a little bit about some of the changes in personnel to go along with the lines of these organizations that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Who the favorites are. One of the secret sauces that every organization is searching for now is kind of that last mile guy. You can have the best analytics department, the best information. You can have the best baseball people and scouting department as well, and the best coaches. Who's that last mile guy that's going to interpret between both worlds and get the information to the players that they need? Which players can you identify that can handle the information and which ones can't? That's still a process. We've seen the Yankees go through that this offseason, trying to kind of revamp how they do things analytically and how they sift their message to the players.
Yes.
And that is still, to me, the secret sauce for any organization.
And I think that's why Tampa Bay is so good when it comes to pitching, right? You get pitchers, and all of a sudden, when they get to Tampa Bay, it seems like they get better. That information with their staff.
Sky high up back towards the field, and nobody gets it. The Hookfield, he knew too coming in that Sketcher was going to have a hard time making the play. And Augustine Ramirez didn't make it, and that's why you saw Rumfield coming so hard from first base.
I'll tell you one thing that surprised me with Ramirez behind the plate. Never took the mask off. Usually see a lot of catchers be able to take that mask off. He kept it on, and wonder if that impeded a little bit his ability of being able to catch that ball.
Grace Thompson's brother, of course, Clay Thompson, and he hits one in the hole that gets through. Grace Thompson making a good impression here this spring for the Mets. Well, this game turned really in the third inning when the Mets scored 5 runs. This was the biggest play of that inning in which Henry Orford couldn't find the ball. And the Mets scored a run. And then the Mets scored another run. It's one of those plays that you just rarely see. However, we've seen something like it before.
Oh, in a Mets uniform too, apropos, yeah.
What are you doing?
He's out. He's out. One run just scored. Right there. That's Charlie Williams. And the runners were really slow too. Dale Murphy, and then the next one that scored was Ernie Witt. He's even slower than Dale Murphy.
You don't care at this point. Do you care?
Charlie Williams told me at that point, he said, well, you're arguing with me the second run just that's when reality set in.
Is that what we call compounding the mistake?
You know what the common denominator of both of them are? They were both strikes. Because this was a strike here today.
Yeah.
And that breaking pitch was a strike as well. Contact was made.
Instant replay would have bailed you out there. That's
absolutely.
You're certain you hit the bag?
Yes.
Did that give you a real shiver, though, when you saw, like, the runner from second? Did you right away go to that moment?
Oh, yeah.
Right away. Oh, yeah.
It was so embarrassing. It was completely humiliating.
Talk to me about the media around your locker after that one.
Just horrible.
Another play. Andy Jacobson is taking phone calls and emails from the Poland plant right now. He has apologized behind the scenes.
Top 5 bloopers all time. Easy.
Millions of people have lost weight with personalized plans from Noom, like Brittany, who lost 20 pounds. I felt so supported by Noom. It became an anchor for me. Noom has changed my life. Get started today and lose 15 pounds in 15 weeks.
Look what I just made. The perfect pearl. Not too bad, but check this out. Well, a true Venus clam.
What gives you wings?
Can't make this here. Move faster.
They are putting it on.
Fueled by more fire. And we won't let up till more hardware is won.
Unbreakable, unstoppable history.
March is here. Check Week Tips Wednesday on ESPN.
This is your invitation to experience the exhilaration of the Lexus Performance Line. some of the best offers of the year on select models. The invitation to Lexus sales event.
Welcome to Lobster Fest. Is your party ready? Ready to attack this new lobster and shrimp stack? Ready for your lobster lover's dream to come true? The 2 of 10 lobster creations only at Lobster Fest. Plus cheddar base for days, but Lobster Fest won't last, so hurry in.
Keith from your line?
The night before, we played checkers. We had a really fun time.
Okay, checkers. Go fish. See if they go fish.
Yeah, hold that thought. I gotta go make a change.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got everybody. Yep. Bradford, yeah.
No, tell me, brother.
A lot of ways, I feel like it's gone fast.
Hey, here we come. Third. It's up. Alvarez, we're doing it again. There's a viewer at home who wants to ask you the first question.
Do you guys know?
Carlos, are you gonna keep that thing that's
Do
thrown
you
on
guys
your
know
face
of
for
any
regular
other
season?
people who can bring into
I probably would
not
listen to Tony
necessarily
more than that.
but into our Telegram and or community, like from other communities, pick some people off.
I'll talk to you later.
What I'm thinking is if everyone in the community made like a big push, like, okay, we all know like 3 or 4 random people who either aren't in cryptocurrency or maybe in another cryptocurrency or Telegram or something, but we could really like double our active numbers and really make an impact on both the community and the church if we just all made a little bit of money work, which would just bring 2 or 3 people in the community.
We certainly look forward to another season of that tremendous insight and access that the Major League players and Major League Baseball have helped afford us, and we are grateful for. The Yankees trying to do a little something here in the 9th inning. Rojas is aboard. Leadoff single. Look out. Now he's at second.
Well, and absolutely. What I mean, and you're right. What I mean is as well. I don't really care how many followers they have. We want people for the Telegram and the Twitter, because once people start seeing that there are a lot of people in these, we'll get big accounts very easily. It's just having active. Like, basically, what I want to do is make our cryptocurrency a beacon of activity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Literally, what I'm doing is basically creating a media platform, which it's already done. We just need to be able to provide content. And one way, an easy way to provide content is when we have familiar faces, so to speak, or voices come in, and you know who they are, and like, hey, what's going on, yada, yada, yada. And they'll come in throughout the day, and you get that 24-hour space going, and it will really add more my issue.
How about Billy right here, going for the fundamentals and trying to get a W on the road?
My issue, and I don't know if it's my issue or if it's Twitter's issue, is the Twitter video after like an hour of me going, like freezes or pauses or something, and I can't get it going again. So I might try on a newer phone, and if that works, I'll look into buying a newer phone or something to figure it out. But what I'm trying to say is basically, I have the ability, I think, to do this 24-hour streaming. I just need people here.
See if he stays with the ball or turns him loose.
He's got to turn him loose.
The offer at the second one, and watch the third one go by.
And
definitely.
Spencer Jones up at the plate with one swing of the bat. And he's proven it this spring already, showing a lot of
We
power.
got Bitcoin College Channel in this guy.
Trying to
And Tempura loves the Telegram. Tempura's all about the Telegram, and I understand why. The Telegram video is pretty flawless. I mean, it's like it works basically all the time, as opposed to this Twitter bullshit, which is like, oh, you have a certain kind of device. Yeah, well, we forgot about it. Sorry about that. And those of you who do have it, only about 50% of the devices currently on the market that will work. The other 50% are going to freeze halfway through it. So you can use it, but then it's going to freeze. So, ta-da. I mean, that's basically where we're at. But that's okay. We'll work through these things. I mean, basically, I do this for a week, and you'll see what kind of attention we get, and then if anything, we're going to pull the trigger, we're going to get a better device so that people can only see the camera. But in the meantime, if this ever goes down, or sometimes there'll be like 2 people in here, and I'll be like, all right, well, we're going to shut it down, and we're going to start it back up because in the camera like for a couple of hours, maybe a more or 2. So, but for now, we're fine. I don't care. I just want people to be aware. I'm pulling everyone who's in the Telegram into the Twitter, and this Twitter is just going to be our funnel into bringing people into our community. And if you don't like it, it doesn't fucking matter, because we are the way that we are, and we're going to dominate the shit out of Web3. Thanks, man. LSP, baby.
Unbelievable. Rylan Bannon, who we saw last half come up for the first time with a web jump.
Right.
Strike one. Kevin Smith, it's up to you.
Exactly. And we'll figure it out. Literally, we're in the first 24 hours of this working. And in the first 24 hours, I mean, I can still see that I'm on camera on my basically what I'm trying to say. I think it just depends on your device how you video works. But when you end the video, it records it. So it's like it's still recording, which is something. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm trying to say. One of my goals is I'm already the most video archived person in global history, which is cool. But I want to be the most video archived person on Twitter Spaces. And right now I have the lead because it just started. It started within the last 24 hours, and I've been on camera now like 6 of the hours. And no one else has 6 hours of just streaming. No one else cares that much. And so it's very funny that I already have the lead on this one. So I don't want anybody taking my lead. That's how I am with things. I'm very, very competitive. I might be the world's most competitive person. And if there's a goal I have, absolutely. Your exact Greyhound's perfect example. I am lean, I'm sleek, I'm fast, and I want to take the lead and not stop. I'm chasing after that little rabbit as we go around the track, and I got the lead. I don't want anybody to beat me. This is basically, in its own way, like the day that YouTube started. It's not that big, but it's like a big feature of Twitter has now been released to, well, I'd say like 25% of the market, 50% of people are maybe Android, so they didn't get it, and then 25% of iOS aren't, either their devices are too old or maybe it's not working for one reason or another, but some people are definitely seeing it, and that's very exciting. And the fact is, now it gives you a reason to want to always be on Twitter Spaces. I've done Twitter Spaces for very long periods of time, and here's what happens. You run out of content. It's just what always ends up happening. It's really hard to entertain people and provide for entertainment 24 hours a day. So what I end up doing, and that's why no one has a 24-hour a day space that goes for like a long, well, I shouldn't say that. There are. The Muriel report almost does. If you know what Muriel report is, it's been going for 2 years now, for like 20 hours a day, which is the best that basically anybody does. And it's this lady, I think, from England, who's very interested in the Ukrainian conflict. So she has this space that has usually like hundreds of people. That one is like a very organized space, and I would say It's probably the closest to being the most common sports that he's got. But at least in our case, if people within cryptocurrency just know that the Harry Potter Obama fund 10 in his face is always going, hold on a second, we got somebody in whenever I see anybody in the Telegram, whenever we see anybody in Twitter, like I know you all know about the Telegram, you gotta tell them about the Telegram. And then that's just how it is. And it's really easy. Once they're like, this is how what I consider like, we want to keep them in the community as long as possible. We want them to retain as much as possible. So what do? We funnel them in with Twitter Spaces. So we'll get more and more people in here, especially as it gets into the afternoon, evening, and night in the United States. And you get maybe like 10 people, whatever. Okay, that's 10 people tonight. Tomorrow we may get 15. The next day we may get 20. But basically what I'm trying to say is we're going to eventually, hopefully, get it so that people just have an expectation. Like, just like they have in Twitter and in Telegram. Hey, I have absolutely nothing to do. I wonder what is going on in the Telegram. And people just randomly come into the Telegram. Hey, what is this? What's going on? And, that's how I met a lot of people. And you guys, maybe that's how we met. The same thing will happen in this Twitter. And when people come in here and they're like, hey, what is this? You say, hey, do you know about Harry Potter Obama Fund? Do you know about our Telegram? That's where we get degenerate, and that's where the real havoc is wreaked. And then they can know that, hey, we're live on Twitter video for as much as it works, and we're live on Telegram video as well. Plus, I'm live on 5 different YouTubes, 5 different Twitches, 5 different D-Live. What the hell is D-Live? It's another one. I'm live on 5 different YouNows. You're like, what is YouNow? You mean YouTube? I've heard of YouTube. Yes, I already said YouTube. I'm live on 5 different YouTubes. But I'm also live on 5 different YouNows. Like, what is that? It's just another one of these companies. I'm live on 5 different Trobos. If you're like, Trovo? Sorry, what is Trovo? It's another one of these. It's just like a gaming platform where, I don't know, but I get like 90 random people in the course of a year who didn't know about me previously and now know about me. I am live on 5 different Instagrams, 5 different Twitters, 5 different Twitches, 5 different Kicks, 5 different Rumbles. So before, I was only live on like at a maximum like 10 to 12 different streams, which is still really good. I'm now live on like 45, which is huge. It just makes my screen print so much bigger. I mean, not just 45, that's 45 that are just on the Chromebooks. Then I'm live on another 2 different Telegrams. We're live on 2 different Twitters here because there's the one that's running the space and the one on which I'm speaking. So that's 49. And then I'm live on another 2 different Instagrams. So that's 51. So basically, like, that's 51 different 24/7 streams that are going. Do you imagine? Can you imagine that content that is? Now, if I'm saying to myself, well, darn it, Rabbi, why didn't I do this a year ago or 2 years ago? To my knowledge, Rumble did not have this capability. It did not have this Rumble Studio then, because I investigated it, and then additionally, my internet wasn't consistent enough, I would say, to really take on all of this, and I think I got really frustrated with all of that. So at this point, I have a little bit stronger internet, not perfect. But now it's allowing me to really get that footprint out there with 45 different streams at once, which is just a huge amount to be able to communicate your message.
Anyone else that's a creator, and of course, Patrick Queen is a 2-time All-Pro. He's going to command about $100 million, but there are ways to put player salaries to later to try and add some cap room. Now, it's going to be difficult, but you're talking about a guy with 133 tackles, a defense that led the league in many categories. And so if you can keep the interior of that defense set, starting with Matabike, then obviously you have Roquan Smith, and if there's any way to get Patrick Queen back, that'd be huge for this defense.
Yeah, they're all so good. It's hard to look around and say, oh, yeah, we'd be good without him. Matabike, by the way, had 11.5 sacks as an interior pass
rusher last season. He was the only player with 10 or more. Just a monster year. Hopefully
That's what they want to do. That's what they're marketing themselves as. And today was a huge step in that direction. In fact, in my opinion, today was the most important day in the history of X. And I mean that. Why? Because, I mean this more than their founding. Why? When X was founded, basically, you already had Facebook. I was Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook friend in 2005. That's when I joined Facebook. Facebook started February 2nd, 2005, and I joined later that year. And Zuck and I were friends on Facebook before he created a celebrity page and he no longer had normal friends anymore. Nevertheless, we go way back. I can tell you that at around the same time, 2007 or so, you had Twitter. Now, Facebook already had something called the Facebook status. And you would just go into Facebook and be like, hey, I want to wish everyone a happy new year, or happy Hanukkah, or happy holidays, or whatever. Just like people do for tweeting. Well, guess what? People realized that Facebook was already becoming like the ultimate one app, and they didn't want to give it that kind of advantage immediately. So like, okay, if somebody's going to have text sharing, like short text messaging service, SDS, SDMS, or something like that, we're going to have that be Twitter. And if it's going to be pictures, it's going to be Instagram, it's fine, Twitter, or Facebook, you can eventually purchase that company. Because you originally had Facebook photos before Instagram. And then you got the Snapchat and all that other stuff. Okay, basically now we're at a point where Twitter has changed the game, where they have this entire platform of millions of users, many of whom really do use their platform regularly, and they just open the opportunity for those people to have two-way communication and also the ability to video share. And that, to me, is a game changer. Basically, they took what I believe it's called Clubhouse. They took Clubhouse's framework for Twitter Spaces, and that's fine. They've had that since the pandemic, and it's worked really nicely. But now, the fact that they have video on here and people are able to communicate, do I really think it's the most important day in the history of Twitter? Pretty damn close. I mean, you'll have the first day that it started, or the first tweet. That would be a big day. There's the day that Twitter Spaces started. There's certainly the day Musk took over. But I mean to say, this has got to be a top 10 day in the history of Twitter. And I know you guys are like, well, Rabbi, you're saying that, but we can't see it. It's not working on Android. And, you know, people have said sometimes they can see it on camera, and sometimes they can't. Is it really that big of a day? Just you watch. Because the ideal thing is what we're talking about, the everyday app. An app, I just log into this thing, and I can talk to anyone, and many people as I want, as few people as I want. They can talk to me back, or they don't have to talk to me at all. Any company that does that will win. That company wins the data. Why? Because for almost 100 years now, like in Star Trek, at least 75 in Star Trek, but even before then, people have imagined this idea of having a screen where they can talk to anyone in the world with video, not just a phone. We knew what that was, but we want to see their facial reaction. We haven't been able to do that, and we're very, very close now with Twitter, and I'm excited about it. Now, people might say, you could do that with Facebook, Rabbi. Yeah, you could. However, people don't use Facebook in the same way they use Twitter. People use Twitter to make money, not as much as Facebook to make money, unless they do the marketplace or some ads or something like that. Twitter is where people come, business people come to make money, and that's going to make a huge difference in the market. And I'm really excited to be here, to be able to stream this, to have this opportunity. It's a big day.
We'll see how that all plays out. The new on NFL Live from our Texans reporter, DJ Bieniemy. Houston re-signed tight end Dalton Schultz to a 3-year, $36 million deal. Schultz had 59 catches, 635 yards, and 5 touchdowns.
In addition to having 24/7 programs, we've got the 24/7 storage space, and then I think we'll also have
We're Kansas City needs it back. Plus, there were a bevy of
And then we have the
defensive
streams
players.
going. That's enough. If you, like, basically, if you're a member of our community, you can always connect with us at any given time. And not every community can say that. In fact, most communities cannot.
Worked so hard, and tonight their dreams come true.
That's very true. I'm very bullish on this.
It's so fun and so exciting.
Love AC.
Time to get the show started, Detroit.
Tax season is hunting season for identity thieves, which is why tax fraud was up 30% last year. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration agent. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here.
This is your invitation to experience the elevation of electrification and some of the best offers of the year on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
Any response to the trade rumors we keep hearing about?
Oh, we talking about moving? Not the trade. Not the trade. We're talking about moving. No thank you. You could use Open Door. Sell your house directly to them. Easy. I guess we're moving.
When you're a small business owner, your to-do list can be a lot. That's why Progressive makes it easy to save with a commercial auto quote online, so you can take on all your other to-dos. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com.
I get to love you forever. I'm yours, forever I do. Every kiss begins with
Yo, Pim, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you. Hell yeah, baby. All right. So, you know, to be honest with you, I can't provide 24 hours of content. Would anyone like to listen to Joe Rogan? Excellent. All right. Well, cool. Now, here's the thing. If at any point you don't want to listen to Joe Rogan, just start streaming on here, and I'll fix it. Okay. So, this is Joe Rogan episode. Oh my God, I love this one. This is Joe Rogan with Joey Diaz and my favorite all-time comics, episode 2089. Here we go. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan Experience, train by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I don't want to miss anything.
All right. You're like, what are we doing?
I want to make the most of it.
Oh, baby girl. I am readjusting this bad boy. George, why do you have to readjust it?
Answer a few questions, I'll look at your skin and prescribe you a
If only you could
personalized cream.
see that which I'm going would understand. But due to some of the complications of Twitter, it's not. I'm going to come king of Twitter Spaces, and the first thing I'm going to do is make it so that all members of the kingdom can view video. I will demand that. I will ensure that Elon Musk and his team allow that update to take place so that everyone can see my beautiful, beautiful face, my amazing sculpted body, and all the other amazing things that make up who I am. Because I don't want anyone to suffer, honestly. There are some people in my family deprived, and I really feel as if my Android friends out there deprived of just incredible value. So, in case you are missing out, you can watch my telegram. We've got Tempura in there. Tempura is one of my home slizzies. This is Joe Rogan, Joey Diaz, episode 2089. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day. Joe Rogan podcast. No. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Train by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. It goes. Hold on. I'm trying to think how it says. The Joe Rogan Experience. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Train by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
pins after he avoided the tag today.
Well, I think the first sign came last summer when the Dolphins elected to sign defensive tackle Zach Taylor.
Hold on, we got to do it again. So it goes, the Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. And then it goes, the Joe Rogan experience. And then it goes, train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
And Christian Wilson's the former first-round draft pick. Ultimately, in the end, the Dolphins determined that he wasn't worth the price of the franchise tag, and they gave him the ability and the luxury to test free agency. Again, this is a reward for Christian Wilson. When you don't get the tag, players are overbid. He now gets to go to the open market with any number of teams to look at the defensive lineup, and I expect these deals to come in somewhere around $24-25 million per year.
Yeah, congrats to him. It's a good clarification. For him, that's how people understand it's like not a negative when we don't get tagged. It's your eyesight free agent. Where do you believe it's about the main spot for Wilkins?
You like it? Stop whatever the deterioration in where my eyesight was starting to go, it stopped. Just stopped it. Just made it a little bit better. And then I started doing some red light in bed. So I just got Gary Breck on the podcast explaining to me how red light revitalizes your capillaries and helps your vision come back. So I've been doing that now for about 6 weeks. And I've noticed it in improvement. Like I don't make the reading glasses as much if I'm reading things on my phone. I can read some things that I just wasn't able to be able to read. And more importantly, it's not getting worse. It's like it was like kind of every 6 months, 8 months or so, I noticed what kind of eyes were worse. It was terrible. Like after like 46, it's like somewhere around 46, it was like I dropped off a plane unit to right there because shooting straight into the Egypt. My mistake was to submit to these when I was like 43, 44. I could see I was having problems. And I submitted to these. And this is worse for you. That's why you should tell your glasses, don't put the glasses on. Yeah, eyes closed. That thing is like when you wear fucking hearing aids. Like you get hearing aids closed. I say with clear vision, like the problem is we're looking at things that are real close up all the time. And your eyes are supposed to do a bunch of different things. They're supposed to look at stuff at a distance. You're supposed to look at things up close. And if you don't look at things at a distance all the time, it's not good. So I'm going to be as honest as I can with you. I lost my eyesight when I stopped doing coke. Because when I was doing coke, my eyesight was on point. I could see a light from fucking 3 miles away. The height of the once I stopped doing coke, my eyesight went right to the fucking shit. So when I was normal, I had 20 vision. I could see coke blocks. Now I can't see shit against a coke right out the fucking phone. I guess it's blood flow. If you think about blood flow to the brain doesn't come in like crazy amount of blood flow in your brain. I mean, it made a lot of sense. It's not having no idea. I have no idea what the blood flows. Just thank God. Thank God. Especially now. Like now, I think you should put a straw in anything. Destroy anything today, you gotta be fucking crazy. Heroin, these people put the fucking test. Like if you go to a bar in New York, they have tests. Yeah. You're going for heroin. Why the fuck kidding me? Have to. That's cocaine. It's not going to do something different. It's going to do something different. You got to fucking, you know what's going on here? Ketamine. Everybody's doing ketamine. It's your nasal sprays. We got some lady going to a K-hole in the middle of our comedy show. It's fucking small. Like this. And they brought in the Narcan shit. Where she had this overdose. And where she was like doing ketamine. She was too much. I did a couple lines of that like that in the podcast, but it was okay. I did the podcast, but whoever gave me the left like that's cool, you know, I pointed a couple lines. So he left, and me and Lee were talking, and I go, Lee, what can we do? I don't know, far away, I go, fuck that. It was about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. I'd done 3 lines, maybe, and I was buzzed, but it didn't take me over the top. I did jokes. Now I lived 6 months to make the podcast studio on a Monday. When I got to the light, to make the light, I knew it was not going to be a good drive. I had done coke, and I got home, and I got that one in the house. God damn it. My wife is away. Oh, no, now I gotta talk to her. So I ran to my office. I've been there 15 minutes, getting higher and higher. And shit, my body's feeling weird. And I go, I'm gonna go out there before she comes in here. She was watching True Crimes Detective. Whatever they could be on. Oh, okay. And it was the dude from the Green Book and the other guy. The brother, the guy who won the Green Book, the guy who drove him in the South. He played the piano player. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, you know what's on the Green Book? I don't think it's such a Green Book. Fucking no. We were talking about him yesterday. Marshall Ali. Yeah, that's awesome. He's awesome. He was great in that Netflix documentary. The Netflix show. We were just talking about across the head of the world. John Roberts and Ethan Hawke. Oh, I didn't see that. It seems good. Fucking Giannis hated it. Yeah. He's trying to get me to be that guy. Right? I was like, yeah, it was the parts of his life. CGI. A bunch of CGI.
Your record label is picking up.
I looked at him and I was watching TV. His head getting this big. And I'm like, I couldn't take it. I'm sitting there. I got no t-shirt on. She's kind of looking at me. I'm kind of looking at her. Your wife is a fucking angel for me. She really is. I couldn't take it. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? She's like, what? Change it. She didn't know. I said, let me tell you something. I was not doing too good. You know, people think that if you fuck around, like, well, you fuck around, you don't know. Everybody always thinks like I just got high and I had no fucking consequences. I just never told you about what I dealt with. You know, one night I ate mushrooms and I went home and the fucking mushrooms hit. I didn't know. I ate like 3 little fucking things at the office. The mushrooms hit. And that's the day the Exorcist came out. And I had to watch it that one time. I finally ran into the room. They put the blankets over it. It was too fucking real. Like I had horrible high stories. I just don't repeat them because, you know, bro, you won't believe it. I remember when we were on a plane once and you were reading Stars and Dust. And we were like almost at New York. And it was like an hour before the plane landed. I almost fucking lost it. I almost fucking lost that attack. It was bad. It was getting bad. Yo, but I'm back. You just fucking do that. You just had a panic attack almost. You know, for 3 years I cried about this anxiety. I can't take it. Yeah. Fucking, I don't know whether. Is that what it is? Sunday night. So it was animals that was giving you the anxiety? You shed it yourself. You can't live on 1,000 milligrams of goddamn day. Something's got to fall apart eventually. Yeah. You know, that was kicking it up. And then I would get, anytime I would get above 200 milligrams, the whole world was just like very slippery. Very slippery. So this is like, I can see how edibles can get someone to legitimately lose their mind. That's why when I was talking to Alex Berenson, he wrote that book, Tell Your Children. It's all about schizophrenia and about how there are people that get introduced to high doses of marijuana and it induces schizophrenia. We know people, we both know a couple of people that have had that happen to. Like, Guinness is real. I think marijuana is very beneficial in low to moderate doses. When you get above certain doses with certain psychology, certain people, certain times of their life, you know, certain things they're going through, you never know. You can fucking crack. You can. That's the truth. Yeah. Times. You know, it gets. Marijuana at the high doses is not what people think it is. It gets to that very psychedelic place where it's like, this might as well be acid. Like the real high doses. There's some time where Eddie Bravo had these THC pills. One of his students had made his own pills and like turned keef into pills. I forget how many we took, but I was talking to this one dude and I tried to might as well do another connection. Like my relationship to reality is very slippery. I was like, if I was losing my mind right now, I wasn't in a good place in my life. Like, you know, life is falling apart. Maybe you're getting fired, you're possibly possessed, altered divorce, maybe you have cancer, who knows, whatever it is. And then you get that dose. It can send you over the top. Bro, I had a guy come over from jiu-jitsu one day. He was hanging out because I want to do a bong with you. I gave him 2 bong. That's why I smoked it. He did my He was like, I don't know how you do this every day. Fucking bong to get a light up. Yeah, well, it's also like when someone runs marathons, trying to run a marathon. I don't know how you run a marathon. Build up to it. You're building up to that. It's all building up. There's no way it gets coming out now. These people aren't ready. It's too strong. And more people are smoking pot now than ever before, whether it's vapor pens. And everybody's doing it. Is that like because it's legal, right? I wonder what the numbers are. Because it's legal in, what is it called? 19 states. Shitload of states. It's decriminalized in the city of Austin. But it's legal in a lot of states like New Jersey, New York, California, recreational use, Nevada, Colorado, Oregon. I would imagine there's more people smoking it now just because of that, because it's legal, right? Dog, you gotta go home from work. Instead of getting beer or whatever the fuck you get, you go and you get one of these joints for $25 and this will last a regular person the whole weekend, and it doesn't kill your body. It doesn't kill your body. That's the big one for me. Like when I was doing jiu-jitsu every day, if I was getting high doing jiu-jitsu, it actually made my jiu-jitsu better. Like I felt like my jiu-jitsu was more smooth. I was more focused, but I never felt wrecked the next day. But if I drank the night before and then tried to go into class the next day, I always felt like 30% less. I was like, this is terrible. So I stopped drinking. Because every time I would go out drinking, and I go into class, I just get wrecked. Just couldn't keep up. And when you're hungover, it's the worst. What if I done myself for just a few hours of fun? You know what's really crazy that we don't really know what alcohol does to our bodies. Well, it's not good. You know, but if I find out how those Aura rings. Get an Aura ring or a strap, multiple straps. Yeah, okay, check your hoop strap and have a couple of cocktails, and then check your hoop strap. It's crazy. Like, oh, it's crazy to drink 2 glasses of wine. Your recovery will be way down. The hoop strap is very beneficial for that because it tracks your heart rate variability and it gives you like a real accurate assessment of what happens when you fuck around with things. Because if you just do something different, like I just had a sugar, much better my recovery is. You know, I stopped drinking alcohol, boom, recovery's through the roof. I'm committed to drinking X amount of liters of water every day. Wow, look at all this recovery. My body's functioning better. You know, it's like you have some real feedback. I was telling your body that when I got the whoop, it was for recovery purposes. I don't like being that fucking show. You know what I'm saying? So I want to know where I am throughout the day. Right. I got the whoop, and I got to be honest with you. You know what improved the best? What? My sleep. Because when I got the whoop, we all think we sleep 8 hours, right? Everybody thinks they sleep fucking 8 hours. Get the fucking whoop and get back to me. Yeah. You'll see that you sleep for 5:45, 6:10, and you're like, this ain't working. So I started doing things to help my sleep. Joe, do you know I sleep 8 now? And at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, I got to go down for an hour. Every day. Take a nap. You know, I never took a fucking nap since you know it. Take a nap. 1 hour. Get up, I feel tip-top and cool. And that's when I start smoking weed and having a good time. Yeah, I can function on 5. I do well on 6. When I'm doing 8 plus, I'm at my best. I know the difference. Like, there's days that are coming here where maybe I had a late show, got out of the club late, and then maybe I had to take the kids to school in the morning, or maybe I had an appointment, or maybe I had something I had to do, so I had to get up early, so I only got like 5 or 6. I can function. But I'm in my mind, I'm like, that's a check I have to pay. That's a bill I have to pay. So I have to make sure tonight I get like 10 or 11. Tonight I really want to get some serious sleep, no booze. Hit the sauna, hit the cold, get my body prepped. Sauna and a cold plunge before you go to bed. Oh my God, you sleep like a baby. You sleep like a baby. You sleep so good. Yeah. I haven't worked myself up to the cold plunge yet, but I do the red light
sauna
right now. Twice a week.
Let me do it right now. Red light sauna is great. I think any sauna is great. Even a hot bath is great. The whole idea is just warming your body up, just getting your body so it's uncomfortable. But the real studies are on the regular sauna. We got a
a Salus sauna. I have that for here and that for my house. They're the shit, man. It's the one we have here is so nice. It's set up. It's all Bluetooth. Set up off your phone. Like, so you're on your way to the gym. If we're on the way to the gym, set the sauna 190. Get here.
Yeah, it's right.
It takes a while. It takes a while to cook. Then, you know, you're sitting in that thing, and if you do that on a regular basis, you get used to it. You get used to being uncomfortable, but god damn, you feel good. Like, your joints feel good. All the stiffness kind of feels like it goes away. Your mood feels better. You sleep better. Sauna's the motherfucker. If I had to pick one over the two, I don't know which one I'd pick, but I love the fact that I could do both of them. I think sauna I would pick because there's more data. This is a 20-year study out of Finland with sauna patients where they use the sauna 4 times a week for 20 years. And depending upon how many times a week they used it, they saw more improvement. But the people that use it 4 times a week saw, I think it was a 40% decrease in all-cause mortality. So 40% decrease, stroke, heart attack, cancer for the people that did that as opposed to the people that didn't do it.
Well, your girl told me that if you do
Rhonda?
Yeah, I love her.
Like, she's the best.
You know I love her.
I love her too.
Like, I watch.
Shout out to Rhonda Bash.
I watch every video. I take what she tells me to heart, and I think she's so fucking sexy. She's so fucking smart. When she just goes on the tail, she's so fucking sexy. But she was saying that 61 minutes a week in the sauna cuts your cardiac arrest rate by like fucking 60% or some shit.
I'll tell you what else it does, Joe. It makes your cardio better. Like, your cardio for working out, just sitting there, your heart rate gets jacked. So it's like a static form of cardio.
Before I go to the Tuesday and Thursday jiu-jitsu, I go to the red light sauna. And that's my cheat because that's a heavier class. And you gotta fucking be a little. So I always go in there in the morning, 34 minutes, come out, go right to jiu-jitsu from there.
It's a good way to warm up before working out too. Get in there for 10 minutes, just sort of like get in there and stretch a little bit for 10 minutes.
I do yoga in there. I do a bunch of Islanders, whatever the fuck they call it.
Yeah, there's a company that makes a yoga room. Like, they make a sauna that's just for working out in. It's a bigger sauna. I think it's, what is that company? But they have like chin-up bars in there and shit, and an exercise bike, and people work out while they're in the infrared.
I breathe to 5, just work on my breathing. Just, quick breathing in deep, and then I get up and I stretch a little bit, and then about the 10-minute mark is where I start doing chaturangas. And
which one's a chaturanga?
Chaturanga is when you go up, down, drop. You could drop into a fucking whatever. Crooked dog, whatever the fuck it is. But it's not big enough for Uncle Joey, and I fucked my ankle up, so I wasn't doing those. But I'll do a bunch of warrior poses. Warrior 1, warrior 2.
In the sauna.
The sauna.
Yeah.
And then I wait to the halfway mark. I go out, I take 30 seconds, I drink a little liquid IV, and I shoot right back the fucking there. And I gotta tell you something else. Before I go in that sauna, I do it in the morning. I get as fucking chizzled as I can be.
Yeah.
I don't smoke. If I know I'm going to the sauna at 10, I won't do that 8 o'clock bong hit. This morning, I'll hold off on that motherfucker till 10. And then I'll do like 18 bong hits. When I walk in there, they even know it. Well, they're the nicest people in the world. They just wave. I go in the red light sauna. I am fucking stoned in there. When I walk out of there, I dry off. I put my socks on. I drink my water. After about 7 minutes, I go back in and smell in there. You could grow fucking weed in that motherfucker after the odors you smell in there. Fucking fungi toenail sweat. Fucking reefer sweat. It's amazing.
Is this the place at the gym you go to?
No, this is a place called Chill.
Oh, so it's a place that's set up just with saunas and cold plunges?
Red light sauna. No cold plunge, but they have the cryo. So you can go right from the sauna to the cryo. They got so many things now. They got medi beds that you sit in. It controls like whatever. They have so many things. The place is clean. 6 minutes from my house. I can just call them and go on my way. We don't have a bed. We have a bed. It's tremendous. I love all that shit.
Yeah, I wonder what's better for you, cryo or the cold plunge?
I'll
tell you what's harder to do. Cold plunge is harder to do.
Cold plunge is hard.
It's harder to do. And you feel different when you get out of there. Like, you feel fucking chilled down to the bones. Whereas there's something about the cryo chamber. I think they're both super beneficial, though. I don't know if there's been studies done on what's better for you. But I get the same feeling after both of them. Like, woo! I recover a lot quicker after the cryotherapy than I would the cold plunge. The cold plunge, I'm cold for a long fucking time.
I only got one regret about cryotherapy that I didn't discover that when I was doing drugs. Because let me tell you something. When you go into the cryotherapy the first time, you do the 3 minutes. When you walk out of there, you either have an idea what this is for you. Like, for me, when I walked out, I go, where was this motherfucker when I was drinking? Because you can snort coke till 9 in the morning, go to that red lights on at 9:45, come out of that 10, and you're brand new. I've never done it, but I know from the feeling of walking out of there that you're brand new.
So you mean the cryotherapy, or you mean the sauna?
The cryotherapy, I'm sorry. Japanese people invented cryotherapy.
They did?
Can we find out? Can the fact check me, you know?
I think, I'd like to know. I mean, I think the Vikings did it. It was a thing they did, like, just boost their manliness, just get in the fucking cold water.
Technically, Joey's right.
Oh, okay.
Developed in the 1970s by a Japanese rheumatologist, Toshima Yamaguchi. It would be like the actual cryotherapy that we did, like in LA, like the
liquid nitrogen. Yeah. Okay. But the Vikings were doing cold therapy,
right,
thousands of years ago.
I don't think they had liquid nitrogen.
But the guy that invented this, the people, it was Japanese people. And again, these motherfuckers like to party.
Yeah.
So as soon as I walked out of there, that's what I said to myself. Absolutely, a Japanese guy invented this.
Look at this. It goes back to the ancient civilizations. Ancient Egyptians, Romans, and early Greeks were using cold temperatures as a form of therapy as early as 2,500 BC. Whoa. When I used to see Fedor do it, Fedor Emelianenko, one of the all-time greats, he used to do the banya. So they would all get in the sauna together, and they would like beat them with leaves. They would use leaves and beat them, and then they would jump in this frozen lake. And I was like, these guys are just insane. There's no what's the benefit of that? I would think it was nonsense, but they knew. You know, it's the early 2000s. People weren't doing cold plunges and saunas. If they were, it wasn't like openly discussed like it is now. You know, like Dan Gable found out about it. He was telling me on the podcast he found out about it when he's wrestling the Russians and the Eastern Europeans. He's like, they all use sauna, and he realized like there's something to the actual the benefits for your cardio, recovery, blood cells. He said it's almost like a mild version of EPO. When you're in the sauna on a regular basis, it just really boosts up your endurance. Here's Fedor. Damn, when he was young, he was the motherfucker, dude. And what a dad bod that guy had. There's not a single photo of him out there with a six-pack. And he's widely regarded as the greatest heavyweight of all time. I mean, he might be the greatest martial artist of all time. He's certainly in the argument. The arguments for the greatest martial arts of all time, if they're in their prime, I always say this guy because people leave him out of the conversation. You never should. BJ Penn. BJ Penn, in his prime, was one of the greatest I've ever seen. And then there's Anderson. Anderson in his prime. I was just watching the Anderson documentary that the UFC just put together. Holy shit, man. You forget those Rich Franklin fights.
I never forgot.
You forget the level of expertise and precision and just mastery he had when he was in his prime. I am telling you, I'm guilty. Even though I'm a giant Anderson fan, I had to see it again. I'm like, oh yeah, people forgot.
Well, we had a conversation after the Adesanya fight. You're like, how Adesanya look the best? And I go, remember I said to you, bro.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's Anderson. And I love the Rich Franklin fight. I mean, the first time I ever saw this motherfucker, I'm getting dressed. When did he go do comedy with you or anybody else? And it was a UFC fight night with him against Chris Levin. I never saw this fucking guy. I heard you guys talking about him.
Yeah.
And when he came out, it was fucking mastery. I was like blown. Then he played the ukulele. I'll never forget that.
Well, I was a giant fan of Anderson's already because I became a fan of Anderson's in Pride, and then Anderson went over to Cage Warriors. And when he went over to, was it Cage Rage? What was the organization that he fought for, that Anderson fought for in England? But in England, he became Anderson Silva. You know, there's like Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira was a really good fighter, and then his daughter was born, and then he became Charles Oliveira, the assassin that everybody knows. But he lost a bunch of times in the UFC. He would fall apart. Anderson, when he went to England,
There's something about leaving Japan and going to England. Then he became Anderson. So what was the Cage Rage? Right. Cage Warriors is the that's like the top organization that exists now in the UK. So he fights Lee Murray in Cage Rage, and Lee Murray was a fucking killer. Lee Murray was the guy who was involved in the biggest armed robbery in the history of the UK. He's in jail now. He's a real gangster. Crazy dude. So he fucks Lee Murray up in Cage Rage, and then he comes back and fucks Jorge Rivera up in Cage Rage. And when he fucked Jorge Rivera, he was standing in front of Jorge, who was a murderous puncher, and letting Jorge punch him in the face. He was just letting him punch him in the face. Just like, but you ain't got shit. And then beat his ass. Then he goes over and fights Tony Fricklin in Cage Rage and hits him with that crazy upward elbow. Did you ever see that? Yeah. So he fought Curtis Stout, fucked him up, fucked Tony Fricklin up, and then by the time he was coming to the UFC, I was like, dude, get ready for this guy. And I was looking at the line, like the betting line. The betting lines back then were stealing. Nobody knew nothing. Nobody knew nothing. A guy would sneak over, a guy like Glover Teixeira or someone would come over from Brazil, and you'd be like, no one even knows yet. You don't even know how good this guy is. Like in the line would be like in favor of the other guy, like, oh my God, this is hilarious. I think Chris Lieben might have been a slight favorite over Anderson. I don't even know what the betting line was. I don't think he was a favorite. I think Anderson was a favorite. But either way, I was like, dude, he's going to light him up like a Christmas tree. Because Chris Lieben was just such a murderous, marauding, attacking style. That's perfect for Anderson. Because Anderson's the technician. So he's just going to slide away, pop, pop, pop.
That's what he did. He basically just stepped away, punch.
It's a master class. Put that fight on. Put Anderson Silva versus Chris
The
Lieben.
fucking fight you took me to with Rich Franklin in Columbus.
Oh, yeah.
When the Arnold thing was going on, we were in Columbus.
Yeah.
That last array, when he boom, then he hits him low with a leg kick, and then he punches him again, another leg kick. It's fucking beautiful. I was like, what the fuck? That's how you mix it the fuck up.
And he did it like he was just playing. He did it like he was hitting a heavy bag, just fucking around.
What about the night we took the hit acid, and that's the night he decided to kick that dude in the face?
Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah.
So this is Anderson's debut. And by the way, Chris Lieben, one of the most murderous punchers, knocked out Vanderlei Silva, knocked out a shit ton of dudes. When Chris Lieben would connect on guys, they would go night-night. And he fought like a fucking Wolverine, man. Chris Lieben would just charge at you. So like that style with that kind of confidence is look how Anderson's moving, baby. Look at that. Look at that jab. Look at that jab. Shucks him off to the side. I mean, the footwork, bro. Look how elegant. Just no wasted movement. And Lieben just moving in for the kill. Bink. Uh-oh. Give me that volume. Oh, there it is. It's already beginning. Bing, bing, bing. Yep. I mean, Lieben can't even land a shot on him.
By that, hypnotized.
He was the man.
Hypnotized. I was like, what the fuck?
He was a man.
Because listen, bro, I watched the UFC with you. There's a bunch of chubby guys that look like me. I don't want no part of that stuff. He took me to Florida one time to see Miami when there was like maybe 15 people in the audience. Shaq was there. Do you remember that?
That was a long time ago, yeah. That was the early days.
That was 2-4.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. And the question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery. Or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice.
Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky four-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a four-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter, and you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
That was 2004, because that was around the time of the Man Show, and it was Butterbean was one of the fighters on that card.
No, Butterbean never fought in the UFC.
Who was the chubby guy that fought on that card? There was somebody who was on that card that was like
Trey Telligman. No, Scott Ferozzo was really big. Trey Telligman was the guy who was missing.
But Shaq was there.
Those are the 2 guys that Vitor fought in his debut, but that was earlier than that. That was 97.
That was Shaq was there. I remember he was already in Miami. And that was like, I'm like, man, I don't know about the UFC down here.
Yeah, Shaq trained martial arts a long time ago. He started training a long time ago.
Bro, I didn't know he was from Newark, and I didn't know all the good things he did for Newark. That's a bad motherfucker.
He's a good man.
I've gotten a whole new level of respect for what I heard he's done in Newark.
Oh, yeah?
One of my friends in Newark, a couple of them, and they were telling me, bro, it never ends.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, he gave a lot back to his fucking community.
He's very smart. I mean, he's got a shit ton of businesses. He owns a bunch of businesses. He's always got something going on, you know. He stays active, you know. There's a bunch of guys that do a real good job of like using whatever fame they got from athletics and then just like do everything after. Shaq does everything. He's always doing commercials. He's always doing something, you know. That's a big human being, dude. You put your hands like you shake his hand. It's like,
that's a big dude.
He's so big. His hands are like, it's like a fucking breakfast tray.
I never said nothing to him. I never spoke to him. I saw him at the store a couple nights. He would come to the store after the games for Fat Tuesday. But I never really spoke to him or anything. I did
Fear Factor with him.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, me and him, it was hilarious. It was like a 6-year-old and his dad. It was like me standing next to him. He's so big. He's so gigantic.
So what else is happening, my brother?
Everything's good, man.
You know they have those banyas by me, right?
Do they? The Russian ones? Oh, Ari goes to those in the city.
They have a beautiful one in Freehold.
Yeah?
And the fucking place has a restaurant to die for.
Really?
Yeah. Like
Russian?
Yeah, you can stay there all fucking day.
A Russian restaurant?
I think it's everything.
Oh, okay.
It's everything. They beat up with the leaves, the steam, the fucking cold plunge. They got a pool. They massage you. They have lunch. You can just go there and write. You just want to write jokes. You go up there. They have a cafe in there. It's really fucking sharp.
That's smart.
I just not in the mood to get beat up with fucking leaves at this point in my life.
Yeah.
When I used to go to the YMCA in Hollywood, the good one, there were Russians in there in the mornings with the hoods on. They wear the hoods to keep the heat in, and then have the vodka there. I did this because I was so heavy, I was embarrassed to go any other time of the day. So I would go at 4:45, and I would sit in the fucking banya with them, whatever, the steam bath, and then I would go on the other one, the sauna, the steam bath, and then I would swim. And I just swam more and more every day. This went on for about 6 months. One day I get there about 5 a.m. I open up the fucking door, and there's a dude completely balls-ass naked laying where the Russians sit, okay? Balls-ass naked, just on a fucking towel. Dick out, didn't give a Frenchman's fuck. I sat there for about 5 minutes, and all I kept thinking was, these Russians ain't gonna like it when they come in here. Sure enough, the fucking 3 Russians came in. They asked the guy to move. The dude didn't fucking move, and it was not good after that. Right in the YMCA.
They beat his ass?
They fucking choked him and threw him out naked. They picked him up by his fucking neck right in front of me. I just kept walking. I don't want no dog. I can't be around that shit. I'll go to jail for 20 years. Joe, they grabbed him by the fucking throat. They asked him one time, can we sit here? Then he let him sit, but he wouldn't put a towel on. That's what it was.
Yeah.
The guy had probably come from some fucking freaky spot and was trying to get his dick sucked in there. And I walked out, and so all I heard was a couple drums. And then I saw the sauna door open, and the homie went flying out like one of those fucking crackheads.
Eddie Bravo and I used to work out at 24 Hour Fitness, and one of the managers, they just brought him over from the West Hollywood place. And he was giving me the war report from working in West Hollywood. He's like, it's basically a gay pickup spot. That's all it is.
The 24-hour Fitness on Santa Monica next to the...
I don't even know if it's there anymore.
No, that'll be there forever.
But is it there? Yeah.
Back in the
day, when Eddie and I were working out together, this is like 2001, 2002, this manager was like, dude, it's crazy. He goes, there's just jizz all over the sauna. You go in the sauna, you got to hose it down. There's just loads everywhere. These guys are just fucking each other everywhere. They find places to fuck. And they would go there to look for other buff guys to fuck. I mean, and imagine, the problem with guys is there's no women. There's no one to go, hey, this is ridiculous. I don't want to get pregnant. What have you been up to? You know, are we going to use protection? There's no voice of reason. It's just 2 guys. You want to fuck? I want to fuck. Let's fuck. And they're all jacked up, right? So they're probably doing testosterone, or they're lifting a lot of weights, and they've got high testosterone. They're horny all the time. They're taking drugs, and they're just fucking each other at the gym. He said the gym was barely a gym. He goes, it's so weird to come here, and it's a gym. He goes, that gym was just a front for a gay pickup spot. These guys were just, I'm sure they were working out too, but they were just banging. They were doing a lot of banging.
When you go through Boys Town,
oh yeah,
I think you had a bit about it before we left LA. People have to understand that when you go through Boys Town, you have one at the end. By the time you hit Dantanis and you're about to hit, you have 2 things on your mind. Either I love gay people, or I can't stand these motherfuckers.
They're out of control.
And in my world, I love these motherfuckers. The best being, this just happened like 6, 7 years ago, 6, 5, before the pandemic. We're driving on Santa Monica, me and my wife, we're going to eat at fucking Dantanis. We got an early reservation, right? Fucking, we're by the light. There's a bar on the right-hand side. UFC is on. 2 guys are fighting. But meanwhile, there's 100 guys with leather dancing to the UFC. And me and my wife just look at each other and go, yeah, God bless them.
Yeah.
God bless. That's what it is about Boys Town. They got the run of it.
Well, they also don't have to pretend. Right? Like, they don't have to pretend they want something other than what they want. Whereas, like, there's a lot of men that they feel like to pick up women in a bar, they have to pretend to be something different. They have to act a little different. They have to play to what the lady likes. Well, these guys are just fucking. They just fuck.
Listen, Christy Miller. Remember Christy Miller from New York?
Sure. She's in New York now?
Yeah, she's been in New York. And before Christy Miller moved to New York, she was working at Gold's on Ivar, maybe down.
Oh, okay.
You remember that?
Yeah.
It's over there.
That's another gay spot.
Tremendous gay spot. So here's the fucking deal. I was 426 pounds. Right? And Christy, out of the love of her heart, goes, take this membership for free. Don't go at night. Don't go at night.
Like this werewolves.
And they'll fucking take care of you in there. And I'm like, really? I tell you, I went in there maybe for 3 or 4 months before I signed up at the Y, because the Y told me you're too fat. We can't have you. Really? The first time I went to the Y,
I told you you're too fat to work out.
Dog, when I went to the Y the first time, I signed up for a consultant thing, like somebody for free to help with you. I didn't want to come to you guys. I was too embarrassed. I thought I was going to die. I got on a fucking treadmill. I didn't even make 30 seconds on level 2. He goes, listen, you got to go out and walk. He goes, come back here when you lose 50 pounds. He goes, right now, you got to walk. Do you ever walk? Right. And I was like, yeah, to the store, to the drug dealers, to the comedy store, but no. And he goes, just walk. He goes, I want you to do what Dolce does, with tap the mailboxes. Go for a walk and tap 2 mailboxes one day and then 3 the next, whatever, as far as you go. Yeah. So Christy gave me that thing, and I would go over there at night. I knew little things, from lifting as a kid. But every time I was struggling over there, some fucking guy came over. And he would always go, excuse me, can I help you out? And he would talk to me. And yeah, maybe they wanted to fuck me, but I doubt it. I was 418 pounds. Yeah. You had to fucking get a fucking crowbar to get to my asshole at that point. So, I mean, these guys were fucking dynamite drive. I would love to sit here and tell you that they hit on me not one time. In fact, they were very helpful. What they hit on me, they were setting me up, They're wolves. Don't ever think, and that's what shocked us. Like, my friend told me about that website he used to go on, Boys Ahoy. That was just Boys Ahoy. Right, yeah.
Boys Ahoy.
It's still around.
Boys Ahoy.
Boys Ahoy.
What a great name for a website.
Okay, now he had belonged to other ones, Grindr. He's a gay dude. He'd tell me all this shit. He said when he signed up for Boys Ahoy, it was a complete different situation. They just want to fuck. Yeah, they just want to fuck.
There's no female equivalent.
No, there's no way. They met at, he would meet them at the hot dog place up the block from the store. The Carnies.
Pinks. Oh, Carnies. Oh, Carnies.
They would take them to the Standard, fuck them, and then they come to the Comedy Store at 9 o'clock. And they go their way, you go your way.
Boys Ahoy, gay chat and friend apps on Google Play. Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them.
And you gotta fucking go, wow.
Bro, when those guys get old, it gets rough. It gets rough.
I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of them guys, when they get old, it gets rough.
Dog, I just went to Jingle Bell to see my man Jelly. Okay.
Jingle Bells?
Jingle Ball is a big thing they do. The Z100, they do a thing in New York at Madison Square Garden. I never went to it, but I got a daughter now. And you get talked into those stupid shit. Right. And I don't want my kid going into the city by myself with my wife, okay? Right. She don't know the mechanisms of it. So I went with 9 kids in the neighborhood. Jelly hooked us up. Me, 3 moms, and the rest were just kids, girls, and 1 boy. And I took them to go see fucking Jelly, Olivia Rodrigo. But Cher was there. Okay? Cher was doing an appearance. I get there, everybody's cool, but there's 2 old school gay dudes. They're probably in their 60s. And they're those old school New York geezers, gay guys. They were gay when it was tough to be gay. You know what I'm saying? They've been in New York all their lives. They started at CBGB's or the meat market or whatever fucking gay hunt. And now they're mature. They were married before the law. Yeah. Dog, these motherfuckers are miserable. They just sat there, and every once in a while they would look at each other and look at the kids and go, the whole fucking night. I'm like, why are these fucking guys here? Meanwhile, I got a girl and a little boy, a Jewish kid, jumping up and down, singing into the phone, the whole fucking thing. I'm like, look at this fucking Jewish kid. His brother's fighting over there in Israel. He's over here watching this fucking thing, jumping up and down like a half a fucking fag. Now the 2 gay guys haven't said a word. They just keep looking around, hating everybody. Dog, when they said Cher coming up to the stage, these motherfuckers fucked it out of their tapes, and they got up and they were dancing like the kids. You should have seen them. They had to be in their 67, 68. They both had the hair. They were fucking dead. They were hugging each other. Take me home. Whatever that song she fucking sings. When Cher walked out, these motherfuckers, you see 10,000 people just left. Really? Because there was a lot of gay people hitting. It's Christmas time. They want to be out
to see Cher. Just to see Cher.
82 years old.
She's 82?
What is it?
Close enough.
87, 82.
Yeah, it's old. That's Biden's age.
How the fuck did our girl, how the fuck is Jimmy Page 80 years old? Yeah, motherfucker turned 80. She looks good. She looks fucking dynamite. Look at her.
How's she sound?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Let me see if it's recorded. Here.
It's not recorded, it's loaded in processing.
Yeah, that's the show I was at.
It might be recorded. It's hard to say.
Often too, she might be singing live, but you're not. It's so buried in the mix that you're hearing, you would never really be able to tell. But she looks like she's singing that.
It looks like she's singing that.
Yeah, she's singing.
That sounds pretty fucking good.
They could just be mixing. They might mix it.
Good for her.
Maybe she can hit something
Good for her.
or something.
Look, I saw when I was a young man. I saw when I was a fucking kid.
Yeah?
In Union City, walking into Passport Music with fucking the king, Greg Allman.
Wow.
Back in the day. I didn't know who he was. I love to tell you, I knew Greg Allman was an animal. I just knew something wasn't right, but I saw her and I was like, what the fuck is Sonny? You know, I was like, I grew up on that stupid fucking show.
You know what the song I love is? I'm No Angel.
Oh, bro.
What a song. Give me that, Jamie. That dude lived. You hear his voice like that, you only get...
The reason I called Jelly that day about 3 years ago after I heard that one song, I called him and I go, listen, bro, you're bringing back something that this country has not heard in 30 years. All these type of songs, like these singers, Greg Allman, a couple of them, even the dude from Leonard Skinner, the way they sang, it was deep. You felt their years. You felt with them. And I think that's what Jelly brought back to us.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he brought, that little piece, that's what he brought back to that type of, I still listen to a lot of Eda Beach, Allmans, and I still listen to Live from the fucking Beacon, whatever the fuck theater they do all the time.
We have that Green Room playlist. Midnight Rider's the first song.
That's the fucking, that's
the first song. Sometimes I switch it up. Sometimes it's I'm Your Boogeyman. That's another one. Depends on how we're feeling, Jelly. Depends on how we're feeling.
That's Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Yeah, come on, give me some I'm Your Boogeyman.
Is he still touring?
Give me some volume, too. I don't know, man, but this is the song where we would walk into the arena. When we do arenas, when we walk into the arena, like as we're walking into the green room, I like to play I'm Your Boogeyman. Because that's one of those ones that just, listen to this. You're walking in, the joint gets fired up, the ice cubes go in the glass, the whiskey gets poured, cheers. Music goes up, everybody gets ready, show's about to start. That's what I am. Whatever I did, be it early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight, it's not too soon. I wanna be you. That was back when you could use rainbows.
You know who was here last night? Good motherfucker, nobody told me. Cool the Gang was here last night.
No way.
At the Moody fucking theater.
No way.
When I got to the hotel room, I looked at the menu that said, entertainment for the month. Fucking.
That was the thing that I didn't realize about moving here. I thought I was going to miss out on, like, big artists. Like, big acts. But then when I got it, I'm like, oh, they all come to town. They all come here.
They all gotta stop.
They all come here.
Gotta say,
Cat Williams was just here.
Gotta say,
Mark Curry. Remember our guy Mark Curry?
Fuck yeah.
Mark Curry's the man.
Mark Curry's a sweetheart. I just bumped into him.
Do you have his number?
No,
I gotta get his number.
I got him into the and then he was working a little at the store before the pandemic hit.
My man Willie D reached out to me the other day, and he said that he saw him. He said Mark Curry was on fire. Mark Curry was opening up for Cat. He said it was insane.
Oh, it's 40 years of stand-up. What do you expect?
Oh, Mark was always a killer. So underrated. So we'd see him at the store. He was so polished. But you know what? He just made a ton of money off that show. I was like, I'm good. I'm gonna chill.
He's a great guy, too.
Yeah. The best. Nicest guy in the world.
Nicest guy in the world. Always great to young comics. When I walked from the store, he was always very nice.
Great to everybody. You didn't have to earn, a conversation with them. You talk to door people.
So Mark Curry is opening for Cat on the Road.
Yeah. At least that show in Austin.
And did they do the Moody?
I don't know what he did. Did a big place, though. Cat's killing it. It's like his ticket sales went up like 800%. HEB Center. Yeah, so they did the big place. That's that 15,000 seat place. Look at that. Come on, son. Let's go.
I always loved Cat.
I love Cat.
So I don't know.
We did an interview. He said I wouldn't have him on. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'll have you on. Let's go. 2 times. Anytime. Whatever you want. Come on. Call me. I'll fire this place out at 3 in the morning for you. I'll wake up. Always into doing something. I think we're going to get a studio downtown. I think I'm going to get a studio in one of the penthouses with a view so I could do nighttime podcasts. After the podcast or after the shows, like say if we do a 7 o'clock show at the mothership, hey, let's go fuck around. Let's go do a podcast.
We do that Ice House.
Exactly.
Those are great days.
And Red Band had that cool studio right there at the Ice House.
In and out.
And we would go on the stage on Ice House Chronicles. We had a good time.
I wonder what the Ice House looks like now.
It's supposed to be nice.
Really nice.
It's very cleaned up. A lot of guys don't like it because they miss the dirt. I get it. You miss, it was an old club. It was the longest running club in the country, the Ice House was. Yes, Ice House was the longest running stand-up comedy club in the country. It was older than the store. Ice House existed before the store. And it was originally an actual ice house where people would go to get ice. And then it became like some sort of rock and roll club. And then it became a comedy club in the early 70s. Been a comedy club forever. The longest running comedy club even before the store.
It really was a gem.
It was amazing.
That club was a gem, I'll tell you what. Because it just took you out of that whole LA shit for an hour.
Exactly.
It took you out of there.
Put you on regular people.
Those people in that big room that would come on Friday and Saturday, I don't know why anybody didn't take their specials there.
Well, I guys did.
They just come to laugh there. They came prepared.
Good people. It was a good place to be.
That's what I miss about LA. The Armenians.
Yeah.
They're up north. See, New Jersey's got a lot of Armenians, but up north.
Yeah.
So when I moved here, the Armenian would call me all the time and say, "You want to buy a gun? My friend didn't see you." But when I went to my hometown, I had Armenians up there growing up. Not a lot of them, like this one wrestler kid. But when I went up there about 5 years ago, I noticed I have an Armenian church in North Bergen.
Oh, yeah?
So I was like, yeah, they got them up here. They're everywhere. But I don't have them down by me.
Not like Glendale.
No.
You were out next to them.
Yeah, no. And I just...
Those are the last manly men.
Yeah, they're fucking out of their minds.
Unapologetically masculine men.
Dog, that was still to the day my best drug dealer. I miss him. We still talk once in a while. He's still fucking nuts. He's still... I don't know how these guys can do it. I mean, I was there with him 20 years ago. For him to still... And he's still at that race. Mm-hmm. At that pace. I'm sorry. He's not at the pace like, I go out Friday and Saturday. No. No. You know, now he just goes to Vegas for the week.
Oh, boy.
Now he just goes to Vegas. 100 Xanax. Couple ounces of blow.
Do you think you could ever do a residency somewhere? Like a Vegas type deal?
Yeah.
People would come to see you?
Yeah.
The thing about living in Vegas, Joey, is one, it's great tax benefits, but two, you don't live in Vegas.
No.
You live in like Henderson.
Yeah,
or somewhere nice.
People like it.
Henderson's nice.
People like it.
What's that other place? There's another area of Vegas that's real nice, that's out
further away than a lot of people live in. Where Red Rocks is? Where's Red Rocks?
I was gonna say that, but that's not what it's called.
Red Rocks is nice.
Colorado?
No. Red Rock Casino.
Oh, okay.
That might be what they call it, I guess.
The area Red Rock?
Yeah, I mean that's
a nice area.
Park.
That's where the Fertitas have that club.
Summer.
Red Rocks. That's I saw Dana White gambled there, and he was down $600,000 playing blackjack. I was like, you fucking psychopath! What are you doing? Because I knew he did that, but I never went with him to do it till this one time. These guys are all gambling. Taylor one lost $120,000 in the first 5 minutes, and I'm fucking shitting my pants. I'm getting anxiety. I can't watch this. This is insane. Taylor wound up winning. I think he was up 60 and he quit. And Dana wound up winning. Dana was down 600 and he wound up being up 600.
Dana's good at card.
Oh, he's a wizard. He got kicked out of the Palms back in the day. He won like $7 million one night, and they gave him the boot. I said, you're banned.
Do you play cards?
No, I mean, I did with my wife. I went with my wife, with Whitney and Lex Friedman. We went to Vegas a while back during the pandemic. Whitney had a corporate gig. So she did stand-up at some lady's house. So I went to this rich lady, had this house in Vegas, and Dana Carvey and Whitney Cummings. And I introduced Whitney because I was just there and I was drunk. We just went from Andrew Schultz's wedding. So we went to Andrew Schultz's wedding at Montecito. We flew on a jet with Lex Friedman hammered out of his fucking mind. Whitney and my wife, we all went to Vegas for like the day. So we got there at like 9 p.m. The gig is at 10. She does her gig, and then we go out. We go and play cards, and it was a hilarious night. Lex Friedman got a push-up contest with David Goggins. I called Goggins, said we were in town. Goggins met us there. We hung out with Goggins and his wife, and we played a little bit of cards, but I'm not good at it.
Did you ever play poker with 5 guys?
Nope. Poker, to me, was always the thing that killed pool action. Because you can't miss when you're playing poker. You can win or lose. If you're a gambling addict, there's a lot of guys that... The thing about pool is making the shot. It's like the 9 balls, it's like it's 8 to 8 on a race to 9. You're shooting the 9 ball for all the fucking marbles. And that's what I like. I like these high pressure moments. I like the difficulty of like performing under pressure. And cards didn't have any of that, but it had the gambling. So all the gambling addicts who were just addicted to gambling, they didn't want to play pool anymore. They wanted to play cards. So we'd have all these gin and rummy games. These guys would be playing all these card games when you couldn't get any pool games. So to me, I was like, this is not good. I don't like this.
I can never sit with 5 guys all night. Like I knew people who played 2-3 days.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't do that. I'm not a game guy. Even Monopoly as a kid, once you started buying hotels, I'm done.
Poker is a very skillful game, and I'm sure I would love it. It's just like
love it
golf to me. Like my friend's husband, he plays professionally. He plays poker. He lives out here, and he goes everywhere. He goes to these tournaments. There's these card places. There's one out in Round Rock that's this big fucking card place, and like high level guys go there and they play tournaments, and he makes money. Like he's a real poker player.
Those guys.
Ari was a real poker player. Ari lived in LA. He played a lot of like real poker. But to me, you know how I am. I can't get into another thing. I'm too crazy. I get into another thing. I'm playing. I got into archery. I'm shooting arrows 3 hours a day. The only reason I can't do it more is my shoulder gives out. I get tired. Otherwise, I'd be there all day. I'm a psychopath. And if you give me something like poker, where all I have to do is sit there and do this, and I get better at it and figure it out, I'll be doing that 12 hours a day. I can't do it. I'm too crazy.
I don't have time for that either. I don't even know how to play dice. Like street dice on the street. I walked my games all the fucking time as a kid. I'd stop for 2 minutes and hello, but I didn't play.
There was a 30% chance that someone was going to get punched or shot if there was ever a dice game. There's a 30% chance. I always thought that was like, this is like a high level of potential violent activity because people get mad. They lose. They think someone's cheating. Someone's got loaded dice. Someone says they bet this, but they didn't bet this. They bet that. And it's like arguments and shit.
Look, I used to go to this place. I went twice with a crazy friend of mine, Chris. You fucked 181st Street. There was a parking garage, maybe 6 floors. You just pulled in. There was a guy standing there, and all of a sudden he'd open up the door, and you pulled into a car elevator that put your car up.
Hookers there was hookers on site. Snorting on site. Twice I went down like, this is too much. Wow. One time me and Chris, we drove a girl out there that we grew up with. And then we all went to a hotel and snorted coke till the next day.
So how do they get away with that? Do they make a deal with the cops? They pay the cops off? What do they do?
Probably.
Get everybody to keep their mouth shut? You can't get everybody.
This is 30 years ago.
Right.
So this is a different mindset.
Yeah.
It was up 181st.
Hell, the cops were dirty back then.
Yeah.
You would always find dirty cops back then.
You know, I mean, but I don't know how they do it. They figure it out. You have to pay like the battalion chief. You know, it's just somebody. You got to pay somebody. You got to pay them good money.
Yeah, you got to give them a piece. So they have a vested interest in keeping the place open.
See, I knew people who had that, but they'd have moving locations every day. So the cops could never get a hold of you. It's like when you book numbers on the phone, we had to get a new apartment every 3 weeks. not a personal apartment.
Right, to book out of.
To book out of.
Yeah.
So I would get my mom would get an apartment, and then she would get 3 different apartments out of that apartment. So nobody could read what you're doing. Then a month later, next door. Then a month later, around the block. Then you're back to that fucking building. So you pretty much pay rent on it. All those years, rent was cheap. Now you get fucking.
Isn't it crazy how much underground gambling there was with bookies and the numbers? And the numbers is a big one.
Numbers is big. You know, underground casinos. I used to go with my buddy Martin Perez to this judo school. I never wanted to go. I was more of a karate guy. But I would go with him. And it was like this old fucking Japanese guy and this old Cuban dude. And they would throw each other around. There was a Russian guy there. This is the 70s. And up the corner, there was a place where people would play cards. And I found out my stepfather would go there. And one day I went to judo on the way out. As I was walking towards the bus on 7th Street, I saw unmarked cars. I saw like 2 unmarked cars. And when I got home that night, my stepdad was getting ready. I go, where you going? He goes, I'm going to play cards. And I go, you going down to 8th Street? He goes, yeah. I go, don't go down there. He goes, why? I go, because I was down there with Martin and I saw the fucking 2 unmarked cars down there. He goes, what the fuck do you know? I go, what do I know? That since I've been fucking 5, I've been wanting to be a lookout. Since I'm 5, that's my job, to look. Right. Keep my fucking eyes open. And I would just pick up shit like that. I would just pick up 2 unmarked cars. He didn't go. He thought about it. He goes, okay, if you saw him, I won't go. Sure enough, the next day I woke up, he gave me $50. He's like, dog, how the fuck did you know? Because I'm telling you, I fucking know.
They got raided.
They didn't know in those days. The cops would go early, and they park like 2 blocks away because they're fucking lazy.
Right.
You know, if you're gonna raid somebody, can't stay the fuck away from there all goddamn day.
Yeah.
They're coming at night. Don't fucking lurk all day. You know, it's like in Goodfellas. They were following them all fucking day with a helicopter. Just bust them cops.
Yeah. Well, they want to terrorize you before they get you.
Well, they want to see what they want to see how you respond.
Well, if you're cracked out, you're gonna go to try to get rid of something. Or you're going to go to try to hide something.
And they got your phone tapped. They got everything. So they put a cop car in front of your house to see where you react, to see how your reaction would be for the day. And then you start cleaning the house. You know, you call people, get everything out of your house, whatever the fuck it is. And then they come in and, you know. But it's a different world out there now. So I don't know nothing about that fucking world now.
Yeah, it's a different
world. And I don't want to know. Yeah, because now they'll shoot you just for being there. And it's, you know.
It's a different world in terms of law enforcement, too. Yeah. People are getting out of jail like that now.
And they still won't drop my warrant in fucking Seattle.
You can't even get arrested in Seattle for what you did. You wouldn't even have a record.
You cannot. Fuck. You could hit somebody with a stick and be out that afternoon.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a record in Seattle.
No, I'm still going back and forth with these motherfuckers. That's why I look before.
So you still can't get your
passport. No. I just sent them the last day.
If you get a passport and we go overseas, when we do gigs overseas, you will get a passport. When you do this, we're gonna have to fucking fly in a day early. We're gonna make it so because I don't know if you're even gonna be able to get in over there. It might be a hard time once you land.
Where?
Anywhere, UK, anywhere.
Dog,
Canada's a big one.
Canada's not going to take me. We're not going to go to Canada. And I love Canadians. I got nothing against Canada, but it's the way the country works. They won't let the nicest guy we know has got a DUI and he can't get into Canada. But you can pay a tax. like Snoop Dogg. So you're telling me Snoop Dogg can't play Canada? There's a tax you could pay, a little heavy, and then you get out. It's like everybody else. We could all settle this with an envelope.
Well, they get an envelope anyway. When you do a gig in Canada, they got a big tax envelope. You get that in the UK too. Dog. You do a gig in the UK, you're paying.
Let me tell you something. Before 9/11, I was going up to Toronto 2 times a year, okay? I had all these criminal charges, no warrants or anything. But my friend from the Miami Improv dated a girl from Buffalo. And he called her father to pick me up at the Buffalo airport, take me to his house, and then cross me over the border. Before 9/11, there was a casino they'd go to. And you just drove in. Right. And there was no ID, no nothing. And he would drive me to Toronto. He would drive me to Ontario. And I'd take the bus to Toronto and do the 2 weeks and then come back. On the way back, I would come on the bus. I would drive those motherfuckers crazy, dog. When I give them my license, they start looking at me and they go, "When did you come in here?" And I go, "Last week. You were the guy that was working." They would say, "No, I wasn't. I would have never let you come through." "Well, you let me the fuck out now."
Because of your record?
Yeah, they would hold me for like 10 minutes. Like, "How did you get to this country?" I'm like, "On fucking bus. You guys let me in last week." "No, it was a mistake. We could have never let you in." Dog, I would fuck with them all the time. I tried to do that cute shit during 9/11. They yanked me right the fuck out of there when I'm taking this shit. But to answer your question from before, my plan is this. I'm doing 10 spots. Okay, I'm up to number 3. Okay, when I do my 10 spots, I'm going to decide what I want to do. I'm not going to travel no more. I'm not going to get on fucking planes. That was brutal last night. That was brutal. 3.5 hours on a flight for me. I can't do that. Really? Yeah. I'm good for like an hour and a half. I went to Nashville on JSX. The private plane, the semi-private, 30 people on, tremendous. I recommend that to anybody if you don't like terminals. I fucking loved it. But they don't fly to Austin yet. They fly to Dallas, then you have to connect to Austin. My plan is this: start doing some sets at the Stand, start going over to Chris Mazzilli Comedy Club, do a couple of those, and when I feel like I got 45 minutes, I'm going to take a residency somewhere.
Where do you think you're going to go?
AC or Parks Casino.
Where's Parks?
Philadelphia. I have no problem in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia's great.
Nobody's going to ever walk out of my show in Philadelphia.
No, they're fun.
Yeah. Nobody will ever walk out of my shows in Philadelphia insulted.
No.
Nobody will get their feelings hurt. If I say a joke that, I'm on the spectrum, somebody's not going to cry after the show and say that their nephew's on the spectrum and the show hurt their feelings. Philly, that's never going to happen.
Animals.
And Atlantic City.
Animals.
That's never going to happen.
Same people.
Animals.
Same people. South Jersey.
That's where I belong.
Yeah.
That's where I belong.
Yeah, you could easily do a residency.
I would love to tell you I'm going to put a tuxedo on and go to Vegas, sing a couple songs, and then talk and do an hour of material. I would love to tell you how to fly.
No, I get it. Do you think you'd ever live anywhere other than Jersey?
Yes.
If you lived in Vegas, you could do a residency there.
We're not fucking crazy here. That's a tough state to retire to in Jersey. You know what I'm saying? It's not cheap, bro.
Jersey's not cheap.
Not fucking cheap, bro.
Jersey's expensive.
And that's why everybody from Jersey flies to fucking Florida, I like to lean towards Nashville.
Nashville's nice.
Outside of Nashville, something. And bro, right now you can pick up a house in Nashville for nothing. But the ones I saw over the holidays, brand new. Not much, Joe. Because it's going to be just a spare house. Mm-hmm. It's just a property to retire in.
Right.
If I turn 65, you know how much money I'll save by having a Tennessee address? By living in Tennessee? A lot. They don't tax your pension.
Yeah.
They don't tax much, man.
I've read about Dubai. See if this is true. Dubai, there's no tax. There's no income tax. None at all. They just have so much money, they're like, we don't need your money.
Don't worry about it next year.
And everything's clean. My friend Will went over there. He moved over there. He said, I don't want to get shot in America. He goes, I could live be completely safe in Dubai. UAE does not levy income tax on individuals. However, it levies a 5% value-added tax on purchases of goods and services levied at each stage of the supply chain and ultimately borne by the end consumer. But that's okay. You know what that is? That's a big difference between that and income tax. Income tax is weird because you don't get any say in where it goes. And when you see what's going on with Ukraine, you see what's going on with Israel, you see what's going on with all the different shit that the Biden administration spends money on, all the money they're giving to illegal immigrants that are coming into the country, all the money they're giving for programs that are ridiculous. That's your money, and you don't have any say. You can't argue about it. There's not a competition. There's not a better company that's going to come along and take care of the taxes in a better way, more efficient. There's no incentive to do it better. Just fuck you. Give me the money. We're not giving Ukraine any more money, right? We're giving them a lot more money. Yeah, that was one of the things that they were arguing about. They have to do both. They wanted the Ukraine budget to be lumped into the border fixing budget. Joe, it's wild. That fucking border, it's a wild thing. It's a wild thing. That border, what Abbott is doing down there, telling those motherfuckers to step off and shit. I met Abbott a few times. He's a good man. I like that guy a lot. You know, sending the buses filled with immigrants to the sanctuary cities is such a crazy move. It's like, fuck you. You take care of them. You're just letting them in. Your policies are letting them in. You're encouraging people to go there because you're a sanctuary city. Good, we'll help you out. We'll help you out. We'll bring them right to you. And now the same politicians that were running on this platform, this mystery, it's a fantasy platform. This is a fantasy. Like, come here, we'll accept you all. And let's say that the governor now, she's like, that's enough. No more. You can't come here. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. What does that mean? Go where? They're already here. There's too many. There's millions. You guys have let millions in. There's more illegal immigrants over the last few years than are legal residents in like 5 states. If you put together like Idaho, Wyoming, you know, like the weird states with low populations, what's the number of illegal immigrants that have entered into this country over the last 4 years? Let's guess. What do you think it is? Millions. Yeah, 100%. Millions. 10 million? Maybe 12. Maybe 12. What do you think it is, Chad? I saw those fucking lines. They don't even know, by the way. They're just guessing. They're just guessing. They're not counting them all.
I don't know how to find that number even.
Just try to Google.
No, I get. I've tried this before. You can't. I don't know how to differentiate illegal versus legal, and they don't really tell you either. Because they have to figure it out themselves. So you're allowed to cross.
But they're trying to make everybody legal. That's part of the hustle. The hustle is make everybody documented.
When I typed in illegal immigrants entering U.S. 2023, this is what it says. It says there's arrivals of migrants without prior authorization, which I guess that I don't know if that's even illegal. You know, I don't know.
So in 1 year, arrival of ports of entry migrants, but that's ports of entry. That's not like coming in through the border.
Right.
Coming in through the border.
That's like doing a homeless count now.
Right.
Like, how do you?
Why don't you Google this? How many illegal immigrants sneak through the border? Just Google that.
How would you know that?
I don't know. Google it. How many illegal immigrants? But just do it in my language. Do it. How many illegal immigrants sneak through the border? Right, that sneak through the border. Let's see what's up. Record numbers. Okay, this is real recent. December 24th. Click on that. What's it say?
It's something 50,000, but I don't. It still is.
How many per day?
I don't know.
50,000? No, it can't be that much, is it? That's crazy. What does it say? Okay, whatever. There was a number. There it goes. Okay. In just the last 5 days, Border Patrol processed nearly 50,000 Whoa, 5 days. Who entered the U.S. illegally, with daily apprehensions surpassing 10,000 thrice, up from the 6,400 average last month. According to federal data obtained by CBS News, roughly 1,500 immigrants are being processed each day at official border crossings under the Biden program powered by a phone app.
But that's not sneaking across. That's why I was like, that's not answering the question you asked.
It says it, but they are. It says entering the U.S. illegally.
But they're processed. So
right.
It's not sneaking.
Right, but they still made it across illegally. They entered in illegally.
That's just what I'm saying. I'm saying sneaking in, but that's really what it is. They're processing anybody, but they're just letting them go. This is what's crazy. They're processing you, but it's a bullshit. They don't say you have to go back. There's no going back. You go in. They give you a phone. They give you money. A phone? Yeah, some places they're giving people phones. And so if it's, let's say if it's, go back to that, it's past 10,000. It's past 10,000 thrice. So let's just say it's 50,000. So 10,000 a day. If it's 10,000 a day daily, if that's the high end, let's assume that they're not counting them all, and a lot of them sneak through. 10,000. That's 3,650,000 a year.
Now, how am I, when I read all this shit, and I hear all this shit, how am I supposed to feel?
If it really is 10,000 a day, that is fucking bananas.
But think about it. How am I supposed to feel? I'm an immigrant.
How am I supposed to feel?
I got to hear this shit all day long, and I feel terrible about this shit.
I would do it.
But do you see the lines of the people that are fucking coming
It's
through?
nuts.
And, listen, I don't know if a lot of people know this shit. Sanitation, police, all this shit in New York, there's no overtime. Because all that budget is gone to the migrants.
Yeah.
And the migrants are not happy.
No.
They're losing their fucking mind.
They thought they were going to get jobs.
Yeah.
They were told they were going to get jobs. They're trying to start families. There's nothing there.
There's nothing here for us.
Why do we come out here to be homeless?
The sanctuary cities, now, I don't even know. New York City is a sanctuary city.
Yes.
Okay. Whoever made that didn't check with the people. No. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoever said we're a sanctuary city in New York City didn't check with the people.
Well, you know what it is? It's just letting everybody know you're not racist. You're not racist. You have no problem with immigrants.
We're not racist.
We're not, of course.
We're not racist, but I see that my friend who's got 2 children that depends on overtime. The sanitation department can't get it. He's a supervisor. He lost thousands in fucking salaries.
Because it's all going to
the migrant thing. And cops, no overtime, So this is what this is doing, And this just isn't New York. It's got to be in all the big cities.
Chicago has a big problem with it.
Texas, Houston, And what comes from this? Again, we're going back to the Marielle thing. I don't know who the fuck is coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know if they raped 22 women. I don't know if they raped 22 boys.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're perfect fucking citizens. We don't know these things. So this was just something. Listen, when I think of politics, I don't get involved, Joe Rogan, because it scares me. The only thing that doesn't scare me is how a man can have 20,000 indictments and still lead the presidential fucking in our country. This is why America's America. How can fucking somebody have 92 fucking indictments? He's in New York yelling yesterday.
Yeah.
But he still has 50% of the fucking country on lockdown. Right? Isn't that like he's beating Nikki Haley and the other guy?
Well, it's because it appears that they're prosecuting him for political purposes.
Yes, they are. I mean, I'm not a political guy. I'm telling you, they just keep fucking throwing things at us.
They're throwing things at him also that don't make sense. Like we talked about the Mar-a-Lago thing a bunch of times, where they tried to say that he overvalued Mar-a-Lago, and the judge said it's worth $18 million. Nobody thinks that. No, nobody thinks that. There's not a fucking human alive that thinks that place is only worth $18 million.
Did you see him raise his hand this week?
Who?
Sammy the Bull.
What he said?
Talking about fucking Trump. He's great. We can never corrupt him.
The Italians love Trump.
Who?
The Italians. They love
He's
Trump.
Uncorruptible. He was saying it the other day. I'm like sitting there scratching my head going, fucking Sammy's a savage. Yeah. He's a savage.
Yeah, this is a strange time because there's people that are trying to paint everybody that's supporting Trump as being a white supremacist or a racist or an anti-immigration person or anti-human rights person. You want to vote in a dictator. They're trying to say the most ridiculous versions of what most of it is. Because what most of it is people that are fed up. They're fed up with the open border. They're fed up with the increasing government scrutiny on things like social media. They're fed up with the influence that big companies have over the things you do and don't do in this country. They're fed up with us being in these fucking wars, constantly being involved in wars. And they know that Trump was one of the few guys that when he was in office, we didn't get into more wars. We didn't. And they did do a great job of stopping ISIS. They did a lot of things with the economy that seemed to have been working. I'm not an economist. I'm not the guy to have this conversation with. And if you want to like talk about policies and what's effective is not effective, I'll tell you what's not effective. What's going on right now? What's going on right now is not good. And you want to continue this, you're out of your fucking mind. You look at the just sheer raw numbers of dollars that we sent to other countries this year, that you have to realize that if you wanted the country to be better, you would have spent that money here on us. And if you spent that money on us and it stays in America, you got American jobs to make American cities better. You could have done a fucking substantial amount of rebuilding American cities with $170 billion. There's so much they could have done that could have elevated so many lives. And they didn't do anything.
We're just talking about it. Buffalo, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, all these cities up north, New York and all that. They need a boost up there.
They need something, man.
Cleveland needs a boost. I went to Pittsburgh last year after the pandemic. Half the fucking town was closed, brother.
Yeah.
Places had closed down. I'm like, come on. Something closed, like a good restaurant closed down. How can they close down?
Think about the impact of you can't have any business for 3 years. No business. It's over. I mean, Tony Hinchcliffe's dad lost his restaurant. Tony Hinchcliffe's dad had a restaurant in Youngstown, Ohio for like 25 fucking years. He couldn't, he's getting by. He was getting by. He was doing well, getting by, making money, good restaurant, like real Italian food. Fucking goes under. It's like, God damn it. You didn't even give people the option of what they wanted to do, and you were wrong. And no one is punished for it. They were wrong. They shouldn't have had us locked down for that long. They were wrong. None of that shit made sense. All that 6-foot social distancing. Fauci now admits it's all bullshit. They just came up with that number. People just started saying that number. Remember those stupid stickers on the ground at the bank? You had a sticker. You weren't allowed to stand here, and then the other person has to stay 6 feet in front of you, and you stand there. You're not allowed to get close. It's all nonsense. It was all nonsense. And they scared the fuck out of people, and they kept businesses closed. And they closed restaurants in Los Angeles. They closed outdoor dining just because of the optics of it, because COVID started to surge. There was no evidence at all that it was causing outdoor transmission, and they closed those fucking things down. They shouldn't be allowed to have that kind of power over whether or not you can make a living and the choices that you make, because they are just human beings too. And not only are they often uninformed, they're often misinformed, they're often absolutely victims of some sort of corporate propaganda that they've been used as a mouthpiece to promote, and they're affecting these people that have worked their whole lives for 20, 30 years. And it's such a selfish, shitty, fucked up way to run a city. And a selfish, shitty, fucked up way to run a country. And you didn't listen to all the experts. And you didn't take into consideration people's health, mental health from losing their jobs. How many people would have been fine? How many people need this fucking medicine that you're trying to push on? And how many don't? And who's making the money off of it? The whole thing was insane. And it was right in front of your face. Because we live in 2024 and the fucking is everywhere. You can't run these giant scams like this where you're just fucking over the whole country without everybody just being able to piece it together at the end of the scam and go, well, now we know how they do it. Look at, they all were working in cahoots together. They were literally paying media companies to shame people that were anti-vaccine. The government was involved in censoring social media posts. Wild shit, Joey. Wild shit. So for people to go through all that and lose their business and be on the other side, and then Trump comes along and he's like, that's enough. You can't just label all those people as white supremacists. You can't label all those fucking people as hateful bigots, because that's not what it is. They don't want any more of this. They're tired of this nonsense that you're shoving down people's faces. They're tired of it. So that doesn't mean that they're evil. And this narrative is stupid. This narrative that everyone on the other side that disagrees with you doesn't see this as like fundamental problems the way things are being run right now. Everyone is hateful. Everyone supports a dictator. You guys are out of your fucking minds.
And then we got Cuba. And then dying of starvation still. So
what are they doing now that Castro's dead? Is his son running it? Who's running Cuba? They're not having election. No, elections. They should bring back the mob. That's what it was running. Don't even have a fucking paper. That's what it was running. Shit, man. They used to love going. People used to love going to Cuba. It used to be the place to go. They had gambling there. They would go and gamble. So, like famous people used to go to Cuba before the revolution, right? Like, what's the guy's name you introduced me to today? He owns a company. Really nice, sweet guy. Oh, Brigham from Waste Oil? Yeah. Me and him had a tremendous conversation because he went to Cuba and he had to get a visa as a student or something. And he was blown the fuck away. But he was more blown away about going into those palaces and those casinos. And they still have pictures of the people sitting where you were, Sinatra and fucking Brando and Rock Hudson and all these, We don't even know how many planes would go down there a day with fucking people from here. It was amazing. I'll tell you one thing. You ask a Cuban in Miami who they're voting for, you're gonna get a red wave, son. You want to talk about people that vote Republican. You want to talk about people that don't want to hear no bullshit about socialism. Shut the fuck up. Cubans will yell at you. If you want to talk that nonsense woke hippie shit about Marxism, they will fucking yell at you. That's not the type of shit to talk about those people. Oh, those people have actually felt it. They escaped it.
What up, Exile? How you doing, baby?
Talking about Trump on some CNN or something. And I had to stop and go. I could just imagine what Cubans in Miami are saying in Spanish.
What up? Hey, have you been on our Telegram?
They love Trump. They love Trump. Because I just spoke to a cousin of mine. He's like, Trump.
Word. Very cool. So we're streaming live in the Telegram. We're live here 24/7, baby.
I could just imagine them going, oye, ¿en qué país? ¿En qué país un tipo que lo están vigilando con toda la pinga esta todavía puede ser presidente de los Estados Unidos? For a Cuban, they fucking love that shit. What I just said was, what other country? Caballero, tell me, what other country can you have 30 indictments and still be fucking president of the United States? Oh, yeah, that's it. It's only one. I mean, maybe there's another country. If you don't give me that fucking can, I'm going to stab you soon. Why? Open it, because you keep... Are you trying to open it? No. Oh, my God. I'm like, no, my God. I can open it on the top. Okay, I'm not just playing with it. Sorry. Struggling with it. Oh, that's hilarious. Now, what is that? No. It's nicotine pouch. They good? Oh, yeah, they're good. You want one? What flavor? This is spearmint. Am I going to fucking get dizzy? No, you get a little excited. Check this. Put that motherfucker in between chewing gum at 6 milligrams. You can handle it. Oh, no. Take it inside. There you go. Let's go, Joey. Woo, right? Like right away. You're like, Jesus. Yeah, the whole presidential election, the thing that scares me is if the Democrats stay in power and Biden stays in power, if you have the same administration, we're headed in the same exact direction as we are right now. And if Trump gets into office, then people are going to freak the fuck out. And there's probably going to be riots. There's probably going to be some craziness. There's probably going to be violence. There's probably going to be organized stuff, too. There's probably going to be nefarious groups that organize people to start civil unrest. That's a real thing. Whatever those groups are, whoever you want to call them, that's a real thing. Whether it's Antifa, whatever you want to say. Groups of human beings that will purposely start civil unrest in order to push a narrative about a political movement that the people are tired of Trump, they're hateful. You know what? Jim Brewer has a fucking great bit about the Women's March. He goes, remember when Trump was in office, the Women's March? The Women's March goes, yeah, you knew who a woman was then. Isn't that a great joke? That's only 2016. 2016, he gets in office, there's this giant women's march. And now no one can tell you what a woman is. If you had a giant women's march today, it'd be half guys. And you can't say shit. There's your sisters, and then they'll hold an election, the men will win because they're more aggressive. Then you got a man running a women's organization who says he's a woman. The crazy fucking world. You ever see this video? There's this lady in Chicago, and this guy is trying to use the women's room, and she's going in there with her daughter. This guy has a full beard, just a full beard, and she's yelling at him. She's like, you are a whole man. And he's like, I am a woman. And like, big, deep breath, big, deep voice, big, husky guy with a fucking beard. What the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck? Is this being kind? Is that what this is? Is this being open-minded and compassionate? Or is this opening the door to fucking psychopaths? This is it. Yeah, click this. Look at this. This is...
Don't get in my back. Do not get in my back. Don't get in my back. Don't get in my back.
What size that dude?
You see my dog right here? You crazy? No. You need to go over there to the beach. You need to go over there to the beach. You is a man. A whole grown man. I'm sorry. I don't know what.
Well, you see this guy? This guy's a big dude. There he is, with a beard.
On my birthday. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Hey man, use another bathroom.
Use another bathroom. There's a child in there.
What?
That's a child. That's a child in there. A little girl. Like, use the men's bathroom.
Okay. I'm a woman. What does it matter?
You doesn't matter. You got to explain the
So that's a real thing. Now, the people that want to deny that that's a real thing, you're doing a disservice for everyone. You're doing a disservice to all the innocent women that have to go into those bathrooms and don't feel safe. And you're doing a disservice to real trans people. There's gonna be a bunch of people that game your system. And there's gonna be a bunch of perverts with fucking beards who want to go where the little girls are shitting. People are out of their minds. There's a certain percentage of people that are out of their fucking minds. It doesn't mean that all trans people are bad. It doesn't mean that all trans people are out of their minds. It means that you have to know what's crazy and what's not. And that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's a mentally ill person with a fucking beard trying to get into a bathroom when a mother and her daughter are in there. That's crazy.
The cops weren't called.
Well, it's Chicago, right?
And what happens if the cops come now? What happens in that situation if the cops come? There was no assault.
Shit, if that was in San Francisco, they might arrest that lady. They might arrest her for being a bigot. Who fucking knows, man? It's Narnia out there. It's a fantasy world. People have lost their fucking mind, and I think it's engineered. I think that China has been TikToking these fucking people into a coma. I think all those little videos where, trans awareness and, maybe you're trans and there are no genders, just 100, and then psychos like that guy now think that the culture has moved to the point where they can kind of get away with it. Maybe the culture's changed their opinion on things. I think I can get away with this. I think I can wear my full beard with my dick out and go around women. And there's gonna be guys like that, just like there's real trans people. There's gonna be guys that are crazy, that take advantage of this thing that I think has been at least partially engineered by other countries. I think the algorithm supporting that, pushing that. This isn't Willy Wonka gold perverts. No, that's what it is.
Wasn't there a fucking TED Talk a couple of years ago about some chick saying that we need pedophiles?
I'm looking through comments on this saying that this video we just watched is satire.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen other videos like this where there are people that, I don't know who they are, but there are groups of people that will make videos like this that make them seem real. And
God, that lady's a great actress.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm looking at a lot of comments on TikTok saying this is staged, this is fake.
Well, they might be right. But that lady, if that's true, that lady's a fucking great actress. Because that lady really did seem like someone who was very flustered and was trying to protect her daughter.
Yes, she was.
And if it is satire and you use that girl was a really good actress too, because she looked like a girl would respond if a fucking grown man was trying to get in the bathroom and her mother was fighting with this grown man. Like, she was frozen. So if that's true, if that is fake, they're really good actors.
I'll tell you when I knew the world was going crazy. Weight Watchers is offering fucking those shots.
Oh, is that shots?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of money in those shots, Joey Diaz. I don't know if you know that.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah. Do you know that those weight loss drug shots, like these peptides, it's one of the biggest weight loss markets that's ever existed, that it's emerged, they're everywhere now.
Everywhere.
Like, what are the, how many people are on Ozempic and Wegovy and all these other, like, what's the numbers?
GLP-1.
Yeah, agonists or whatever they are. That's not a free ride either. Brian Simpson tried that shit and got wrecked. He's one of the few people, like a certain percentage of people, they do it, they have a bad side effect, and he was one of those. Terrible gastrointestinal pain, like he was in agony.
Really?
Yeah. He had to quit it right away.
One database that has...
I'm still a little apprehensive after the vaccine.
Yeah.
Because, it's just another thing that just popped up.
Yeah.
I've been talking about it for a few years. I would have jumped on it, but it just popped up.
Well, some people, Brigham supports it. Brigham says it's like for people that want to lose weight, it is one of the only ways where you can like kind of guarantee that they can lose weight. But, there's the argument about that a lot of people are losing muscle mass and they're losing bone mass along with the weight. He's saying, yeah, but that's because they're not doing it right. And they should also do it with peptides. And he said they should do it with resistance training.
Well, the guy I really know that he even talked to me about it. He goes, Joey, consider it.
So look at this. It says 1.7% of people in the U.S. have been prescribed a semaglutide medication in 2023, up 40-fold over the past 5 years.
No.
Okay, so that's that. So 1.7% now. So somewhere around, some in the neighborhood of 2 million people are on it in this country.
No, my friend said if you do it correctly. He goes, what happened was doctors prescribed it to you, and nobody did the fucking research on it.
So they did the wrong dose.
I worked out with a guy, Joe, for life. Tom, this motherfucker, he's very smart, like you. This is his thing. And I asked him once, because he asked me, he goes, have you ever considered it? I go, I don't know. Do you recommend it? He goes, let me tell you something. If you do it correctly, it'll work. He goes, I read into a bunch of studies, but he goes, what they don't tell you is you have to change your eating. You have to eat the protein first on your dish, because you're going to get too full by the time you get to your carbs. So he goes, people were eating salad, and that's why they were losing the muscle mass and everything.
That makes sense.
You got to double your protein intake. Now, like a bodybuilder needs 150 to 180 grams of fucking protein a day. Sure, I could squeeze out 100 if I'm lucky, buddy. Eggs, 7 grams each, right? 3 eggs for breakfast, no steak. I'll eat all that shit later. But how do you do 150 fucking grams a day of protein?
All I eat is meat.
That's 5 fucking meals. That's 5 30-gram meals.
I'm sure I get close to that.
So that's what he was saying, that people were not doing it right. It works 80% better with resistance training.
I'm sure.
80% better.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Anytime you're essentially, what it does is it kills your desire to eat, right? It kills your appetite, right? So you eat less, right? It's basically doing the same thing as if you had a controlled diet and you decided that you were going to eat less. When you're going into starvation mode, so you're burning off more calories than your body consumes, your body's going to start eating its tissue. You're gonna eat some muscle mass. You're gonna eat some, because you're just not doing. But if you did do it with peptides and you did do it with weightlifting, I would imagine you probably. Imagine a lot of that 35% they're talking about is like people didn't do anything. I bet a lot of people just took the shots, and especially if they're overweight already, they're drinking alcohol, they don't have a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, but I do know that some people get side effects, and that was Brian. Brian got one of the bad side effects. They're pretty common. Enough people get them to that it's something you have to consider.
I called you about the peptide, and then you turned me on. Thank you again for the stem cells today.
Yeah, I hope they help your knee, man.
I didn't pass out.
Good, beautiful.
I didn't faint.
I had to leave you in the room when they were
I wish you would have
freaking out about needles.
No. I wish you would have came in and talked to me a little bit. The nurses were great.
They're great. Ways to Well's awesome.
Listen,
I love that place.
I could tell you, and I even told her to her face, I go, I'd love to tell you I felt the needle.
Wow. Well, they're really good. They're really good.
I love to tell you I felt the needle. I didn't even feel it. I put my iPod on, and they just sat down.
Beautiful.
Then I did the fucking IV.
Damn, people black out all the time. He was telling me the needle. He was telling me about GSP. He was telling me about GSP scared of needles.
That's hilarious. I'm fighting that guy.
I'm telling you that it is the weirdest fear that you could ever fucking have.
GSP is so interesting because he's such a man that he's not afraid at all to tell you what he's afraid of. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't put on any... No! There's no bluster. There's no bullshit. What he is what he is.
Dog, I had my friend's parent when I was a kid. I brought a snake into his house. This guy was a fucking iron worker. They're tough as nails, drinking Irish. This guy was in the wall in the corner saying to me, Joey, I beg you, get that out of my house. And I kept busting his balls. Come on. Are you really scared of this little thing? Yeah. He was ready to climb into the fucking corner. That's a real thing. That's phobias.
Ophidiophobia.
Dog, the best one I was telling her, but I didn't tell her the truth. I told the nurse about a different story, but when I went to prison, you have to do a physical. So here I am in prison, like you gotta fucking hold your own.
Right.
I go in there, they put me at a desk, and I'm like, Lord, don't let me pass out today. Because I will wake up, these brothers will yank me, dog. Do not pass out. Joe, I fucking kept it together. I went back into the holding tank. What up? Yeah, we did. Next thing you know, I fucking put the arm down. I took the cotton ball off, and there was a red dot on the front. I fucking fainted. I have thousands of them. I never told anybody the truth how I ripped my meniscus. Let me tell you how I ripped my meniscus. Yeah. I was at acupuncture, and I was like this. Because at that time, she didn't lay me down. She sat me down, and I was like this, and she started sticking needles into me, and I fainted. And the chair, I buckled, and I just fell off the chair onto the floor.
Oh, no.
I tore my meniscus at acupuncture. Who does that? Dog, I have 1,000. My wife had to stop. When she was my girlfriend, she would send me down to get a blood test. I wouldn't go. And I'd be petrified. Petrified.
I used to date a girl, and when she saw someone getting a needle in a movie, she would faint.
Bro, I fainted when in Pulp Fiction. They stuck the needle in the heart. I was on a date in Boulder, and all of a sudden the girls put raisinets in my mouth. So I think she passed out. I did fucking pass out.
She was trying to revive you with raisinets.
She didn't know. I just passed back. Come on, guys. I got 10. And it's always hit and miss. Lately, the last 10 years I've been very good. Except for a couple IVs in my hand that didn't work. But beside that, I've been very good. 2-3 months ago, I did the PRP on my knee. They took 6 tubes of blood out. That was no bueno for Papa.
You know my boy Tommy Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy just fell asleep behind the wheel. Shoveling snow all day. Shoveling his car in the snow. He's driving, and he's got the dash cam footage. He just falls asleep. He hits a fucking wall.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's banged up. He's got some injuries.
But what, is he falling asleep?
He just doesn't know what happened. He just blacked out. He's blacked out driving from exertion. If you're a guy who's out of shape, snow is heavy, right? Especially if it's melting a little bit, and you got to do your whole driveway. That's a workout, man.
That's a workout. It's not a workout. It's not good after 50.
Well, it's not good if you're not in shape. It's great if you're in shape. It's a really good workout. Like you could get it. Like I could put a fucking chest strap on and set an app for a workout and shoveling snow.
Oh yeah,
and it's a real workout. We used to shovel snow when I was a kid. That was a great way to make money.
I shoveled fucking snow when I was an adult.
For money?
When I was 19, I shoveled snow in Aspen.
They would knock on people's doors.
No, I was part of the building crew. It was $15 an hour. And you went out there, whatever hours you wanted, it was work your own hours. It was fucking fantastic. I loved it. I was also casing out joints. Because that's where all the drug dealers live, so I was shoveling and casing.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we would make a ton of money.
Now you can't get a kid to come out.
No.
In Jersey, nothing. Nobody knocks on my door. I was out there last week.
It was understood in the neighborhood that that's how people would make money. So, the moment, it would start snowing, people would be showing up at people's houses, asking if they wanted to get shoveled out.
That was second. I used to go on the road and push motherfuckers. That's a quick 20. Oh, yeah. You push a motherfucker out of a hole, you'll do anything for you. Seriously. Oh, yeah. There's always people stuck, too. Pushing and then shoveling them out. They got stuck. Fucking put rocks out there. The thing is about, like, real cold places like that, people will fucking help you because they know you could die. Like, if you see a highway and some guys, it's snowing and some guy's over to the side of the road and his hood's up, let's pick this guy up. Like, it's a dangerous thing to do, but a lot of people do it there. A lot of people do it. They'll pick people up in the snow. I would. Hey, listen, man, I just was told when I moved to Jersey, be careful when I shovel. A lot of people drop fucking shoveling snow. You can have a heart attack. It's real work. But is it because of the cold weather? Or the weather's cold, but I don't think that's fucking you up. I think it's just the exertion. It's a lot of working out. Like if you, let's say you have a 100-yard driveway. You know? That's crazy. That's crazy. Then you get okay, let's say it's 20 yards. Let's say that's a lot to shovel. If it's wet, if it's melting a lot, let's say that every shovelful is 40 pounds, okay? If you're doing every shovelful 40 pounds for reps, so you're essentially doing this for reps and then carrying it, you're doing 500 reps? That's a lot. For example, after only 2 minutes of snow shoveling, study participants' heart rates exceeded 85% of maximal heart rate, which is a level more commonly expected during intense aerobic exercise testing. The impact is hardest on those people who are least fit. Duh. And that's unfortunately my boy Tommy. So he just fucking and just blacked out. I don't know. Yeah, I just snowed. It snowed 2 weeks ago. I got a 2-car driveway. I shoveled it with my wife. My daughter came out. It was fucking salt. I did the stairs. We didn't touch the sidewalk because nobody walks on them. If you're fit, you should look at it as your workout. Dude, that's a workout. Get out there and fucking get after it. Do it like a workout, bro. Young Jamie, can I ask you for a favor? Can you show Joe the people shoveling Buffalo Stadium last weekend? That was fucking work. And they pay you $20 an hour. They feed you and they give you 2 tickets for the game. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, that's not a bad deal. Fuck. You should. If you're a kid, that's a good deal. You get to see. Bro, there were no kids out there. It was a bunch of fat dudes like me out there, fucking laying back, fucking sweating tickets. Yeah. Let me see what that looks like, James. Oh my God! Look at this. Look at this stuff. Wow, they're pushing all that snow down the chute. That's crazy.
They couldn't get it out. They just let you pick your seat when they did the game.
So did they play in that snow? No.
They would have.
How would they know where the lines are?
They come out after every play and blow off the lines.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. They only blow off the lines, so you're running through snow for what's like the heaviest snow they've ever played in? Look at that. That is crazy. And it's Buffalo. That's crazy. You know, there's something very American about that you have to play in the snow. I mean, that is the game, right? Because in baseball, they're like, oh, it's over, folks. It's raining out. Can't have these players get wet. Not this. Why don't they play baseball in the rain? Play it in the fucking rain. What are you doing? Play the game in the rain. Who gives a shit? Oh, it's a rain day. We called it for rain. Fuck. Meanwhile, it's snowing. It's 0 degrees, and those guys are playing football. Last week in Kansas City was the coldest football game of all time. How cold was it?
-9 outside. I think the wind chill was minus.
There was motherfuckers with no t-shirts on. I guess like 60 people went to the hospital.
Audience members, 69 people needed help from the fire department.
Yeah. Do you know one of the dudes that survived the Titanic? He was in the water for 2 hours. I think he was a chef. And the story was that he got drunk before he went in the water. He just got hammered because he knew he was going to die. And somehow or another, because he was drunk, he survived. See if you can find that out. I was reading this. I was like, how does that make sense? How a baker survived the Titanic sinking by getting really drunk. God damn it, I have these motherfuckers. There we go. Okay. So, can you go back up so I can read? So it says Charles, how do you say that? Johan? How do you say that, Jamie?
Johin was one of the disaster's most unlikely survivors, and he did it thanks to industrial amounts of liquor. So this dude got super duper hammered before he went in the water, and somehow or another it helped him survive. It was an almost physiologically impossible feat of survival, and according to the British Titanic Inquiry, it's because the 33-year-old Englishman had the presence of mind to greet history's greatest maritime disaster by getting smashed. So
he knew he was dying.
So he just decided to get fucked up, but he survived. In survival situations, having all that warm blood away from the vital organs means that the drinker is at a greater risk of hyperthermia. However, Canadian hypothermia expert Gordon Geisbrecht figures in the minus 2 degrees Celsius temperature of the North Atlantic, the water was cold enough to quickly tighten Johin's blood vessels and cancel out any effects of the alcohol. So then, at a low to moderate dose of alcohol, cold will win out, says Geisbrecht. The University of Manitoba professor has performed hundreds of cold water immersion studies. What Johin would have had, however, is the awesome life-saving power of liquid courage. Alcohol remains a leading cause of humans getting into fatal situations, including freezing to death. Nevertheless, the relaxing qualities of the drug have long been known to give humans an uncanny ability to survive trauma.
This reminded me of the story of that lady that passed out alive.
Yeah, they're sitting right here in the ER. Cold patients who are really drunk can walk in, and they're conscious at a temperature that they shouldn't be. So being drunk keeps you alive. Keep scrolling down a little more. That's it? No. Yeah, his actions might speak to a man unfazed by impending disaster. Immediately upon hearing the collision with an iceberg, the chief baker leapt out of his bunk and began dispatching his staff to stock the lifeboats with bread and biscuits. This done, he popped back into his cabin for a drink before heading topside to help load lifeboats. Not only did Joaquin, however I say his name, Joaquin, refuse his own place on a boat, but there's no men like that today. But he and a few other men began forcibly chucking reluctant women into empty seats, likely saving their lives. He said, "We threw them in," he testified later. Top deck of the increasingly listing Titanic was mostly cleared of lifeboats by 1:30 a.m. To most, this was a panic-inducing sign that all hopes of rescue was gone. But to whatever his name is, it was a cue to head back to his cabin for another drink. So this dude's just getting fucked up. He sat down on his bunk and nursed it along, aware but not particularly caring that the water now rippled through the cabin doorway, wrote historian Walter Lord in A Night to Remember. Lord was in touch with the dude before the baker's 1956 death. He said the dude then splashed topside again, where he took upon himself to begin throwing deck chairs overboard with an eye to filling the water with impromptu flotation devices, so the people could float around on the chairs. His perched, he then worked his way back to the pantry to get a drink of water. The baker was standing on the stern when the ship broke in half, and yet he remembered the violent, catastrophic breakup only as a great list over to port. There's no great shock or anything, he told the Inquirer, so he was just hammered. Definitely moving through the swarms of people, he made it to the stern rail of the ship. At exactly 2:20 a.m., he rode the sinking Titanic into the sea like an elevator. Woo! As with all surviving Titanic crew members, 2:20 a.m. on April 15, 1912 was also the exact moment in which the White Star Line stopped paying him. Oh boy. The first stage of cold water immersion is known as cold shock. Horrifying sensation of having the skin cool. The feelings of the Titanic's second officer, Charles Lightoller, described as being like 1,000 knives being driven into one's body. So how did this dude survive? What did he float around on for 2 hours? Let's say. I was just paddling and treading water for 2 hours? Oh my God.
How come Leo couldn't do that then in the movie? Just sunk in the water after 2 minutes.
Leo wasn't hammered, and he gave up. This dude didn't give up. He paddled water for hours.
I guess it took a couple hours for them to get someone to get to them.
Yeah, exactly. 2 hours.
Which is pretty impressive that they got to them in 2 hours.
I bet you the whole.
In 19 what? What was this like?
19, somewhere around there. Not the exact 1912.
The early 1900s. So the fact they got to them in 2 hours is pretty amazing. 1919. Oh no, 107th. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, 1912. Wow.
You go think real quick.
Yeah, I'll go too. We'll be right back. Yeah. So she fell out of an airplane and she landed on an anthill. How big was that fucking anthill? And it was fire ants?
Here it doesn't say that. It was a 1999 47-year-old woman, Joan Murray, altitude of 14,500 feet. Second parachute also failed to deploy.
Oh my God.
Crashed into a fire ant mound at more than 80 miles an hour.
Oh my God.
Immediately started attacking her body, which kept her alive because of the adrenaline.
Oh my God.
And then she still survived. She was in a coma for 2 weeks, had operations, but she's still alive, I think.
Jesus. I wonder if did they slow her down at all, the parachutes? 80 miles an hour is pretty fucking fast. Jesus.
I don't know what terminal velocity is if you don't have one, but.
Fuck parachutes, bro. Fuck parachutes.
I'd like to try it.
I can set it up.
Really? You have the guy here?
Oh yeah, I got guys.
Hi. You have to go.
I don't do it.
You would consider it a rush.
You might not be able to. You might be too big.
Too big, yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a number. Like a guy was just telling us the other day on Kill Tony that he had to lose weight. I think was it for parachuting? Yeah. I think there's a number. I don't think you'd be like above 220 or something like that.
Before parachute with a whole bubble.
No. And you have to have someone on your back too. The first time you do it, there's a person that's got to do it with you.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Fuck that, Guinness. Fuck that. I'm sure it's exciting. I don't need that in my life. My life is exciting enough.
This is Travis Pastrana. This is a long time ago. It's X Games promo.
Did he go into the net?
No, so he's like the crazy guy. Jumps out, does all sorts of stuff, motocross. But I don't know if you just noticed, he jumped out without a parachute. He's got nothing there.
And he threw his can
Except
away.
the Red Bull.
But the Red Bull can is going to hit someone in the fucking head and kill him.
I think it was empty.
Yeah. If it's coming from space, bro, that Red Bull can could fuck you up. So someone has to grab him.
He ends up. It looks like that's all they did is just put his legs around him.
Well, no, they gave him a parachute.
No, he's just strapped. He's just got locked onto that guy.
Oh.
And they go all the way down, and he's like barely attached.
Oh my God, that's so nuts. I'm sure it's exciting, but fuck that, right? Come on, Joe.
Every once in a while, you gotta do something while they come from rain.
Yeah, that's
like today I went and got, I would have never dreamed of that shit, but it makes you a better person. You gotta do little shit like that.
I guess. I don't know if you have to do that. That's not a little shit. Jumping out of a fucking plane with no parachute, that's not a little thing.
I mean, you gotta fucking get a rise on the something after a while.
I think that's a big thing. I would advise you not doing that one.
No. But, you gotta try shit.
I get it.
I still remember going to Colorado when I was 19, and people go, do you want to go skiing? I go, fuck you. Fuck you. I'll never skiing this, that. You break your legs. Until I got up there, Joe. I was so lonely. On Christmas Day, I go, fuck it. Let me go get some skis and go up there.
Really?
And it would change my life. And ever since that, I'm like, every once in a while, listen, it's not going to work out. It's not like I could ski down. There's no fucking way. But at least I got to do it.
The thing about skiing is everybody tries to go on harder courses than you can control. You have to really learn how to...
Dog, you got to live there. Or you got to go there it's like anything else.
Yeah.
You want to get good at stand-up, you got to show up and do the dance. You got to do jiu-jitsu, whatever. Weightlifting, whatever. It's the same thing.
Well, also, there's a lot of people that try skiing that don't do anything else.
No, and the worst thing is when people say to me, I'm going skiing, they haven't done anything.
Yeah.
They haven't done anything. First of all, you go to Aspen, I used to be a fucking security fucking driver up there, okay? I'd see the people that would come in, the amount of alcohol, the amount of shit. Let me tell you what happens. After one day of skiing, if you're not skiing consistently,
Bro, you use muscles you haven't used before. I don't care how many squats you do, kettlebells. Let's go skiing. Just 3 times down a medium hill. The next day you go, fuck, this hurts in here. My hamstrings hurt. Different things hurt. They use different fucking muscles for sure when you ski. So people go up there, dog, that's not you gotta prepare for that shit. But I lived in Snowmass, so it was like going to a summer camp. I got to ski every day. Whether it was 2 runs before work or 3 runs after work. So you get good. You get used to it. The falls become easier. Next thing you know, you're up there with no winter jacket. I don't need no fucking winter jacket. This will do a hooded sweatshirt. It's great.
Did you ski without a helmet?
There wasn't even helmets for skiing when I was skiing. This is 50 fucking years ago. You went up there, you know, and then it was just something that I never thought I would do, like whitewater rafting. That shit is great up there, you know. You go down from Aspen all the way down to Glenwood Springs and shit. I loved all that crazy stuff. Yeah. You know, that was, but I don't like camping because you can't wash your pussy. Okay, I'm not gonna sit with you in a tent for 4 days with a stinky asshole. That ain't an adventure for me. If you want to go camp, I'm like a white camper. I want a shower. I want a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? There's something on the location, and there's those things, but. I always wanted to like bungee jump one time or something. Something out of a plane, just something. Doesn't have to be, you know, I jumped off a cliff into water, you know, 20 feet, whatever. But just for somebody to say you could jump off that cliff in Hawaii and land and you got 100 feet under you, nothing's going to happen to you. Not fucking try it.
You can if you fuck up. You land wrong. I know someone will land on their ass. They land on their ass instead of straight, and they fuck their back up.
No, you're done. You're done. But that's funny what you said before about somebody throwing a can up in the sky. Yeah. It's going to kill someone.
That Red Bull can, that's 15,000 feet in the air.
Dog, I almost got arrested when I was like 10 for almost killing a dude in Puerto Rico. I went to Puerto Rico and my parents, my mom and the other parents left us alone and went out. And we started throwing fucking ice off the balcony and shit. We kept on throwing it. And next thing you know, I heard an ambulance and fucking cops were knocking on all the doors and they knew it was us. The guy was on the floor fucking out, guy, with a little fucking ice cube from the 6th floor.
Yeah, 6'4" ice cube hit you in the head.
It fucking
that'll fracture your fucking skull.
Man, I used to do so many crazy things like that, Joe. When I was on 88th Street, when I was like 6 or 7, I would play with these kids. There was 205 West 88th Street was on the corner, and there was a parking garage. It's still there. And I would play in there with the kids. And then when I would get a little bit of anxiety, I would go up to my apartment, to my bedroom, and my mother used to have the 45s from the record player at the bar. She would give me the ones she'd take out, and I'd go by the window, and I'd just throw them out. And they would come out like boomerangs and come down and hey, stop that. And I just throw like 50 of them out. And then you hear like the kids going, hey, fuck you. They didn't know it was me. And then I would come back, what happened? Some motherfucker up there is throwing fucking things on me. One day I kid a kid with, I take my dinner. He just fell down for 2 minutes. Another time, there was a place when I was growing up in North Bergen called Duratest. They just made light bulbs. But they made the long fluorescent ones. You know how many times I hit that with those? We would jump in their dumpster and take all the fluorescent bulbs out and light bulbs and just hit each other with it. That dust that comes out of a fucking fluorescent light bulb in the 70s. Oh my God. So we would have those light bulb wars all the time. And then we started having from the roofs. And people would throw light bulbs up at us. And we would throw light bulbs back. And I would put the light bulbs on the floor, and then we call them spears, you know, the fucking, we throw the fucking long fluorescent lights at it. One day I picked up a light bulb. I didn't know I picked up a rock with that motherfucker. And I just threw it at the kid. And also the kid's looking right at me, and I saw that rock just go, and he just went backwards. Now this was a pervert kid. His name was Ali, him and his brother. Like we were 10 or 12, and him and his brother were going to hookah houses. His father would take him in the city when he was like 10 or 11. He would come back and tell us, they watched our dead kid. It was tremendous. I hit that kid in the head so hard with that rock without knowing. It wasn't no malice intended. But when I got down there, the lump had gone up off his head, like one of those fights when the guy has a lump or tumor, and it had like a little pimple with blood in it. It was already filled up, though, and they had ice on his head. I felt so bad. I was giggling inside. But You feel fucking bad for doing that shit.
His dad took him to a brothel when he was 10.
Every weekend. They were Cuban. The Ali brothers, Juan and Carlos Ali. Juan was the brains of the operation. Carlos was a little bit of the slow brother. He was like the Lenny of the Squiggy.
How crazy is it taking a 10-year-old to a brothel?
Well, they were going every weekend into the city. 6th grade, 7th grade.
Jesus
Christ. Telling us about all the stories.
Oh, my God.
On fucking Mondays.
Oh, my God.
Bro, we grew up with some pieces of work. Not these kids growing up today where people didn't do anything with them. You know, I look at my daughter, her little friends. It's not going to be good for them.
It's going to be weird. That's for sure.
It's not going to be good for them. It's going to be weird. World. I mean, I'm artists and you talk to them and shit.
Yeah.
And that's the best you could do. But the world they're going to grow up in is completely different than our fucking.
Completely different.
You know, and it's so weird that I had a shitty childhood family-wise, but everything else was fucking aces for me, bro. I laughed my ass off. I had a great time. These kids, you know. One of the kids we took to the city for Jingle Bells told me, I never came to New York City before. She had never seen a cab before.
Wow.
Never saw a cab.
It's only an hour away.
55 fucking minutes, you know.
Different world. Jersey's a completely different world. People have this idea that New Jersey is like real similar to New York, like the Bronx or something like that. New Jersey's very rural. Very rural.
Let's have young Jamie check it.
Yeah.
Jamie, where's the most horses in the United States? Equestrian state.
If that's New Jersey, that's nuts.
That's fucking crazy. Listen, bro, Jersey has Newark, Bayonne, Amboy. Don't get me wrong, you get fucking killed in Camden and Saucon. You know, Jersey City's getting bad. North Bergen's not all good. New York City, per se, but
cities.
Action's still fucking happening.
Yeah, there's cities, but it's a lot bigger than people think it is.
What's that?
New Jersey.
Bro, I'm in shock.
Yeah.
I'm in shock how big it is. I never fucking knew that.
People think it's real little. You drive through real quick, and that's next thing you know, you're in Philadelphia. No, that's only one way. Like, if you look at the entirety of the state and how much of it is actual rural, you know, New Jersey has the most horses per capita. 10 horses per 1,000 people.
What I tell you?
Wow.
If you thought I knew that, I think it's Kentucky.
You know what also they have?
What?
The highest population of black bears.
Who?
New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah, but that's up north, though. And they don't fuck around up there.
The bears.
Yeah.
They're down south, too.
I haven't heard.
They're near Rutgers. One of the students from Rutgers got killed by a bear.
My daughter said she saw a bear one day. We were driving a little bear.
Yeah.
You know, who knows?
Oh, they're there, Joey. Far Rockaway. There's videos of them in Far Rockaway, like fighting on this street. It's crazy. These giant bears. They're so big and they're fighting over like garbage cans. They're knocking each other over. They tumble down into a fucking mailbox. They're out into the street. This guy's sitting in his car filming these like 400-pound bears going to war with each other in the middle of a crowded suburb. Cars are stopped. Have you ever seen this?
No.
Find that video. The video's fucking bananas. Because you're looking at these giant predators that are fighting each other over territory in the middle of people's cities, and these people aren't freaking out. They've just decided, and this is like before they stopped the bear hunt. When the new governor got into place, one of the things he was running on was he's going to stop bear hunting, and he got in and he did. He stopped bear hunting, and they restarted it.
Yeah, they restarted.
After a couple of years, they're like, okay, yeah, you're not.
The population got out of control.
Yeah, it was already out of control. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like, look at these two. Joe, I mean, this is someone's fucking yard. Look at the size of these fuckers. And they're just duking it out in front of a mailbox while this guy's car is parked. I mean, this is nuts, man. Fighting over a female. Look at all the fur they're pulling off of each other. I mean, that's in New Jersey. You know, that's not Montana. That's New Jersey.
Crazy.
New Jersey has the highest numbers of black bear per capita.
Are they bad?
They're not good. It's not good. Not good to have that many of them. It kills everything. They'll kill small dogs. They'll kill your deer population. They'll kill a lot of the things that you like. They're gonna cannibalize each other for sure. If they get to certain numbers, they already do that. The males already kill cubs. They're monsters. They're fucking monsters. They're not teddy bears. I mean, they're cool. It's nice to have. It's nice that they exist. I wouldn't want to eradicate them, but you have to keep them in control.
Now, do you know that I'm closer to Philly than I am to Atlantic City?
Yeah.
I'm 44 minutes from Philly.
Yeah.
And I'm an hour 5. Nah, an hour.
You should do a residency in Philly.
No,
that's the move. That's the move.
I love Philly.
Philly's awesome.
Bro, I go to basketball games. I go to baseball games there in Philly. I had a fucking great time.
Yeah, you could just do a couple days a week in Philly.
If you wanted. Last time I went to Philly, I went with a bunch of kids and their parents, you know. And I look over in Philadelphia, and I swear to God, again, there's no hate for me. I see 2 guys swatting spit in the chair. I didn't say a word. I go, I wonder how long this is going to last. Bro, they don't play in Philly. They say shit to you.
What were they saying to these guys?
Not good things. Get the fuck out of the seats. There's kids around here.
Oh, wow.
Nasty motherfuckers. This one black dude was going off.
Wow.
Off. You know. Another time I went to a game. I don't know what I saw. And they just don't play in Philly.
That's a bold move to do that in a sports.
Philadelphia's a little fucking rough, bro. I remember one time I did a show in Philly. I didn't even go in. When I finished, I just jumped into the audience. There was no sense of going in the back because they weren't going to have it. They were going to kick that door down. There was no sense in me going in the back. They weren't going to be. I just jumped onto the audience. They caught me, and it was just do whatever you need to do. You guys are fucking great.
Yeah, Philly's a fun city. There's always a good place to go through. Always a good place for pool, too. Think about the things that come out of Philly. A lot of boxers, a lot of pool players. There was always good pool halls in Philly.
They still have a lot of them.
Yeah, Fusco still has a place. Jimmy Fusco. Was it Jimmy or Pete? But one of those guys who's a top-level pool player had a place in, see if you find FUSCO's pool hall. I know I played there with, I'm pretty sure I played there with Tommy.
Bro, he took me to the cop I know from Newark. Took me to a place one night to see where some Jackie Gleason used to do comedy there.
Really?
Fuck yeah, it's still there. Some bar. It's like fucking, they renovated it.
Here, Fusco's the spot. Yeah. Which Fusco owns that? Does it say?
Well,
Jimmy Fusco died. Okay, scroll up. It said he died 2017. Yeah. But great fucking old school pool hall. Real pool hall.
It's just how crazy that area, how much, you know, it's like I finally watched the show because I read a book and then I said, let me watch the show. Boardwalk Empire. I don't know if you ever watched that, whatever.
I watched a little bit of it. It's good.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Because very interesting. It took the history of Atlantic City and then the last 2 seasons, it touched on the Haigs. And the Haigs were like fucking huge. And that's where I went for my surgery one time when I was a kid. Margaret Haig. No. That's who you gave birth to kids. I went to Christ Hospital. Margaret Haig was a hospital in Jersey City, and they were all related. So I just followed that, and I just started reading all that Philadelphia shit. Like there's a town by me called Highland, New Jersey. They just built a ferry to take you from Highland to New York City. That's where fucking Vito Genovese lived. I didn't know this shit like that. All those towns have a rich fucking history of just everything. Pool, you know, gangsters, fucking food. The fucking food down in Jersey now is fucking tremendous, Joe.
Yeah, it's a different kind of food. That East Coast Italian food, that's different.
But everybody has a different type of East Coast. Like if you go to Oneida, they got the nice chicken, they got the pasta, the steaks, and that's that place. I go to another place, I just go there for the fucking, I go to Osteria just for the, what do you like, the beans with the grass, the lettuce, not the other one, escargot and beans.
Oh, okay.
There's times I work out and I just go straight there.
Yeah.
Water with lemon and a bowl of escargot soup with beans, and they put little bits of fucking prosciutto in there, or that ham or something. Oh my God, Joe. I don't even need the fucking sauce and spaghetti no more. I'm onto a different. And my neighbor, out of all those restaurants, bro. They're all great. But my neighbor, Jody Puma, probably outcooks all those motherfuckers.
Really?
Yeah, Jody Puma's the baddest motherfucker I know. She don't cook much because she works in the city. I got to go over there and torture her. Say, Jody, what the fuck? I'm in the mood for bolognese. There's something off the chain, bro. Off the chain, you know?
Yeah, there used to be a lot of good places near White Plains.
And then you went to that sandwich place. He gave you a shout out the other day.
Oh, yeah, Gene Ardelli.
Yeah.
That place is great.
That sandwich was fucking huge. I can't eat those no more, Joe.
You can eat it once. What you do is you just don't eat anything that day.
I can't, bro. Wet mutts. I love wet mutts. Yeah, you got to give it a fucking. Oh my god.
You can't eat that.
There's a place that gets a place I go to St. Osteria. When they bring the wet mutts, they just put black pepper on it. Jesus Christ, John.
A little bit of olive oil.
Me and Vic went one time. We got that. We salt. Oh my god. Yeah. The cheese tastes so good, but that shit I used to eat, like prosciutto on mozzarella with a fucking, I can't do that no more.
No?
Too much of a sandwich, man.
Well, what have you done, like, when you tried to manipulate your diet? I know you did Weight Watchers for a while, and you lost a bunch of weight. But then, like, have you ever tried different kinds of diets? Have you ever tried, like, keto or low carb?
I would do the keto, but I can't eat that much meat in a day. Like this morning, I got 3 pieces of bacon. I ate 2. You know, so
what about eggs? Do you eat eggs?
Yeah, like a motherfucker.
Well, if you wanted to try something that would help you lose weight, just eliminate all the sugar and bread. Just eliminate all that stuff. Just eat only things that are either like vegetables or meat. Just only that.
I've been working a lot on fasting.
Yeah?
It took me a while.
How long do you do?
I could eat at 7 and then not eat lunch till 4. I'm down to 2 meals a day and a protein shake. That's what I'm down to right now. I don't eat. That lunch was huge. When your plate came, I was like, I hope that's not my fucking plate. I hope, even though those ribs look fucking killer.
They're good.
Tremendous. I can't do it no more. I could get like an 8-ounce, 10-ounce steak. Now that's the most meat I could eat at night, you know. Today I had turkey and the brisket. It was fucking delicious. I eat avocado toast for breakfast. 3 eggs, avocado toast, and a fruit bowl. That's my breakfast, though.
That's good. That's a good start. That's a good way to get going.
That's in my world, that's great.
Yeah.
Where I come from?
Yeah.
6 eggs, white bread, a stick of butter, and a pack of bacon, and then after an hour after I go to McDonald's before 11.
Yeah.
I'd say that's a big fucking change, my friend.
Yeah, it's a big change.
That's a big change.
The big one is if you can just cut the bullshit out. Instead of the avocado toast, go with something else. Just cut that bread out. That'll help you all.
I like avocado. I'll eat avocado without the bread.
Good. Eat the avocado. The avocado is great for you, but it's just bread is just never good.
It's not good. And that's why I say, now they're making these sandwiches, bro. In Jersey, they're like this. It's a fucking
animal sandwich.
Wet mutts, chicken cutlet.
Yeah.
You know, something else. And you know,
just smash it together. You can barely get your mouth around it.
And that semolina bread. I'll stab 3 motherfuckers to that. That shit is good. And that's the one thing those Staten Island motherfuckers did not help my area. Because they brought some serious food into Jersey.
Yeah.
And I mean serious. There's a deli in Staten Island called Raw Crown. Joe Rogan, their chocolate bread. When the lady brings it up, thank God they're not my fucking
chocolate bread?
Chocolate Italian bread.
What is that?
What I just say? It's Italian bread with little pieces of chocolate in it, all through the bread. And then they have prosciutto bread, and they have mozzarella bread, and they have dog. My neighbor, one night I was in the basement getting high by myself, and I'm like, man, I could eat something. And something made me go outside, and I saw a loaf of bread. And I go, what the fuck is this? I brought it and said, Joey, a chocolate bread from Staten Island. My mother brought it for you. I brought it in the house. I took a bite of that motherfucker. Holy shit. She goes, did you like it? I go, did I fucking like it? It was fucking tremendous. Chocolate bread, prosciutto bread.
Oh my God, look at that.
Look at this shit, Joe. And listen, I eat 1 piece. But you're supposed to get that, cut it, and then put it in the oven, then put a nice piece of chocolate. Yeah, that's me. Look at that motherfucker. Italian bread with chocolate in it. So you want to tell me how hard it is to be me?
Nervous just hearing that.
You want to tell me how hard it is to be me? And you're supposed to cut it and put butter on it. I just cut a piece and eat it and give the rest to my daughter and my wife. I got to get out of here.
I would eat that whole motherfucker for sure.
Dog.
Yeah.
Dog. When you walk into Royal Crown, they have a section just for mortadella. What they can do with mortadella, that's when you know you have a problem. Then they just move down the line. If you want capicola, everything is to kill you. But it's fucking delicious.
Yeah, they don't have any of that out here. Like that kind of Italian deli. Yeah, not enough Italian. Yeah. If those guys from G&R Deli opened up a shop out here, they'd fucking kill it. They made those same sandwiches out here. And they import a lot of their shit from Italy anyway.
But look at Rayo's just opened in Vegas.
What is that?
Rayo's just opened in Vegas.
Rayo's?
Like the famous restaurant from New York, Rayo's.
Okay.
R-A-O-S.
Yeah.
They have one in L.A.
Yeah, you could do it in Vegas, for sure.
But they opened up in Vegas, people are spreading out. So that's
they did. They just opened up a Peter Luger's.
Yes, that's what it was. I'm sorry. It was Peter Luger.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's a big deal. That place is the shit. If I'm ever in Brooklyn, I'm eating at Peter Luger's.
I always go.
That place rules.
Last time I went with Ari. On a 4 o'clock fucking dinner reservation.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
That place is great. They got a bad review, like the New York Times, something like that. Me and Ari had just gone there. And we were like, what the fuck are they talking about? It was fantastic. It was so good. The steak comes over, it's crackling, the butter's dripping all over it. You take a slice of it, you're like, it's perfect. It's the perfect steak. And you're getting the smell from the plate. The plate's coming out of the oven where they finish it. You're like, don't touch the plate, it's hot, okay? It's fucking amazing. Amazing. That place rules.
It's right there. It's easy to get there.
I'd rather go there. Video on them. There's a video, like a documentary on how they pick their cattle and how there's like a documentary on steak, and the Peter Luger part is like a big part of it because these people are trying to figure out why the fuck are these steaks so good. Like people from other countries were coming to study how Peter Luger's making their steaks. Yeah, that fucking place is tremendous. So they take you through the entire step, like how much they age it, what they do, and then you go to how they treat it. So they get it down to the size and they trim it. I mean, they've been doing this shit for 100 years. Peter Luger's is from the 1800s, I think. Like, when did that place open?
Who showed us that they had a credit card from Peter Luger?
I don't know.
Somebody we hung out there, Dad.
See, look, they just put salt on it. That's it. And they get it in one of those broilers. So they have those broilers where the flame is above the steak. So it's not like direct heat on the steak where the fat is dripping down. You get flare-ups. No, the flame is above the steak. And then they flip it, and then they slice it up, and then they put it on a plate. And then once they slice it up and put it on a plate, then they put it in the oven, and they finish it in the oven. And oh my goodness, dude. See, they do it like that. They put it on a plate, finish it, motherfucker. And when they pull that bitch out, it's just, So that's her right now setting it up. Then they bring it out to these people. Look at that. They put the drippings on there. Come on, son. Come on. Sensational. Should we get out of here? You done?
No, I was just looking at my daughter sent me a picture of fucking sledding.
Is it snowing in Jersey right now?
Fuck, 6 in the morning. When I woke up this morning, I already had a notice that they closed school. School was supposed to be a half day, but it started snowing at 6 in the fucking morning. And they went to, it's still snowing, bro.
I loved snow days when I was a kid.
Oh,
they were the best.
That's when you hustled. That's when we made money.
You made money, but you get to stay home. You look out the window, you're like, fuck yeah. No school.
I ain't doing that. Turn paper tonight and shit.
Yeah, get the fuck away from me.
Because they wouldn't, now they tell you the
day do it online. Now you have to do your homework online.
These kids, they tell you the day before. There's no action. With us, we had to wait till like 11:30.
Yeah.
Then you got a call from somebody. Hey, my dad just said they're going to cancel school. So fuck that darn paper. Right.
Those are the best when you get a call from people. Dude, school's canceled. Fuck yes.
How do you know? Because my dad just
you got to take people's word for it. There was times where we thought school was canceled. It wasn't. Like, are they fucking serious? And then you feel like for sure they're going to cancel. Look at the snow. They're going to cancel. Like, and the snow stops. And like, school's still on. Like, you mother.
Yeah, but there was a lot of days when we grew up where it snowed, but they didn't give a fuck. They were going to school.
It had to be bad.
It had to be
Kansas
bad.
school.
Now, they just get the threat of snow. And it's like canceled. You wake up the next day and there's an inch, and you're like, what the fuck are these people doing?
Roll that joint in front of the microphone so you can hear it, because I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, there you go.
No, so that's the problem. That
Do you ever roll blunts, or do you only roll joints?
You know, I got pneumonia last summer.
Did you?
Yeah, that's why I have a hard time breathing now.
How'd you get pneumonia?
I had no fucking idea.
Pneumonia, rather.
Pneumonia. Joe, everything was going great.
Yeah?
What happened? Something. Oh, I was getting shortness of breath. Fuck. So I went to the doctor. First, they told me I had a kidney stone. Then I went and got a scan for the kidney stone. There was no kidney stone. But they saw something else, and they made me go in for a lung x-ray. And at the lung x-ray is where they fucking were like, you got a fucking pneumonia. I didn't know. It took like 3 weeks to find out. Bro, I couldn't walk to my mailbox, Joe. I'd walk to my mailbox and I'd be huffing and fucking puffing.
How'd you get rid of it?
The blunts. No.
The blunts were given it to you. How many blunts were you smoking?
Dude, but that's not... I'm not a cigar guy. I'm the only Cuban. I've been looking at your fucking cigar collection before, and I'm like, I'm the only fucking Cuban that has no...
I love a cigar. Ron White gave me these little ones. These are little cigars. So if you don't want to have a whole cigar, you just want a little puff. It's little Monte Cristos.
And those are really good, too.
Yeah, those are good. Oh, yeah, it's good. It's good tobacco. But it's so that you don't have to finish the cigar. You just want a little puff.
Those fucking cigars are too big to get me dizzy. So,
yeah, it's just a little puff.
I don't know. Something was just bothering me. And what else can I be doing?
Yeah, that's not good for you. You know, I would love for you to get healthier. And I know at one point in time, like I said, you'd lost a lot of weight. What did you lose? I mean, you must have lost close to 80 pounds.
Yeah.
What'd you lose at one point in time?
I started at 4 something.
But there's one time in the Weight Watchers time where it was pretty quickly. It was over like a period of 10 months.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, look how good Joey looks.
Yeah. And dog, I still look good. I'm confused, motherfucker. For 60, I still look fucking good. I should have looked like Ozzy Osbourne right now.
You've had a rough 60. I mean, you've had 60. You put some fucking miles on your wheels.
It was 60, I didn't know what my life was about till I wrote that book. And then I read it, and I was like, I gotta take a breather.
Yeah, you've had an extraordinary life, my friend.
And that's why when I moved to Jersey, I said, you know what, man, it's time for me just to chill for a while. I wanted to get out of the train of thought I had of comedy.
Mm-hmm.
That old mentality I had, I wanted to give that a breathe. I couldn't get away from it. So for once, I wanted to start fresh, man. I looked at it, what I needed to do. I know everybody kept asking me, did you quit comedy? No, I'm just taking a fucking breather.
There's nothing wrong with taking a breather.
Just taking a fucking extended breather. I want to know what the fuck happened the last 40 years. Is that okay? I started this journey in 1983, and all of a sudden, 2020, I'm at the store with a bunch of fucking killers. I wasn't pre-programmed for this. I was pre-programmed to be in jail by now. What am I doing at the store with a bunch of fucking killers doing comedy? And they're talking to me and we're laughing. It's not like I didn't earn it. It's not like my mother owned the fucking joint and she just gave me a spot there. We earned those things. You know, what the fuck happened? I was a guy that was in prison. They told me it's not going to work out for you. And here we are today. So I had to go process this shit. You know, I had to go process a lot of fucking things. You know, when I was a kid and my mother died, I had to lie to myself, Joe.
Right in front of you. Yeah, left clip. Right in front of you.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I got no glasses. You know, when I was a kid, I had to lie to myself.
Yeah.
When my mother died, I had to say she's just leaving for a couple of years. That's the only way I could deal with it. She's just going away for a couple of years. I'll bump into her in a couple of years. When I went back to Jersey, dog, it hit me. Like I lied to myself all those fucking years.
Yeah, it's just a coping mechanism, right?
It was a coping mechanism I used just to soothe my fucking soul.
Yeah.
I got back to Jersey. I went up to the cemetery one day and I go, what the fuck is this? She never came back. And I was like pissed about it, like retarded, like she never made a comeback. And I'm like, Joey, what the fuck did you do? You buried yourself in that shit that you were gonna bump into one day on Bergen Line Avenue or some some shit, you know.
Yeah.
So that was hard. You know, a lot of things.
It's good to take a break off comedy just to really try to figure out what your actual perspective really is.
Listen, bro, I was in an environment that I don't thrive in. I was in an environment with a lot of fake motherfuckers. I was in an environment where I did time. I grew up around people who were very dangerous. The people I was around in LA were more dangerous because I knew where I stand with these other people.
Right.
With these people in LA, these agents, you don't know where you stand.
Yeah.
You have no fucking idea.
Well, you kind of know what they are. You know what they are. You know, it's like that's that old Mike Tyson expression. It's okay to have a snake in the room as long as you keep the lights on. You know what they are. You know, you just have to know who you are. And I think you were coming from this place where you almost felt like you didn't belong. You know, and I remember when I first met you, those Joey Criminal days. It was fun, man. Because I remember I met you, and I was like, oh, finally, there's someone like people that I used to know. Like you were like the first guy that I ran into, like, oh, this is like Joey from the pool hall. This is like Joey from the boxing gym. This is like, you were like the people that I knew from the East Coast, the wild people that were fun, you know, and you know, people didn't like you. People were scared of you. I was like, that guy's great. I mean, it's kind of funny over the years because I had arguments with agents about you. They're like, he doesn't have any talent. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. I'm like, you're out of your mind. I go, I know what comedy is, and he makes me laugh harder than anybody I've ever seen. So he's wild and crazy. Yeah, that's what you get. That's the kind of person that does that kind of comedy, stupid. You don't even know what you sell. You're out here selling comedy. You don't even know how it's created. It's created by wild people. Whether it's wild intellectually, wild physically, they're just a different group of people that are going to create something that's going to make you laugh that hard.
You know, man, it was fucking crazy those first couple of years there. And how people would look at me. I remember one day, an agent stole a check from me, and I said, I'm going to come down and get it. When I got there, the door was shut, and he stuck the check on the fucking wall. I said, don't come in here. And then 10 years later, he signed me again. I bumped into him at an event place, and we were talking. He goes, I'll come back.
That's funny.
I had a hard time there.
Well, you were raw, man. You were a raw dude.
Gotta be.
You reminded me a lot of my friend Johnny. You know, because Johnny was like you. He was like a brilliant guy that struggled with substances. Brilliant guy. Johnny was like one of the smartest people I'd ever met. He was a pool hustler. And so like, I didn't know anybody like just a dangerous dude. Just always doing wild shit. I didn't know anybody like that over here until I met you. And then I met you. I was like, oh, all right. Because in comedy, we were getting a lot of people that were essentially auditioning for sitcoms. What they wanted to do is figure out a way to transfer what they're doing on stage into a lucrative sitcom. Everybody wanted that. That was the golden ring. Everybody wanted the sitcom. And everybody wanted a development deal. So a lot of guys really only had 10, 15 minutes. And that 15 minutes was just them sort of like setting up their life for a sitcom. It was almost like they told you where they were from. You know, I was born in Brooklyn, New York. And this and that. And they were basically like doing an audition for a sitcom on stage.
We weren't doing that.
We were doing a different thing.
We were doing a different thing.
We were doing what our idols were doing. We were doing what Pryor did. We were doing what Guinness did. We were trying to find our path with what we think.
I didn't appreciate that when people said you have to present the set on stage that the agents could see a network TV show. What are you talking about? I'm going to tell you something else, too. When I get this residency, or when I start kicking with gas with comedy again, not podcasting no more.
How come?
Never again. I'm ending this career as a stand-up.
But you can do both.
I don't want to do both.
You don't like it?
I want to end this career as a fucking stand-up.
But you are a stand-up.
No. All this other shit.
No
ads and all this shit.
No ads.
Let's do the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Fucking stand-up, motherfuckers. That's why I want to do the residency. That's why. Because I'm ready just to do stand-up. My phone ain't ringing or acting.
Listen, you just come here and do podcasts. Anytime you get a podcast.
Oh, yeah. No, always.
And if you want to stay here and do a residency here, you could do that too.
Absolutely. I was going to talk to you about it. Maybe come once a month.
100%. Bro, do that little boy room. That room is
I heard it's fucking tremendous.
It's magic.
Florentines.
It's magic.
Loves that room.
That room's magic. It's magic. It's a magic little room. And that room tells you what's real and what sucks.
Like the OR.
Yeah, just like the OR.
Yo, baby. What up? How are you? I'm right here. How are you? Just a moment. What up? What up? Welcome.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, also known as Occasional Cortex, is coming out of the Brooklyn movie theater, and a heckler demands that she calls what's happening in Gaza a genocide. And she's been generally supportive of the Palestinians, but has not actually described Israel's actions as genocide. And this heckler starts yelling at Occasional Cortex quite a bit.
What up, pimp? Bong breaker living like a pimp. How you living, baby? Excellent. I'm glad to hear you're well. Check this out. We're going to put sports up there.
We see that line there. Who's the number one seed overall in your mind right now before Champ Week? Right now, Connecticut's the best team in college basketball.
We got it going.
Someone else pops up. There's so many different ways to beat you offensively and defensively. Since Queen's been healthy, they're the most dominant defense in college basketball. Offensively, it could be Alex Caravan knocking down the jumper. It could be Tristan Roots breaking your ankles. It could be Cam Spencer making a play and bringing energy to the floor. It could be Stephen Castle getting to the rim off the steal and punching on someone's head. They're so complete offensively and defensively. They're active and low defensively. They can get past the rim. They can defend the ball. And then this big fella right here. It is hard to get to the front of the rim when you're playing against Donovan Clayton. His ability to protect the front of the rim makes the difference in this team defensively. If you look what's happened to this defense since he's been back, since December 23rd, they're as good as any team in the country. That's a national championship caliber defense to complement a terrific offense.
Welcome, Longmaker.
In action tomorrow night at number 8, Marquette. All right, coming up in just a few minutes, let's talk about that game. Mark Sears, the leading scorer for number 6 in Alabama in Gainesville, to take on Florida. These two teams met a few weeks ago in Tuscaloosa when the Crimson Tide won 98-93 in overtime. So, what do you expect it to be in the rematch, Coach?
We were just in Tuscaloosa. This guy's work ethic is second to none. Not before the game, he was out there working on his game for about an hour, getting up shots. But if you go play Alabama, you got to take them out in transition. You got to defend Mark Sears in the open floor, off ball screens, and you got to meet him early. Because if you sit back, he's going to jump and knock down the three. Now he's complemented by Aaron Estrada, another 6'4" guard who can physically take you into the paint and punish you. Also, his ability to rebound from that size against a smaller Florida backcourt. Now, I love this Florida team. I think they're going to actually win this game. They're going to win this game. They're going to win on the offensive glass. Their ability to offensive rebound the ball up front is going to be key. And then if further guys both of those guys, whether it's Poland or whether it's Walter Clayton, can knock down shots. But to win the game, they got to make plays at the end of the game. They've got to come up with 50-50 balls. They got to get stops. They got to do the tough things consistently. That's the difference between Florida being a very good team and a team that can make a deep run in the NCAA golf tournament, making the tough plays consistently. I'll try to get it better the second time. I know you were back. You cleaned it up.
Yes, that's going to be the end of civilization. Yes. And it's
I don't think we should. I don't think everybody should.
I
believe in taking away the right to vote.
And Gators are favored by 1.5 points heading into this game.
Yeah, on final SEC Big 12 Super Tuesday doubleheader. ESPN Gainesville, Florida taking on number 6 in Alabama. That's a 7-nighter. In round 2, Kansas State, number 14, Kansas Rowland Fieldhouse. Rowland had touch with the Jayhawks on February 5th. They're on the wrong side of the bubble. It's one is huge for them. I kind of mentioned it, but again, Women's College Game Day will be coming to you on Sunday from noon Eastern from the ACC Championship. And we're right at the right.
Just set the table for you, then all of a sudden you just can jump in and take
100%. That was
like little cartoon characters. What was that little whack-a-mole move? More of that at halftime.
Welcome to Super Tuesday, presented by Progressive. The crowd is going to be loud tonight at the O-Dome for the rematch between number 16 Alabama and the Florida Gators, who 2 weeks ago took Alabama to overtime at their court in Tuscaloosa. But now the Gators are at home and still plenty to play for. Alabama still has a chance at the regular season SEC title. They must get a win tonight to move further along that path. For more, let's get you courtside with head coach Nate Oates. Here's Marty Smith.
Thank you, Tommy. Coach, every game matters so much right now. What's your message to your guys about the opportunity before them tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance we could play for a share league title. You know, even if it wasn't, like, we got to be playing our best basketball come March and get on a run for both the SEC tournament and for the NCAA tournament. So we're trying to play our best basketball in March. We got to come out and play well, get the momentum going our way.
We see Latrell Wrightsell in warm-up, fully dressed. What role might he play tonight?
Yeah, we're going to go with him. He's cleared to play. We just didn't want to start him his first day back. So he should be in early. Hopefully he plays well. We get this thing going again.
Appreciate you. That's a great tip. Have fun tonight.
Guys, 5 inch part of this big for Bama. Wrightsell missed the last 4 games with concussion. Tom Hart alongside Jimmy Dice. Both of these teams are coming off losses. Alabama.
Says the pilot reported engine trouble last night just before it happened. The aircraft was crashed behind the customer.
Here's the starting 5 for Alabama. As Nate Oates mentioned, no Latrell Wrightsell in the starting 5, but we expect to see him soon. He's a 45% shooter from deep. Well, he will add to the fact that Alabama is number 2 in the nation, making 11.5 3-point shots per game. We know Alabama is the highest scoring team in college basketball, right at 91 points. Nelson kicks it into the corner. Alabama not just the best scoring team, but also number 1 in offensive efficiency. Only put up 74 points in Saturday's loss at home to Tennessee. Florida starters have been regulars all season. It's been a consistent lineup. And one of the better players off the bench has been Riley Kugel, who had a good game this weekend against South Carolina. Scott Golden is looking for more production from him, like a headlock down the lane, and he's fouled. Todd Golden has turned around this Florida program in just 1 season. He's done it by hitting the jackpot in the transfer portal with Zion Poland and Walter Clayton, one of the highest scoring guard duos in the SEC. Looking for his first win against Bama. Here's Handwaston. By the way, maybe the second most famous Marshall to Florida transfer in the building tonight. Mike Chocolate, Jason Williams is sitting courtside to our left. Handwaston gets to that. There he is. Handwaston gets to the free throw line, Tom, because of the offensive rebound that Florida gathered off the first miss. Florida, the 3rd best offensive rebounding team in the nation right now, grabbing 39% of their misses. Here's Estrada with a half step. That was a concern for Todd Golden. Estrada getting downhill. Nelson, no. Estrada keeps it alive. Good feed inside and a bucket in the paint for Jared Stevenson. If you are Florida, you cannot get attracted to the rim on those 3-point shots by Alabama. You have to rebound the elbows first. If this thing turns into a real track meet, who does that favor? It favors Alabama. I know Florida's on their home floor, but Alabama, again, the highest scoring team in college basketball. They are fantastic in a track meet. Florida can run a little bit as well. Fell from the company just a hair under 85 points a game. And it's an Alabama turnover, leads to a Florida run. Nothing doing at the rim, and it is Alabama basketball. Gators 0 for 4 early. I mentioned Todd Golden knocked it out of the park in the transfer portal. Two key guys, Zion Poland and Tyrese Sandel, were recognized before the game. Two selfless guys that truly care about the good for others, and those two dudes can hoop as well. Nice reverse by Nelson, part of the senior night festivities here in Gainesville. You have to make Florida pay for their big gaps, man. They give you big gaps in the lane for your roll man to operate off of, and Alabama takes advantage of it early. Larry Sanders puts it on the floor, trying to go high and low. Rebounded by Bill Richard, and Florida gets another possession out of it. Fuller looking for a ball screen. With a jump stop, was able to draw the whistle on Jaron Stevenson. Here's what I'm talking about. The roll action for Alabama, I think it's going to be there a lot in this game. And Florida, they just give you big gaps to operate off of. And the back screen that time, a small on a big, frees Nelson up. Florida has got to tighten up their defense, not only in this game, but going forward. If so, I'm firmly convinced Florida is a Sweet 16 team. Team that's won 9 of its last 11, including 2 in overtime. Clayton knocked the second one down. Talked with Todd Holden, shoot around today. He said, listen, we are, by rankings, probably 20th to 25th in the country. I get it. We know where we stand. But if we can just tighten up some of these things we're doing wrong, we could be a top 10 calendar program. Alabama couldn't finish the alley-oop. Here's Clayton on the drive. And another whistle goes against Bama. That's another one on Stevenson, I believe. That Clayton is such a dynamic scorer. Comes in at 18 points a game, but that's really caught my eye as a physical downhill driver. Talking about Clayton, and now Reitzel's going to check in. I would say that this kid is the best three-point shooter that Nate Oates has ever had at Alabama, and Nate Oates has said the same thing. It's about a 45% clip from that three-point line, and he has been a big miss. Nate made a great point to us today. Late in the game, but this is a big bonus for Alabama. Get this kid back. Yeah, his point being Estrada and Sears can play 35 minutes a game, but 40 is too much. It's really pushing it. In fact, Sears played 43 minutes in the overtime matchup with Florida a couple of weeks ago. Kicks and throws it away. Another turnover. That's the 4th turnover on 7 offensive possessions. I like Florida playing drop coverage in this game against Alabama. Why is that? Alabama doesn't want to take those tough twos. They want to take layups or threes. That drop coverage forces you to take some 10 or 12 footers in this game. Sam Walters on the floor. He had 4 threes in the matchup with Florida earlier. He's a Florida native from down the road in the Villages. Clayton directing traffic. Samuel on the roll this time. Back to Clayton, contested 3, and it's rebounded by Estrada. Bama looking for the lead early. Nelson will put it on the deck. He's got great length, and he can't finish at the rim. Bama just 2 for 5 with turnovers. Samuel! What a pass! I mean, you talk about full speed to a full speed big running into the rim. That was beautiful. Here's Walters for 3. That's off the mark, and it's fouled by Poland. Poland penetrates, looking for a touch shot, and it's rebounded by Nelson. Now Walters with the spin, hesitating, and finally gets it to go after hanging in the air. He makes Alabama better. Talking about Walters, much more than a three-point specialist that he was in November and December. Got some ruggedness about him now as a true freshman. Samuel off the window, no good. And it's rebounded by
What up, sir stinkiest minkiest?
Estrada has yet to score. Hasn't put up a shot yet.
You living like a pig?
Nelson for 3. Bama continues to struggle to shoot the ball from depth. Walters gets the rebound, and they got a jump ball. Will keep it this direction. Windy return. How about Florida? Pushing the tempo a little bit. Yeah, well, 2 things Todd was going to talk about. First of all, they've got the rebound. They elbow defensively. continue to get out and let men appreciate
I got you, of
the
course.
guts and the
The
effort
good one.
and the foot speed of Samuel. Beautiful pass on time, perfectly done.
Do you have an iOS device or an Android?
What is an athlete? It's an attitude.
Did you say you have iOS?
A healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body for as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade for every athlete, forever.
Apologies there. Sir Stinkiest, did you say you had iOS or Android?
Bravo for buying a treadmill. You use the Quicksilver card from Capital One. It's simple with no annual fee and unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase. Great. That makes you the hero.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think it's on there. I think it's my device. So you have iOS or Android? Yeah, okay. So there's something with these older phones. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I'm going to try a different kind of phone tomorrow, and hopefully that solves it. They're still working the kinks out, obviously, but I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Right, it was working. Exactly. It was working for me as well.
Also, try our allergy headache and nighttime pills.
This tiny home trend, not for me. Now this is more like it. The same goes for my footwork. So I went
Weird. There's something weird about it. Because like right before you're gonna join, it's not blurry. Like you can see the video. Like leave and come back, and right before you come in, you can see the video works. Check it out.
Nuts. Because punishments are good. Planters nuts. Nuts.
I get to love you forever I do.
So it seems like when I go on stage, I can't see your video, but when I'm
Think about this.
Yeah, you're right. So it's something to that. James Slammer, we are figuring out all the things that are going on with this Twitter space. So currently, we're figuring out that you can't always see the video. Like they just launched this with the can see the in the background. If you come in as a speaker, the video is blurred. Sir Stinkiest, is that accurate?
Honored before the game today. I remember my senior night, with my junior year. Coach told me the day before he was going to walk my
That's Morelight. Do you know who Morelight is? He's the legend. Absolutely. All right. So I'm gonna. That's okay. He's cool. I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna see if that's the change. Just a moment.
They sprinted that ball. You don't cover it up. They get 3 looks. They beat by Sears and a hard foul. Thomas out. Alabama started this game as 3 for 8. Here's what's in front of them. They can still win the league outright by winning out. They get Arkansas on Saturday. They need Tennessee to lose out, and they need South Carolina.
Can you hear me?
Next.
Okay. Yeah, there's something wrong with the video. It's like frozen or something. But that's okay. I'm gonna get a new device. I'm gonna at least try a new device for now. And if it works, then I will see how much whatever the kind of device is that I need and either buy it with the little money that I have, or I'll fundraise for it somehow by just getting crypto for doing crazy stuff online. I'm not sure I could get a little bit of money to bridge the gap to get whatever I need so that the video looks all the time.
First time ever. And after going to South Carolina, oh, by the way, then you get Kentucky.
So here's the thing. It's like a frozen video. Here, you go try it yourself. If you go down into the crowd, you'll see it's like frozen, or like maybe it's delayed, and maybe that's just for me. I'm not sure. But we've got Floyd Toto in here. That's what I know. We also have Nexus Blade Runner in here. There's a Fibonacci trader and applied geomathematics. Using applied geomathematics. That's big time. They're also black hole time travelers. That's baller as fuck. LFG. Oh no.
Tornadoes come to this ball game. What's this last action by Florida? They started horns, two guys up high. And they dive a guy out of the horns, and then this is just a rip drive for House, spelled Haugh, pronounced House with a K. That's hard driving action by House. I asked him before the game, well, why is it pronounced House? And he said, I have no idea. I don't know. My parents don't know. My grandparents don't know. We've just always been House. Spelled Haugh. He's from New Oxford, Pennsylvania. His dad Ryan played football at Shippensburg. His mom was a college volleyball player. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just say, listen, I don't know phonetics, I know hoops. That's it. And a foul on the drive will be charged to Mr. Howe, much to his dismay. Well, he is, no matter how
Welcome. We rubbed. If you're like, what happened? I don't know. You can ask Mr. Elon Musk yourself on that one.
This kid's going to get minutes because he's a
That was wild. Them shits was wild. We got Sir Stinkiest Linkiest. So it works really well at the beginning, but then I don't know if it's my device. I don't know if it's iOS. I'm not sure. Or I'm not sure if it's Twitter. But for some reason, it like pauses after a little while.
Very good screeners and rugged around the rim. Now catches his hands full with Estrada, but then Blake nearly bailed him out. Weitzel kicks it to the corner, gets it back. Shot clock at 9. Bowling ball move from Latrell Weitzel for his first bucket, 2.5.
So I'm going to try it with a different phone tomorrow. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, then we'll see.
No resistance at all to hurt the ball. They average allowing 92 points per game over their 9 losses. It's been an issue for Natos all season. Estrada over half. I'm a little surprised with 2 personal fouls and how still on the floor with Florida's depth on that front line. Yeah, just Todd Golden though. He's not married to that. You get 2 fouls, you come straight out. We found him like Diamante. Plays about 8 minutes a game for Bama. Here's Reitzel from the logo. And a hold on Diamante would be his first. Got a 1-point game. Now Florida is establishing the rules of the game, Tom, around the rim, pounding that thing inside, driving it to paint touches. A guy like Cullen who absolutely doesn't turn it over with a strong finish.
This is your invitation to experience the elevation of electrification and some of the best offers of the year with select models at the Invitation Lexus sales event.
Customize and save with Liberty Boost. Literally Liberty. Mark that one. That was nice. I think you're supposed to send over there. Oh, am I? Thank you. So a couple more. We'll go quick. Libu. Libu.
only paying for it. Here's the thing. No one can reach the pinnacle of success on their own. You gotta find a difference maker, and I've got mine. With every team I've coached, I bring Bob in. He'll talk to the staff, he'll talk to the players, build up their mental game. Then I can focus on building a winning team. I know I can't do it on my own, so I surround myself with expertise where it matters most.
Students of any age, from anywhere, using our technology to power different ways of living. So when minds grow, opportunities follow.
$5 duo at Burger King. Double up flavors when hunger things. Whopper chicken and royal crispy wraps for lunch, dinner, or late night snack. When is a basketball more than a basketball? When it connects a wide-eyed kid to life-changing coaches, mentors, and medical care. Becomes a passport to see the world and an opportunity to build a name into a brand. Helps a player with potential turn a scholarship into a college degree and start life after basketball debt-free. For college athletes, a basketball just means more.
It's about finding the right path and the right path. At Indiana Wesleyan University, we help dreamers become doers through flexible learning pathways, including online, hybrid, and
Coach, an extremely aggressive approach offensively. You guys continually go to the rack. What was your message to them that resulted in this?
Yeah, we thought in our gym we got to be really aggressive, getting the ball inside the paint against these guys, making them pay for playing a little small, putting pressure on the rim. The great thing is we haven't really made shots yet, and we got the lead. So once we start banging some, I think we'll be in good shape.
Also playing really aggressively on the defensive end, specifically against Mark Sears. They're doing a good job, it looks like.
Yeah, we got to stay in his body. Obviously a great player. We got to do everything we can to keep him playing out of his right hand and do a little better job defending without fouling down the stretch here the rest of the first half.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, Marty. Thanks. Mark Sears hasn't attempted a shot yet. He has 2 turnovers. Bama, as a team, Jimmy, has turned it over 5 times already.
Well, you heard Todd tell Marty, keep Mark Sears playing out of his right hand. The reason is, when he plays to his left, he's an All-American. When he plays to his right, he's all-conference, but that's the difference in his game. What a nice pressure release kind of a timeout by Todd Golden, who has been as good as any coach in this league this year, scoring after timeout.
No doubt about it. Nelson looking to drive, and he's able to get deep but couldn't finish. Micah Hanlock's back on the floor for Florida. They've gone with Condon inside as well, getting an alpha breather.
I like what Todd told his guys to take a shoot around. We are at home. Turn it up, man. Let this thing loose and play tonight. You can be aggressive the entire 40 minutes.
Back clock at 9. Kugel working on Sears. Nearly turned it over. Condon had to get on the floor for it. It'll be a jump ball with the possession. Keeps it this way. Coming up tonight, as soon as we finish, is round 2 of the Sunflower Showdown. The Kansas State at 14th ranked KU at Allen Fieldhouse. February 5th, Bay State stunned them 75-70. Overtime, Tyler Perry scored 8 of his 26 in overtime. 7 overtime wins, and then they have 7 losses by single digits. It's hard to figure them out. And what else is hard to figure out? You look at that Big 12 standings, Kansas 9-7, tied for 5th. It's uncommon territory for Bill Self's Jayhawks. It's the most losses for them since the year after Danny and the Miracles won the national championship. Larry Brown left. Roy Williams came in. Roy would get it right. And this seems just like a flip on the screen for Bill Self.
We were told that Kansas had the best starting 5 in college basketball. I think UConn would have a lot to say about that. Purdue's starting 5 is really good. Arizona's starting 5 is really good. Tennessee's. And that lack of depth right now has really bothered Kansas all year long, especially when McCullough was out for such a long stretch.
He just came back to last game. Sears couldn't finish at the rim. As his first shot attempt, it comes nearly 10 minutes in.
You've got to make Alabama guard move that ball. Florida's so good. They play so fast, Tom. Florida doesn't have half court. Hard cuts, fast passes. That's what they're after best.
Condon was throwing it in to Hanlock, and so no shot on that whistle. That's the first charge to Aaron Estrada.
Think about Micah Hanlock and part of that strong front line for Florida. A 7-footer that has an 18.2% offensive rebound rate. That's fourth in the nation, right behind Sam Godwin from Oklahoma and Zach Edey from Purdue, who has an 18.3. So he rebounds offensively the same rate as Zach Edey.
Owen lost it. They've been a little sloppy in the last couple of possessions, and another one that's going to get late in the clock. Google hit Grant in his own. He's up 3 wide, but it's an offensive rebound for Condon and a scrum underneath. Will turn it into a Florida foul. And that's the second of Micah Hanlock. And the teams combined 0 for 11 from 3 to start this game. Condon gets a breather. Both Houghton and Hanlock, probably that second was the second of Kugel. Will help the front court depth.
With that back screen again by Sears. He's such a good screener for a point guard. He's not afraid to get his body and full screens.
Here's an 0 for 2 from the floor.
Some point guards offensively was kind of clippy with their shoulder as a screener. This guy makes full body screen. Talking about Sears, good pass.
Well, Richard drains the 3.
He is a key guy for Florida. Shooting about 29% from the 3-point line in conference play. If he gets that 34, 35%, that's a big deal going forward.
Estrada with a kiss off the window. He's got 4. Bama hanging in there. In a game that's a lot lower scoring than the experts anticipate.
Good shooting teams are good passing teams, and that sums up Florida. Look at Tyrese Samuel. He's surveying that backside bomb that's available for Will Richard. From the first bounce of the ball, pouring right was finding 5, and the ball was delivered right in rhythm.
Richard's trying to shoot his way out of the slump. There's only 1 for 11 from 3 coming in over the last couple. Good spin move from Estrada, then the front face and finds Pringle. And he gets it to drop with a 3-point chance for Nick Pringle.
I love the game of Nick Pringle right now. He's coming off with a 13.9 rebound slugfest against Tennessee in a loss. But he keeps Alabama, in my opinion, from getting pumped at the rim. Talking about 23 in red. He's very good getting his chest into yours. He's a big, explosive athlete. Nate Oates had to sit him down for a stretch and get his mind right. But Nick Pringle, to me, changes Alabama in March and keeps them from just getting physically whipped by bigger, stronger teams.
3 different Gators all have 2 personal fouls here early. That was the second on Hanlock. Pringle with a 3-point play, but the Alabama offense slow going in some respects, even though they tied this thing at 18. 8 for 11 from 2, but haven't made a 3 yet. They average nearly 12 made 3s a game, second best in the country.
Todd Golden's number tonight is to keep Alabama at 25 3-point attempts or lower. Not easy to do. They haven't close to 30.
Pringle fighting for the rebound, got fouled by Clemson. And Alabama moves into the bonus, and we'll have 1-on-1 on the other end for Nick Pringle. Todd Golden all sorts of fired up here as Bama goes back to the free throw line. And Pringle, a key part of what Alabama does offensively, maybe not as a scorer, but a guy who can distribute from the 5 spot.
He can distribute as a dribble handoff weapon, but he is their best off-ball screener. And once they get into flow and they start just moving the ball side to side, Pringle is a guy that frees up shooters better than anybody else that Nate Oates has. A high IQ kid at that 5 position.
Pringle in the bonus. This is the front end, but Nelson is there for the rebound into Pringle's hand. Scott on the bench for a moment. And here's Nelson going downhill. Good length of the finger roll for Grant Nelson at 6'11".
And how explosive and long and fast was that first big stride of the ball by Nelson. covered 16 feet just like that. And on a 7-0 run to take a 1-point lead. Putting on the floor for Florida, shot clock at 8. Can't find on the close. Aberdeen forced the Hardy St. Gentlemen. It's only his 6th 3 of the season. Florida, they absolutely ran no offense on that possession and put Aberdeen in a bad spot. 21-19, Florida with the advantage thanks to the big 3 from Denzel Aberdeen.
The exclamation point on a Tar Heel win. We said it had been a battlefield.
The passion of this rivalry is unmatched, especially in this building.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Yes, I still got it. I told you to pick me first.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking here. What's in your wallet?
Everyone's hyped that when you make the official hamburger of March Madness a buck. What time is it over? Never know.
Get hyped for fresh, never frozen beef on Whitney State single for a buck, only in the app.
In 10 years, Lisa Schneider will have an amazing second act, thanks to career reskilling courses from AARP to help make sure her income lives as long as she does. The younger you are, the more you need AARP.
This is your invitation to experience the versatility of the Lexus line of SUVs and some of the best offers of the year on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
New dirty drinks have arrived at Sonic. And if you're wondering why we named them that, let me explain. It's soda, the best ice in the world, plus a refreshing blend of coconut, sweet cream, and lime. And it's that delicious, you can call it whatever the heck you want. New dirty drinks now at Sonic.
Jason Taylor, best player with the best record. Kevin Durant is a basketball savant.
It's Saturday prime time. Celtics Suns on ABC, the future.
The way you see it is certainly depend on where you sit. At Xchair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. With our groundbreaking Elements technology, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience. At Xchair, we've got our eye on the future for you, so you can focus on the present. Visit xchair.com to find out how you can own an Xchair for only $20 a month. Xchair.com.
Video update, Kevin Nagami alongside Seth Greenberg, number 3 Purdue, at number 12 Illinois. Quincy Guerrier here. Watch out.
The overall size of this Illinois team could put pressure on the rim and rebound the ball against Purdue. They've run it off the 3-point line.
Former Illinois star Jay Knapp's now doing some work here for Georgetown. A 9-win team. Providence in some trouble.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. Well, bracketology with Joe Lenardi has Purdue as the number 1 seed. What else catches your eye? I think I know where you're going.
Well, I just don't agree with Joe's projections that for Arizona to be a 1 seed right now over Tennessee. And you think about Arizona, 14-4 in the Pac-12. It's a 2-bid league. A 2-bid league in the 14-4 as opposed to Tennessee, who's 13-3 in a 7 or 8-bid league. And I give Arizona a slight edge over Tennessee in the non-conference, but from January till now, Tennessee to me is the 4th overall number 1 seed.
Great hustle by Nate Oates' squad trying to earn those hard-hat blue-collar points. Speaking of Tennessee, by the way. See them tomorrow on the road against South Carolina. Could clinch a share
with a win against the Gamecocks. South Carolina, they'll win on the road and won in Knoxville, one of 5 teams in college basketball, the top 5 road win this season. That will be a monster game in the SEC that could determine the regular season champion. And Dalton Connect will have a lot of defensive attention on him, much like Alabama put on him, but Dalton Connect, an unselfish guy that he actually embraced the double team during that game and told Coach Barnes, let him double me. I'll make him play as a passer.
Guys, Nate Oates wants his team to move more. He said, we have to keep the ball moving, and you guys got to get moving. Let's move. He wants his guards to get downhill from the elbow, Jimmy, as you know, and kick to the corner for those open corner threes like we just saw Aaron Estrada shoot. He just happened to miss it.
And it's a common thing, Marty, because that was Nate's message at shoot-around today. He wanted to see more movement, more action, but more energy, I think.
Yeah, Tom, Alabama's offense is all predicated on how quick can they get a paint touch. And anytime they get a paint touch within the first 3 seconds of their possession, their points per possession is almost like 1.4. And they chart all those things, but you've got to keep Alabama out of the lane at the end of the day. If you guard the ball against Alabama, you guard the threes. And that's why Alabama is so dog-determined, man, to drive downhill.
Larry Sandel didn't think that should have been charged to him. Nick Pringle went flying after he lowered the shoulder.
Well, there's one push-off. You're going to get him on the second push-off. Probably could have called the first one with an extension. And Nate Oates has been on his guys, driving them hard the last 3 weeks. We've got to toughen up and have more boxes on us on the defensive end.
Here's Nelson from behind the line. He puts up an air ball. But a save by Bama. Nelson another chance at it. He draws the foul. It's the second on Condon. He's the 4th Gator with 2 personal fouls in the first 14 minutes. And those hustle points and plays are starting to go Bama's way.
They are. Alabama right now only about getting 25% on the offensive glass. And remember, Alabama 3rd in the country at 39%. If you're Florida, you have the full body chest checked out in this game. If not, it's a team that can just absolutely get after you on the glass.
One coming for Nelson, senior from Devil's Lake, North Dakota. Started his career at North Dakota State. Bama has really cleaned it up much more efficient. They haven't turned it over since the 14 minutes. Florida has pulled even with them in the turnover category. Nothing there from 3. Offensive rebound, and Condon found himself open.
So that is where they kill you, talking about Florida. Typically, they get a shot because they don't turn it over, and they pound you on the offensive glass.
Estrada finds Pringle down the lane. He's denied.
Trying to attack that open gap, though, and that Florida defense just couldn't finish.
Gators a great shot blocking team, more than 5 a game. And trying to muscle inside, and Samuel gets it to roll home. Gators now enjoy a 4-point lead.
Great job by Samuel to get his feet underneath his shoulders and not rush it so he can power through the contact.
And here we go. Now Nelson answers. This is what everybody expects from these 2 great offenses. Clayton working on Nelson. And before the dump off, he gets fouled on the drive. That'll be charged to Nelson, Florida in the bonus.
Now, Florida can get cooking offensively with the best of them out there. That missed 3-point shot and just the length of Condon and Hanlockton and Samuels out, those guys just eat you up on the offensive glass. Look right here, Samuels. He didn't rush it. Tom, had he tried to go up when his feet were outside of his shoulders, probably would have got it blocked. But an older, experienced guy gets his feet under his shoulders first before he leaves the ground.
Walter Clint Jr.'s got another free throw coming. Florida native. He's from Lake Wales High School, then went on the road to play in Iona to start his college career.
He was actually recruited by Florida as a wide receiver coming out of high school. He had a lot of SEC offers as a wide receiver. His love was basketball. And now he finds his way back to this Florida campus as a hooper.
But he bet on himself when he gave up football to focus on basketball. Richard in the right spot, in the run out.
Having health insurance is important. So if anyone in your family has Medicaid or CHIP, listen up. Check the mail for your renewal form. Complete the form and mail it back right away so you don't lose your coverage. If you do lose your coverage, visit healthcare.gov to see if you're eligible to enroll in a low-cost, quality health plan. Healthcare.gov.
Gators that made their last three opened up a 6-point lead. Yeah, they've won those 50-50 balls. And this is, again, an area that Alabama struggled against Tennessee coming up with it. And Florida in this building, man, they can really get rocking offensively in a lot of ways. It's not just the guard play. They can obviously knock down the three at a high rate time. They can roll their bigs. They're good finishers inside. They can drive the ball. They get fouled. A rough start offensively for Florida, 1 for 10, but since then 9 out of 14. Very tough team to defend.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Alabama just 1 for its last 7. Crimson side still hasn't made a 3 in this. 0 for 9. Florida really extending the defense. Poland turns it into a turnover.
You've got to expect that pressure to be turned up coming out of a timeout. Play like the lane's on fire, open up your offense and back cut it. Alabama that time trying to fight pressure with pressure.
Gavin Crosby, number 4, on the floor for the first time for Bama tonight. He's been red hot from deep. And Oaks mixing up his guys on the floor, trying to find an answer. Beautiful spin move, and a power finish by Tyrese Samuel.
How quick is Tyrese Samuel? He just absolutely whipped Nelson in the speed category.
6-0 Gators run their largest lead of the game, and a hand check out top will be the second personal on Samuel. That'll be something to track in the second half because those fouls were really piling up for the Gators.
Tom, as a post player, the wood is your friend. Keep your feet on the ground and use it to your advantage, just like Samuel does. He doesn't bounce around. He's a quick spinner because he plays with a really good, fast foundation from the waist down. Well done by Corey White.
All these games on DirecTV and no satellite on the roof. Think about this. Blue Jays, Cardinals, Orioles. What's missing? The Indian conduit? No, Walnut Range. Pigeons. They'd rather name a team after Sox. To be fair, we're not very select.
This is your invitation to experience the exhilaration of the Lexus Performance line and some of the best offers of the year on select models at the Invitation to Lexus sales event.
Buying a treadmill? You use the Quicksilver card from Capital One. It's simple with no annual fee and unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase every way. That makes you the hero of every purchase. Heroes don't take mistakes. Listen, parachute. What's in your wallet?
What is an athlete? It's an attitude. A healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body for as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade. Forever.
Why did we choose Safelight? We were loading our SUV when crap. Safelight came right to us, and we could see exactly when they'd arrive with a replacement we could trust. That service the way we want it.
Safelight repair, Safelight replace. Roll up to East with fast and easy driving. You want to save? Turn it to imagination. Gonna be a fantasy. Drive up is fast, easy, and always free. Only at Target.
Lowe's knows. You don't just want a low price. You want the lowest price.
Did you say lowest or lowest price?
It's basically the same thing. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match you. Get the lowest price with our lowest price guarantee. You got this. We got you.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Learn more of the important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Keep halftime report minutes away. He is Seth Ian Kevin coming up at the half. How about number 3 for doing some trouble on the road? Highlights coming away, some bubble washing. We are going to have some highlights coming your way as well. Right now, Alabama and Sears. He's scoreless. They're also 0 for 9 from 3. What's Florida doing so well? Absolutely well. Todd Gold's defensive game plan. They're defending the ball, putting pressure on the basketball, staying home on those corners, taking it off the three-point line, making the ball handler make plays and pressuring the ball. Jimmy Dykes, it doesn't get any better than this.
It doesn't. I mean, when you go into Alabama, I think you go with the game plan like Todd has. Can they make enough guarded tough twos to beat us? And you snuff out that three-point line and stay attached. And it's the number of three-point attempts that you have to be concerned with. Alabama, again, they'll take 30 or 35 if you let them. But Todd Golden's goal is to keep it under 25, well below that number. The defensive game plan.
But one concern, you see that, as I mentioned, doing a great job defensively from behind the arc. But Florida is fouling a lot. Now the Gators go to the free throw line. South Carolina went to the free throw line 31 times on Saturday. Todd Golden said yesterday, he said, I thought at the time we got a bad whistle. Then I went back and